Section 0 of The Iron Hunter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. The Iron Hunter by Salmon Osborn. Statement. Cellini states that all men of whatsoever quality they be, who have done anything of excellence, or which may properly resemble excellence, ought, if they are persons of truth and honesty, to describe their life with their own hands, but they ought not to attempt so fine an enterprise until they have passed the age of 40. And so, he says, in a work like this there will always be a found occasion for natural bragging. Guizot wrote the history of France after undertaking to tell it to his grandchildren as they sat about his knee. When my friend Emerson Hough added his urging to that of my children and grandchildren, I first gave a serious thought to it. My father had a great prejudice against autobiographies. This he communicated to me congenitally. I am not abnormally modest, I think, but I rebelled at the idea of writing about myself. It staged my ego too prominently. The fact is, said Mr. Hough, you unconsciously possess such a gargantuan ego that you think you must conceal it by a false show of modesty. If you were really modest, you would not think of your ego, but would as willingly write of yourself as of another. Others supported him, and even with it all, I feel like explaining the reason why I consented to try. I confess I am glad to have my Marco Polo and Abby Huck and my Stephenson and Roosevelt and Sydney, and I would set great store by it if I had a life of my own grandfather. Probably the decision to set down what follows grew from the belief that the opportunities of life in America are as numerous as they ever were. If I, as an average American, and that is all I claim to be or wish to be, can have done the things that engaged my existence, others may also have enlivened hope. With gratefulness to God for his mercy and protection and providence, and for all the wondrous blessings I have enjoyed, I submit as incomplete a sketch of some of the work of my life. I view the future for my country, my family, my friends, and myself cheerfully and hopefully in the light of God's love and his merciful direction. Chase S. Osborn, Sault de Ste. Marie, Michigan, December 1918. End of section 0. Chapter 1 of The Iron Hunter by Salmon Osborn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Wolves, human and otherwise. Those awful wolves, my wife exclaimed as a long, low, blood-freezing howl sifted to our ears with the pine needle wind rhythms. It came from a mile north on the course of a late fall gale. Our baby, a girlie a year old, slept like a little hairless savage in a padded corn can box. The wolf howl did not reach the tiny ears. We were in the back room of a rakish one-story shack. There were 3 such rooms, just little cages partitioned with rough ceiling boards, with broken tongues and warped edges, making cracks that prevented anything like eye privacy. As for hearing, our ears were not shut off at all. I used the front end of the building as a printing office. It contained an old Washington hand lever press and a new Taylor cylinder, painted as floridly as a German reception room. There were 2 job presses, a Peerless and a Universal, both new, a paper cutter, imposing stone type cases, small piles of print and job papers, a big box stove, and the usual athletic towel, Ethiopic with ink. The smell that came from the room needed no ambergris as a matrix, but was like wild roses in the nostrils of a young country newspaper man. The blood-searching howl was repeated in greater volume, 4 wolves this time. It was getting late in the little mining town, but drunken shouts and the crack of a shot could now and then be heard. "We can't live here, Chase," my wife said. "Even if we can, it is no place for the baby." "You are right," I replied. "Just give me a little time to clean this place up and make it a fit place for decent people. If I fail, we will go back to Milwaukee or some other place where outlaws are not the law. This took place at Florence, Wisconsin, in the heart of the Menominee Iron Range, one of the Lake Superior iron ore districts. Conditions here were similar to those of every new range. There is always an outlaw headquarters in all new regions remote from disciplined centers. Florence, at this period of the early 80s, was a metropolis of vice. There was gambling on the main streets, outdoors in clement weather, and unscreened indoors when driven in by cold and storm. Prostitution was just as bold. Its red passion garbings paraded every prominent place in town. A mile out of town, Mudge's Stockade was the central supply station. It was the prison used by the nerviest white slavers that ever dealt in women. A big log camp with frame gables held a bar and dance hall and stalls on the first floor. On the second floor were rooms about the size of those in a Tokyo Yoshiwara. A third-floor attic contained dungeons and 2 trap doors. In the cellar were dark cells and a secret passage, well timbered with cedar, leading to where the hill on which the stockade was located broke down into a dense swamp. Surrounding this camp of death, and worse, were sharp-pointed palisades 10 feet high, of the kind used against the Indians to enclose pioneer blockhouses. There were loopholes. 2 passages led through the stockade. One was wide enough to admit a team. This was fastened with hornbeam crossbars. The other entrance was narrower and for commoner use. It was protected by a solid sliding gate of ironwood. On either side of this gate, inside, 2 big, gaunt, terrifying timber wolves were chained. It was the howls of these 4 wolves we had heard. This stockade was a wholesale warehouse of women. There were several in the Lake Superior iron country in the early days, but I think this one at Florence was the most notorious and the worst. It was built by Old Man Mudge. He was a white-livered, sepulchral individual who wore a cotton tie, a Prince Albert coat, and a plug hat. Even wore this outfit when he fed the wolves. Mudge worked as a preacher through northern Indiana and Ohio, and the scoundrel used his clerical makeup to fine advantage. He had a ready tongue and roped in girl after girl. Not much attention was paid in those days to pimping and procuring. Whenever a murder grew out of his axe, the old fox would so involve his trail that, if it led anywhere at all, a church was at the end of it, and that would throw off the sleuth. Old Mudge ruined his daughter Mina, and she was keeper of the place. Mina Mudge was a stunning woman. Her concentrated depravity, for she too had a child and brought it up in infamy, was glossed over by a fine animal figure, a rubescent collection, semi-pug nose, lurking gray eyes, sensual lips, and sharpish chin. Her lips were the clue to passion, and eyes and chin betokened the cruelty of a she-hyena. Girls were wheedled or beaten into submission, and nearly always, when she sold them, she had them broken to the business. 2 days before, in the evening, a shrinking, girlish young woman was found just outside our door by my wife. She cowered and shivered and looked wild-eyed. It took some time to coax her in. After warmth and food, she told her story. Old Mudge had found her on a farm in Ohio. An orphan, she was sort of bound out, and her life was one of work and little else. Rather attractive, she was spied by the old serpent and taken north to a good home. In her heart, the girl was good, and she was brave. Mina Mudge starved her, beat her, tied her ankles and wrists with thongs, and, to break her in with terror, fastened her just out of the reach of the wolves. It was night, and the girl grew cold with exposure and fear. Her wrists and ankles shrunk some, and she wriggled out of the cutting thongs. Then she fled to the swamp and hid until hunger forced her to search for food. We took as good care of her as our means afforded and planned her complete rescue. The day we heard the wolves howling, as mentioned in the beginning of the chapter, the girl disappeared. It was years later before I knew what had befallen her. Mudge's gang had located and trapped her. They forcibly kidnapped her and carried her to the wolf stockade. There she was given no chance again to escape. Her spirit was broken. She was sold to a brothel keeper in Ontonagon County, Michigan, and was murdered by him one night in a ranch near to the Lake Superior shore. Murders often occurred, but those guilty were seldom punished. When this girl so mysteriously disappeared from our house, I was suspicious. I went to the sheriff, an Irish saloon keeper, but could not get him to act. He was either a member of the gang or honestly afraid. The Mudge Gang was organized over a territory including the region for 500 miles south of Lake Superior from Canada to Minnesota. Old Man Mudge was as much of a genius in some directions as he was a devil in others. Compared with him, Machiavelli was a saint. They did not confine themselves to woman stealing. They would run off witnesses when arrests occurred near the law and order line. If they could not get rid of them any other way, the witnesses were killed. Any man who showed an inclination to oppose the gang was either intimidated or murdered. Within their own ranks, a rebel never got away alive. Mudge tolerated no rivals. No sea pirate was ever more bloodthirsty or vengeful. The most notorious murder he was responsible for was that of Dan Dunn at Trout Lake. Dunn was just as bad a man as Mudge, and not so much of a sneak about it. That was really how Mudge came to get him. Such were conditions in the Iron Country when I arrived. The picture cannot be overdrawn. I had gone there upon a telegram sent by Hiram D. Fisher, discoverer of the Florence mine, to Colonel J.A. Watrous of Milwaukee, asking him to, quote, send up a young fellow not afraid to run a newspaper, end quote. It was a weekly publication. The owner and editor, a man of culture and courage, too old and too fine for the rough pioneering and outlaws, had just disappeared. The gang was against all newspapers and dead against any that tried to improve conditions or oppose them in any way. Just a little time before, they had burned the Manistee Pioneer office and had tried desperately but unsuccessfully to assassinate its brave editor, the late Major Clark, a veteran of the Civil War. All along the line, they had terrorized editors if possible. So the first night after I arrived, they shot out my windows and shot a leg off one of the job presses just to show me what they would do to me if I wasn't good. A short time before that, the gang had gotten down on Captain William E. Dickinson, superintendent of the Commonwealth mine, 2 miles from Florence. Captain Dickinson had come there from the New York mine in one of the older Lake Superior districts. He was fearless and a man of order and high ideals. With a fine family of young children, he felt the necessity of improving conditions. Successful in his previous environment, he did not apprehend serious trouble. But he did not correctly take the measure of the desperate characters who made up the Mudge Gang. Hardly had he started to move against them before they stole his little son, Willie. They sent him word that if he fought them, they would kill the child. It was a knife in his heart, the wound of which finally carried him to his grave. Captain Dickinson spent money, followed clues, sent spies to join the gang, and gave up every thought except the recovery of his little son. It is nearly 40 years ago now. Captain Dickinson has gone to his final reward. Where Willie Dickinson is, or what became of him, or whether he is dead or alive, is a mystery to this day. It is the most piteous tragedy of scores enacted by the Iron Pirates. Something had to be done. I began a study of the situation in detail. The encouraging fact was developed that the law-abiding citizens outnumbered the outlaws. A majority of them were timid and could not be depended upon to act, but we could be certain that not many of them would openly join the leeches. Many men with families deplored conditions, but feared that a war on the toughs would hurt business. Hasn't it been always so? Then, to my amazement and chagrin, for I was only 23 years old and to a degree unsophisticated, I uncovered the fact that Borgia of Amina Mudge had something on half or more of the merchants, who thought easily or made that excuse to their conscience that they had to be good fellows and go to her place with the miners and woodsmen in order to get business. The outlaws were able to keep close tab on the plans of any who threatened them through these dwellers in the twilight zone of morals. As soon as I could be certain of some backing, I attacked Mudge and his gang in my little paper. It was a thunderer there, though, no matter what its size. I charged crimes home and named those who were guilty or probably so whenever I had facts or tangible suspicions. The time must have been just ripe for it, for some astounding things occurred. Some of those against whom I made charges came to see me, not all peaceably, but from some of them I obtained denials of participation, and one or two gave to me invaluable inside information. Consequently, I was informed in advance when my office was to be wrecked and when I was to be gotten rid of. I built a little conning place of glass and kept someone on watch there every daylight moment. Also, I bought Winchesters for all the office force, and for a long time every type stand was a gun rack for a repeating rifle. At night, I took extra care and kept watch. A couple of faithful dogs with plenty of bulldog blood guarded the office and were much better for the purpose than Mudge's wolves, but did not make as terrifying a setting in the mind of a tenderfoot. I found a fighting preacher at the little mission church in Florence in the person of Harlan Page Corey, a young Presbyterian just suited to the work to be done and entirely unafraid. An undersheriff named Charlie Noyes from the Androscoggin country was found to be clean and brave and dependable. Bill Noyes, his brother, was a 6-footer plus and the best shot and dry ground trailer anywhere around. He was not afraid of a mad catamount, and his morals had sprouted in the Green Mountains where Ethan Allen got his. Bill was eager to help clean up. A little concave-chested hardware man named Robestel, with whiskers like a deer mouse and a voice like a consumptive cuckoo, was found when the meter was applied to him to be as full of good points as a box of tacks. There was no law against shining deer in those days, anyhow not in Florence. Robestel built a scaffold one day, 20 feet up in a birch that leaned over a connecting gut of Spread Eagle Lake, where a fine runway crossed. The first dark, soft night that came, he climbed up there with a bull's-eye lamp cocked over his left eye. He nearly went to sleep before he heard anything. Then he suddenly came to and saw a pair of silvery eyes and let go at them. Forgetting in his state of mind where he was, he stepped off the scaffold just as if he had been on the solid ground, and down he went. That is where Robestel made his reputation. He lit astride of a 200-pound buck that he had wounded, and which was floundering in about 4 feet of water. Of course, he lost his gun in the descent. Pulling out his tomahawk, he nearly chopped the buck's head off before he succeeded in killing him. Robestel had plenty of that intestinal courage that was the fascination of Sin, who built the Great Wall and measured all men by it. So he became a leader, if not the leader, in the new movement. With these and others assured, we called a meeting and organized the citizen regulators. The meeting was such a hummer and so many joined that the sheriff and district attorney had a street duel the next day, growing out of a row that was caused by each trying to shift blame upon the other. I had publicly charged them both with being controlled by the Mudge gang. The district attorney shot the sheriff through the lungs. A lot of the sheriff's friends got a rope ready to hang the lawyer, who really was one of the worst of citizens, while the sheriff had told several that he intended to join the regulators. Meanwhile, the sheriff lived long enough for the mob to cool off. The preacher and I decided that we must get rid of all crooked and cowardly officials. I started to Milwaukee and Madison to enlist influence and see the governor in order to have the district attorney removed and a man appointed who would enforce the law. All the way to Milwaukee, I was harassed by telegrams for my arrest. The gang tried to capture me at the train, but I learned of their plans in time to elude them. Then we had a wild race through the woods to the Michigan line. If they had caught me in Wisconsin, they were going to finish me in some way. The pursuit kept up almost to Iron Mountain, which was nearly as bad as Florence at the time. I dodged them, but was afraid to stop at Iron Mountain because the local authorities there were believed to be under the control of the Mudge outlaws. It was night. I had expected to take an evening train. Prevented from doing this, I ran 2 miles through the woods to Commonwealth. There, one of my faithful printers, an Irish lad named Billy Doyle, had a team in waiting. Hastily climbing into the buckboard and taking the lines, I lashed the horses into a gallop. Over my shoulders, I could see the gang coming on foot, on horse and in rigs. I had a Colt's revolver and could shoot it quite well enough. Billy had thrown in a Winchester. I made up my mind they would not take me in Wisconsin without a fight. We madly galloped over the corduroy roads in the dark. That it was night and the pursuers were unorganized was all that saved me. We crossed the line. On the outskirts of Iron Mountain, I gave the reins to Billy and jumped out and went on alone. Safely making a detour of the town, I took the railroad track and hiked southwards towards Law and Order. I was in Michigan. Between Keogh Ridge and Quinnipiac, 3 men stepped out of the gloom and leveled guns at my head. I obeyed their order to hold up my hands, and they took me back to Iron Mountain by main force, and not a sign of legal warrant. They were Mudge agents. It was after midnight. I made a big roar as soon as I got where anybody could hear. In spite of the racket I made, they took me to a place which was not the jail and locked me in a room. Before they got me confined, I managed to send word to Cook and Flanagan, whose firm of attorneys at Norway was the ablest on the range. The late Honorable A.C. Cook got to me and secured my release. To this day, I do not know how he did it. Perhaps his partner, R.C. Flanagan, now a prominent mining country judge, and a good one, could tell if he wished to. I continued on my way. Efforts were made to stop me at Marinette and Green Bay. These were unsuccessful. Finally, I got to Milwaukee, where I had any number of strong friends. Lemuel Ellsworth had just become chief of police, and the present Milwaukee chief, John T. Jansen, was on the detective staff. I went to the central station to call upon them, as they were old friends of mine during my police reporter days. The chief handed me a telegram to read. It was for my arrest. They had sent it to the wrong place. I told my story. All of us knew the chief affectionately as Lem. He said, quote, "Glad to see you, Chase. Now let's do something to those hellhounds. I will wire I have you and ask them to send for you with a strong guard. This will possibly bring a crowd of them down, and I will throw them all into the bullpen." End quote. Of course, I can't wait to do that, I replied, for I had to accomplish my bigger mission and return as quickly as possible. During the afternoon, I received a telegram signed H.P. Corey. It read, "Don't come back. They are going to kill you if you do." I knew it as a fake at once, for that preacher would have had me come back and be killed rather than have me run away from the fine fight I had started. I felt the same way. It was only wisdom to be apprehensive enough to be on the alert, as the gang had not hesitated to resort to murder in the dark before. I saw rugged Jeremiah M. Rusk, then governor of Wisconsin, and secured the appointment of a clean but rather gentle lawyer named Howard E. Thompson as district attorney to succeed the Mudge gang lawyer who, although possessed of a kind of brute bravery, got out of the way. Before he had downed the sheriff, that officer had bowled him over after being shot through the body himself and stood over him, futilely snapping a revolver, all the loads of which had been discharged in a frantic attempt to kill. Then the sheriff fell into the pool of blood that had trickled around his feet, and the lawyer Badman was run off. Governor Rusk gave me every encouragement. "Go after them, boy," he said, "and if you need help, just say the word. I'll back you with the troops if it is necessary." End quote. I made my way back north about as rapidly as I had fled. The gang was in a panic when they saw me and heard of the support the governor had fortified me with. I had it told to them in as amplified and impressive a manner as possible, and then I played it up in my paper with all my might and type. The gang was on the run from that time, but it was not beaten yet. Dives and relays were started along the border so that the outlaws could jump from one state to the other handily. Claudius B. Grant was a circuit judge in the adjacent region of Michigan. He became a terror to the bad men and women and clearly showed what a man rightly constituted can do with the law in his own hands. He was waging a solitary war against the gang and sheriffs and prosecuting attorneys who were their tools. Finally, he made it so hot for them on his side, and we so reciprocated on our side, that the bad people began to look for other and less troublesome pastures. They fled to Seney, Trout Lake, Ewan, Sidnaw, Hurley, and other points in the Lake Superior country out of Grant's jurisdiction and out of our reach, where they operated for some years without molestation. There was a temporary renaissance of outlawry in Judge Grant's district because the gang had gotten rid of him by designedly electing him to the Supreme Court of Michigan. But it did not last long. Civilization must have something more than that kind of outlawry to subsist upon, and civilization was growing a good deal like a weed. All of this was not achieved as easily as it has been briefly written. There were many clashes and exciting performances. Both sides were high-handed. Shootings occurred by day and night, and the fight was a real battle. At first, the gang had nearly all the law officers on its side. By degrees, we changed this. The average fellow in office is quick to try to pick the winning side. These trimmers, usually so despicable, were a real help to us because they trimmed gradually to our side. Mudge withdrew his worst operations to more remote spots in the woods. The regulators determined to clean all of them out. The law was too slow under the conditions that existed, and the punishments inadequate. At the time, there was really no law against white slavery and procuring. Pat McHugh, a bully and retired prize fighter, was Mudge's head man. Nearly everybody was afraid of him. He had even been known to fight in the daytime with his backers at hand, and he was fairly quick with a gun, but could not fan. On a day agreed upon, the regulators, armed with Winchester rifles, Colt revolvers, and black snake whips, started on a rodeo. They drove the toughs off the streets. Those who did not move quickly enough were lashed smartly with the black snakes. Theirs had been a reign of terror long enough. It was our turn. They showed as many temperaments as one could find among any men and women. Some were whimpering cowards. Others were sullen. The women were most bold and loudest in profanity and vulgarity. A woman has capacity to be the very best and the very worst. McHugh was one of the first to run. He hid in the swamp stockade with half a dozen others of the gang. The regulators rode down against them. They opened a hot fire with Winchester repeaters. The regulators replied and charged. It fell to Bill Noyes to capture Pat McHugh. The bully had often boasted what he would do to Bill if he ever got a chance. Now he fled into the swamp, revolver in hand. Bill saw him and ran after him. They dodged from tree to tree, Indian fashion, exchanging shots from time to time. Bill was too good a woodsman for McHugh. He loaded his gun as he ran and soon had a drop on the leader of the outfit. McHugh fell on his knees and begged for mercy. Bill spared him. He said to me only a short time ago, quote, "Chase, I reckon I ought to killed that red-handed devil that day I got him in the swamp, but I'm kind of glad I didn't, 'cause it goes agin the grain with me to kill anything I can't eat." End quote. After that, we burned a number of stockades and soon had the community so fit to live in that I spent 4 happy years there. And my wife, who had given up a good home to share her lot with a young reporter, was contented, and our girlie grew fat and crowed when her first brother was born in the little boarded rooms full of cracks in the rear of the one-story country printing office. What became of Mudge will never be told. Only a half-dozen regulators ever knew. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Iron Hunter by Chase Salmon Osborn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. What's in your name or mine? The name OSBORN, OSBORNE, OSBURN, OSBERN, OSBEORN, etc., has an interesting genesis, true of the origin of most family names, with source variations dependent upon what name system, Teutonic or other, is consulted. Leo's Essay on Anglo-Saxon Names, published in 1841, appears to be as thorough as any and has become an authority. Biro, or Bern, betokens, as gathered from Kemble's characters, a fruitful, productive wood, yielding beechnuts, acorns, and other mast, wild pears, crabapples, pawpaws, persimmons, and other wild fruits of the forest. The word beran, meaning to yield, to produce fruit, evolves into bear, barren, boran, beer, barley. Burn, a child, the fruit of the body, and biro, barrow, biro, the fruit wood, are similar derivatives. These things I am setting down not because of any especial name vanity, but for the reason that these references suggest the manner of the making and the giving of all family names, the readers as well as mine and all others. Also, the growth system of our language is indicated by the way family names have started and by their methods of change in obedience to the influence of thought and time. Ferguson, in his Surnames as a Science, builds my name of the Old North as, or the Anglo-Saxon os, implicative of the deity, and beorn, meaning bear. He says the name is Norse and means the divine bear or god bear. Lower's Patronymica Britannica, published 1860, says that osborn, osborne, osbern, osbernus, and so forth are variations of a very common baptismal name. Several persons bearing these names are referred to in Domesday as tenants-in-chief in different counties of England. William Arthur, father of Chester A. Arthur, brought out a name hunt book in 1857 in which he says Osborn is Saxon, from Hus, house, and bairn, a child, hence a family child, or perhaps an adopted child. Bowditch's Suffolk Surnames, Boston, 1861, makes very free with Arthur's offerings, as Arthur had done with other name sleuths, and says Osborn means house child. Bardsley's English Surname says that os is a root word carrying the significance of deity, has made for itself a firm place among English names, as proven by Osborne, Oswald, Oswin, Osmond, Osmer, Osgot, Osgood, Oslach, Asluck, Hasluck, etc. Edmonds, in Traces of History and Names of Places, says Osborne means brave bear. Sophie Moody, in What is Your Name, has it that Osborne means a chief appointed by the gods. Gentry, Family Names, Philadelphia, 1892, gives Os as hero and Bjorn, as chief, general, prince, king, hence hero king, or something akin to it. In Homes of Family Names in Great Britain, Guppy, 1890, I find the claim that my name was borne by farmers or yeomen attached to the soil in England before the Norman conquest. According to Guppy, it was confined south of a line joining the Humber and the Mersey, and its principal area of distribution is in the form of a belt crossing central England from East Anglia to the borders of Wales. Though well represented also in the southwest of England, especially in Somerset and Cornwall, it is rare or absent in the other south coast counties excepting Sussex. Osborne is common in England, and Osborn is uncommon in comparison, although the latter is sprinkled through Bedfordshire, Buckinghamshire, Cambridgeshire, Cornwall, Derbyshire, Essex, Gloucestershire, Hertfordshire, Lincolnshire, Norfolk, Northamptonshire, Somersetshire, Suffolk, Sussex, Worcestershire, and Warwickshire. A book with author's name not given, The Norman People and Their Existing Descendants in the British Dominions and the United States, London, 1874, contains a dictionary of 3,000 Norman names. I gather here that our family descends from a Kentish branch of the family of Fitz-Osborn, seated in that county early in the reign of Henry VI, where Thomas Osborn appeared to a writ of quo warranto for the Abbey of Dartford. The family had come from Essex and Suffolk, where the name is traced to Thomas Fitz-Osborn, 1227 to 1240, who granted lands to Holy Trinity. His grandfather, Richard Fitz-Osborn or Fitz-Osbert, held a fief from Earl Bigot in 1165 and was ancestor of the Lords Fitz-Osborn, summoned by writ in 1312. Fitz-Letard Osborn came to England in 1066 and held lands from Odo of Bayeux in 1086. The Battle of Abbey Roll, with some account of the Norman lineages by the Duchess of Cleveland, has many references to the Osborns. Quote, Dugdale Baronage of England, or an historical account of the lives and most memorable actions of our English nobility in the Saxon times to the Norman conquest, and from thence of those who had their rise before the end of Henry II's reign, end quote. Genealogical tables, etc., 3 volumes, by the author of Monasticum Anglicanum, published 1675, is a notable work and a chief authority for that time in what it purports to cover. Plunges, in The Conqueror and His Companions, visits it liberally, as do other writers dealing with that era. In Lower's English Surnames, I found a story of the Osborn name which, whether true or false, mirrors the times and depicts the light regard medieval monarchs had for the lands and property of the people that were vested in the crown. Walter, a Norman knight and a great favorite of King William I, playing at chess with his sire on a summer evening on the banks of the River Ouse, won all he played for. The king said he had nothing more to play for, and was about to quit the game. Sire, said Walter, here is land. There is so, replied King William, and I will further play with thee. If thou beatest me this game also, thine is all this land on this side of the Bourne river, which thou canst see as thou sittest. Walter won. King William clapped him on the shoulder and declared, The lands are yours. Henceforth shall you be a lord, and have the name Ousebourne, end quote. And thence sprang the family of Osborn. The family name is treated in Burke's General Armory, and especially in Burke's Vicissitudes of Families. In the Church of Dives, Normandy, is a roll of the companions of William in the conquest of England in 1066. It gives Osborn de Arcus, Osborn de Burneb, Osborn d'O, Osborn Gifford, Osborn Past Fourier, Osborn du Quesnay, Osborn du Sucet, and Osborn de Wassy. I have thought that the word Osborn in this roll was synonymous with chieftain, at least to designate feudal retainers of the conqueror from the parts of Normandy mentioned. Undoubtedly, William Fitz-Osborn was the nearest personal friend of William the Conqueror. J.R. Plunges, in The Conqueror and His Companions, says he was, and also that Osborn was the chief officer of the household. He fought in all the battles in Normandy during the 20 years which immediately preceded the invasion of England, from that of Val-les Dunes in 1047 to that of Varaville in 1060, and took part in the expedition against Conan in Brittany and in the invasion of Maine in 1063. Osborn is mentioned in the accounts of the siege of Domfront in 1054, when he was sent to demand an explanation from Geoffrey Martel of his conduct in marching into Normandy and seizing Alencon. I shall now quote a few pages from Plunges' story of this Osborn, mostly because of its rather odd sidelight upon a most important event in history. Quote, Osborn seems to have resembled the Conqueror, his master in character, combining great valor with readiness of wit and astuteness of policy. We have seen him entering the hall of the palace at Rouen, humming a tune and rousing the moody Duke from his silent and sullen consideration of the news from England by bidding him bestir himself and take vengeance upon Harold, who had been disloyal to him, to call together all he could call, cross the channel, and wrest the crown from the perjured usurper. The Duke called his retainer Osborn of the Bold Heart. At the large assembly of the whole baronage of Normandy at Lillebonne to consider the question of fighting Harold, the audacity and cunning of Osborn displayed itself in an amazing effrontery that saved the day for the conqueror. The barons were irresolute and even rebellious. Puzzled and ill at ease, the council finally turned to the wily Dapper Osborn and asked him to be their spokesman, to say to their lord that they not only feared the sea, but were not bound to serve him beyond it. No such decision did Osborn voice. Upon the exact contrary, to the amazement and confusion of the nobles, he told the Duke that they were loyal to a man and eager to serve him, that he who should bring 20 men would bring 40, that he who was bound to serve with 100 would bring 200, and that the one assigned 500 would bring 1,000, and so on down the line. He represented that all the barons would double their quota, thus ensuring success. As for himself, Osborn promised to furnish 60 ships with full crews of fighting men. At first, the barons were crazed with indignation, but stupefied and bewildered. Out of the wild disorder thus created, one of them was suddenly stricken with the idea that if all would do as Osborn had unwarrantedly promised, the campaign could not fail, and one by one they consented." End quote. Taylor's list of William the Conqueror's ships puts Osborn at the head and agrees with Wace that he furnished 60 ships and crews. The record reads, "Habuit a Williamo d'Abifero, filio Osburni, 60 naves." End quote. At another time, Wace tells of Osborn's chiding the Conqueror before a battle, demanding less delay and indecision. He commanded the men from Boulogne and Pays, rode a horse covered from head to tail with fine woven iron chain armor. Even though Osborn was the only companion of the Conqueror who ever dared to cross him or bluntly advise him, he was much loved and was granted lands, position, and honor in England by William after the conquest, and he and his family have never since been separated from the history of England. The Norse Osborns were also an interesting people. Our family has always clung to the idea that it had a Scandinavian origin, easily tracing the name historically to participants in the Norse invasion of England. End Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Iron Hunter by Chase Salmon Osborn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Natural-born rebels. Osborn is the English corruption for polar bear or god bear in Danish, Swedish, and Norwegian, whether spelled ISBJORN, ESBJERNE, or otherwise. Our family story is that our ancestor was one of 2 jarls who got into England at the invasion of 800. The other was promptly killed, and sometimes I fear I have made certain persons wish both had been. George the Settler brought one wing of our family to America, and others came during the Huguenot Hegira to Massachusetts. The fact that there was much titled nobility in the family did not keep some of my forebears from being rebels. They fought with Cromwell in the Black Watch and with the Irish kings. For so long had they lived in the British Isles that they were scattered throughout England, Ireland, Scotland, and Wales. To this day, a royal chateau on the Isle of Wight bears our family name, and the favorite yacht of King Edward VII bore it also. A lot of us must have been naturally democratic despite those of the family who courted royal favor. Every movement of reform from the time of King John in the affair at Runnymede and on through the religious wars has been participated in by my kinsfolks. The American Revolution found most of the family in New Jersey and New York. As usual, a split occurred. Some became rebels under Washington, and others were Tories. Later, these mostly went back to England or moved to Canada. To make a distinction, the rebels dropped the final E and spelled their name Osborn. The Tories retained the E, and so ashamed were they of my grandsires that many of them made even greater changes in spelling, such as Osborne and even Gisborne. Some of the Gisbornes got as far away from us as they easily could by going to New Zealand, where they founded a flourishing town. During a visit to Gisborne, I had many talks about our common ancestors with my distant relatives and much wholesome laughter. My twice great-grandfather, John Osborn, was a Revolutionary chaplain, and an uncle was a captain. Several others served as privates. The record of all is good without being especially dramatic. My grandfather, Isaac Osborn, was born in a fishing village on the northwest coast of Long Island in 1795. He carried a musket as a private in the War of 1812 and was slightly wounded at Lundy Lane. In 1818, he was married to Sarah Pardee at Guilford, Connecticut. One of my grandmother's uncles had a private French school at New Haven, in the vicinity of where Yale College was afterward located. The fact that she was a refined young woman only made her more eager to help make powder and mold bullets during the War of 1812. The same heroic tendency inspired to abet my grandfather in his pioneering dreams. Finally, they started to cross the Alleghenies with an ox team. Following the trail of westward emigration, my grandfather located on the Ohio River at Madison, Indiana. He had been a fisherman, and it was not such a big change to become a riverman. It was not long before he owned a flatboat, and soon afterwards we find him trading as far downriver as New Orleans. He would steer his laden boats down the current and sell his cargo and also his scows wherever the best trade could be made. Then he would return home overland. There came a day when he did not return. Grandmother told me when I was a little boy that grandfather had a fleet of 5 flatboats on his last trip, laden with a miscellaneous assortment of hogs, cattle, wheat, corn, maple sugar, furs, beans, and so forth. He expected to realize between $4,000 and $5,000 for his outfit. He was last heard of after selling out at New Orleans and starting for home. Years afterward, a lot of skeletons were found in a hole in a cellar underneath a tavern that was a kind of a backwoods halfway house near where Memphis now stands, where river traders horsebacking north were accommodated. It turned out to be a worse murder trap than the Benders had in Kansas. So far as ever could be learned, my grandfather was one of the many murdered at that place. He had had all of his capital invested in the outfit. It left my grandmother almost destitute. She just waited long enough for my father, George Augustus Osborn, to be born, a posthumous child, February 28, 1823, and then moved up to Cincinnati, and, as she was fitted for the profession, became a school teacher until she married Amos Davis as her second husband. My father was 12 years old at the time. He had learned to chew tobacco and swear on the river levee by the time he was 3 years old. I remember now with what needless chagrin he would discuss his boyhood with me, after he had become a man of as much probity of character as I have ever known, and a total abstainer from all forms of tobacco and liquor. He rebelled at once against the new stepdaddy, and very soon afterward ran away from home. By the time he was 18, he had acquired quite some education and owned a little water-power sawmill in the backwoods of Ohio, where only the best walnut logs were ripped up, the rest going into rails or wood or brush fires. Amos Davis was a leading spiritualist and was said to have possessed the most numerous library of books upon spiritualism west of the Allegheny Mountains. My father, who had become a Wesleyan, grew to hate his stepfather, and in seeking afterwards for a reason was inclined to attribute this to the spiritualism excitant. He confessed to me that he burned his stepfather's books every chance he got, and was encouraged to do so by his Wesleyan Sunday school teacher, which glimpses the pioneer Buckeye intolerance of the day. In this way, to my deep regret, most of the great Davis library disappeared. I inherited a few of the books, and strange enough are they. One is an Epic of the Starry Heavens, presumed to have been written by disembodied poets, but proving that a poet can be no worse while in the body. Another is a mysterious work devoted to the subject of spiritual transference of thought, and even of more substantial things. As a boy, I used to devour this ghost book until I could not sleep of nights, but none of it would my father have. He sawed walnut lumber, built houses, hunted catamounts, deer, coons, and squirrels, wrestled and studied medicine with an old doctor of the horse syringe school. It was while in the backwoods of Piqua County, Ohio, at the village of Circleville, that he met and married Margaret Ann Fannin, my sainted mother. She was the most superb woman I have ever known, and I try to think of her apart from being my mother so that I can be certain she was most wonderful as all mothers are wonderful. I do not know much about her family because both of her parents died of a mysterious sickness within 2 days when my mother was a babe in arms. The disease was called milk sickness. Nobody knew anything about it or how to cure it, nor do they to this time. During a critical epoch in Ohio and Indiana, hundreds of pioneers died from it. It was more deadly than the Indians, and beside it, fever and ague were just nothing at all. It was supposed to be caused by poisoned milk because it occurred at a certain time when the cows ranged in the woods and pastured, feeding upon many strange herbs. Dr. Victor Vaughn, dean of the medical school of the University of Michigan, than whom there is not a more earnest devotee of medical research in the world, writes to me that the milk sickness, so called of the pioneer days in the Ohio and Wabash Basin, was and is yet a medical mystery. Happily, it disappeared when the land was cultivated. My mother was born at Circleville, Pequot County, Ohio, April 30th, 1827. She was of immediate Protestant Irish descent, although her grandfather on her mother's side was a McGrath and a great-grandfather was a McKenna. When her parents died, leaving her a homeless, helpless baby, a big-hearted neighboring family named Hoblet took her to raise. The Hoblets had numerous children of their own, but, as it was with most of the pioneers, there was plenty of room around the warm hearthstone of their hearts. Children were always being desolated by one tragedy or another, and in belief that theirs might be next, a feeling developed that insurance for the future could only be had by acts of kindness on all sides. It is not a bad investment today, and can be depended upon right now to pay royal dividends of happiness. The Hoblets saw to it that the eagerness my mother showed for learning did not go unappeased. They gave her as good a chance as their own youngsters had, and she took advantage of it, with the result that, although schools were crude and teachers equally so, my mother had a better education in her girlhood than most young women of the time. This she improved every day of her long and useful life. Of course, she could cook and knit and weave, and on a pinch she was a good rifle shot, albeit she did not like wantonly to kill things. In this sentiment, as in all things, she was truly womanly. The supernal matrix of life has an instinctive respect for all sentient things. One evening in the autumn, a fat young buck joined the homestead herd of cattle that was foraging near the log cabin. There was no one at home except my mother. The deer would make the very best jerked venison for winter use. My mother took the big rifle down from its deer horn rack, softly opened the little window enough to admit the barrel, poked it through, and shot the deer. I think this story fevered my boyish blood more than any other. My mother was almost 20 years old when she was married to my father. This occurred in April 1847. My father was 24. It was getting to be too tame around Circleville for my father, so they soon made up their minds to trek to Indiana. Their first child, Eugene, was born in Ohio, and then the little family in 1848 started off through the woods for the West. From that moment, their lives were filled with work and unrest. They entered government land in Blackford County, Indiana, and fought malaria there. It was deadly. 2 children died its victims. Other little ones came to take their place. 3 more were born in Blackford, 2 daughters and a son, Emma, Georgiana, and Stephen Pardee, named for my paternal grandmother's brother, who had entered lands in what is now the heart of Chicago. On the land occupied there by my parents, oil and gas wells of great value were found later. In 1858, they moved to Huntington County, Indiana, where prospects for health and life seemed better. My father had become a doctor, and my mother had been studying medicine with him. They had some practice, but not enough to afford a living. To eke out, my father kept a little store, bought walnut timber, which was coming to have a small market value, and industriously traded. Exciting times had brewed. Even before leaving Ohio, my father had become a devoted abolitionist and was so earnest that he often aided Negroes running away to Canada by driving Allen's Underground Railway, an enclosed night wagon that was used for spiriting Negroes northward. In the Tippecanoe and Tyler II log cabin campaign, he had marched and carried a torch and a coonskin banner and had riotously sung songs and even tried to vote, although he was only a slip of a boy. His open endeavor to vote before of age was a joke in the neighborhood for years. All this ensured that he would have part in the inflammatory drama that was enacted in Indiana just before and during the war. No one who is not familiar with those border social conflagrations can understand them at all. Bitterness was not common in the far South until actual war was translated there, nor did the furnace of passions reach such a great incandescence farther north. It was where the North and South came together along that line of frictional contact run by Mason and Dixon that the feeling assumed a fierce rancor that made for monomania and homicidal obsession. There were more Copperheads than Union men in our part of Huntington County, but they came very far from having their own way. A Union flag was hoisted at the log schoolhouse, and a bloody fight in which bowie knives and rifles were used came off when the Copperheads tried to pull it down but failed. The Southern sympathizers wore butternuts as insignias of their sentiments. Their women were especially violent. More than once a riot broke out on Sunday at the services in the log meeting house. Men would generally go for the open, but the women would pull each other over the benches, tear and scratch and pummel and drag each other around by the hair. It is difficult to adjust the mind to a realization that these things happened such a short time ago. We have made advances on our way, but the trail we must travel is still a long one and so often very dim. In such an atmosphere I was born January 22, 1860, in Huntington County, Indiana, in a little log house of 2 rooms with one real glass window and 2 others of greased paper. Wabash, in an adjoining county 14 miles away, was our big town. It had a population of over 200. There were meeting houses at Etna, Legro, Dora, and New Holland, all nearby, and about equidistant in various directions. Not far away were the Wabash, the Salamoni, and the Mississinewa rivers, beautiful streams full of channel cats and silver bass, now stealing quietly along some bepooled dark bank, only to burst over a limestone ledge with golden transparency and jolly gurglings, just like the complexion and laughter of a Hoosier girl. Judging from what I have been told by my parents and sisters and older brothers, I was one of those puny babies that modern eugenics would condemn to infantile death, indeed a peaceful issue of life compared with running the gauntlet of American politics and business, but not nearly so enjoyable. I could digest nothing and had, among other things, a bloody flux that drained my body of almost the last vital spark. But my mother was in advance of her time in baby raising. She made gruel for me of the germ scrapings near the cob of green sweet corn. This, with a delicate pulp just inside the skin of the grape, supplied nutrition. Outdoors in the air, night and day, with rides on old Snip held on a pillow, and walks in the same fashion, won me strength slowly. Once they lost me off a pillow. It took a fight every minute for 3 years to save my life. Even then, the first words I spoke as a babe were, "Solly me, sorry me." My earliest recollection is of seeing soldiers in blue uniforms and of telling a lie to my mother. There is no connection between them. My mother, to get rid of me and amuse me, made a fishing outfit for me by tying a thread to a gad on which she fastened a pinhook baited with a little piece of plantain leaf. With this, she said I might go to a little nearby ditch and fish for frogs. I do not even know whether there were frogs or fish, but I think none. However, I returned with a famous story. I told my mother that I caught so many frogs that I could not carry them, and that then I stopped catching frogs and caught fish, and also caught so many of them that I could not carry them. She did not ask me why I had not brought all I could carry, but with much sober concern quietly took me by the hand and, carrying a large homemade bag in the other, started down to the ditch. My alarm was terrible. I had not looked ahead at all, and, as I was not yet 4 years old, this did not betoken abnormal stupidity. On the way, I tried to convince my mother that the frogs and fish might all have jumped back in, that in fact most of them had before I left. She asked me why I didn't bring home such as were left. After much deep thought, I replied that they were jumping around so fast and were so slick that I couldn't pick them up. On we went to the scene of the big catch. My mother looked the ground over, and we marched back even more soberly than our going. When we got to the house, she talked to me about the sin of lying. Then she made a lather of soft soap and thoroughly washed out my mouth. I thought it the nastiest dose I had ever taken, although children of that time and in that part of Indiana were dosed all the time with all sorts of horrible stuff. After soaping my mouth, my mother made me kneel at her knee and ask God to forgive me. That touched my little heart and made an impression, with many tears, that is as vivid now as it was at the moment. My father enlisted for the war. He was promised an assistant surgeon's position. On his way on horseback to Indianapolis, the beast stumbled and dragged my father for a long distance through the woods. His head was hurt, several ribs were broken, his spine was injured, and there were internal bruises. After that, he was an invalid for the remainder of his life. He was 6 feet tall, weighed 200 pounds, and had been a powerful man. His life had been filled with energy that drove him to many deeds. Once he had gone for a time west of Iowa, among the Indians then wild, for study and exploration. On his way home from the trip, he had been the house guest of Joseph Smith, the Mormon prophet at Nouveau. Father told me that 8 women sat at the table with the prophet and himself, and he understood all of them were wives. Joseph Smith was gentle in his household, Father said, and although he greatly detested Mormonism, he always spoke kindly of Smith and regretted his assassination. 2 more children were born in Huntington County, Horace Edwin in 1862 and Charles Russell in 1864. My mother began to take the lead as a doctor. She had learned much from my father. Both had strong intellects. My father was impetuous and extreme. My mother was calm and lovely. Both had by now developed lofty characters. In 1857, my father had gone to Cleveland to study hydropathy at a sanitarium. The great water cure discoveries of Vincennes Priesnitz were taking hold of America, fostered by such English and American hydropathic propagandists as Gully and Shue. Heavy dosing was the order of the day until the average patient measured his prospects for recovery by the quantity of nauseous drugs he swallowed. To pretend to cure anybody of anything with just simple pure water seemed a grotesquerie, if not an insanity. But my parents were courageous and would not fool anybody, even with a placebo. They compounded their own prescriptions and carried their own medicine, as did most practitioners of the time. The older children were growing up. Grandmother had been a school teacher. My parents realized the advantages of schooling. The opportunities in the backwoods were slight, so they decided to move by wagon to Lafayette. I had passed my 6th year, had helped to carry in wild turkeys my older brother Eugene had shot just back of our brush fence, and had heard the story in eager tones of the bear tracks in our deadening. I had tried to ride a bull calf with the willing help of my brothers, and had done a lot of things that attached me to the place. The watermelon patch was a luscious place, and the melons grew almost large enough for me to hide behind. So I cried when they talked of moving away. That did not postpone proceedings. One day the things had all been loaded into 3 wagons, one of them covered for the family like a prairie schooner, and we started. We had 3 teams and were regarded as rich. I remember Father and my older brothers marching beside their teams, and they would let me walk as far as I could. Our 2 dogs, Carlo and Rover, would dart off the road after rabbits or bark as they treed black and gray squirrels. Not infrequently they flushed wild turkeys. The meals we had on that trek were taken from boxes in the wagon and cylinder receptacles of hollow logs, with the ends closed with skins. The elders shot game and root, and we got fruit that was mostly wild. The rough road followed near the canal along the Wabash River. Everybody called it the canal. Swift packets, making as much as 6 miles an hour, carried passengers and mail, and drove a swash along the banks that looked to my boyish eyes like a big, ever-running water snake. We had plenty of snakes, too, and I knew their motion, blue racers, black snakes, and rattlers. Mules and bony horses, driven tandem, plodded along the towpath, driven by ragged, barefoot, and often hatless boys. It was interesting to see them pass the locks. One afternoon, the wagons started a downhill run to cross a creek that flowed into the Wabash. It was quite terrifying the way the wagons swayed, but the worst was to come. When the horses were midstream, we heard a blood-curdling scream. The animals plunged madly and ran as hard as they could in the water as they were. I looked out, and just ahead and off to the left, I saw a monster coming, and the horses saw it too. It was belching white smoke and sparks, and I was certain we must be near the gateway of hell, and that this was the devil about to catch us and drag us in. I had never seen or heard of a locomotive, and had not seen an engine of any kind. The fear it caused in me could not be overdrawn. It was an old wood burner on what was then the new Wabash Valley Railroad, afterwards the Toledo, Wabash and Western, and now the Wabash. The young children could not realize, and the older ones knew better, so I had a monopoly of fright. There were 7 of us children on this expedition, the youngest 2 years and the eldest 18. How many women today would dream of starting on a single day's railroad journey with 7 children? However, I think they would if they had to, because women today are confronted by more dangers than their mothers were. Social pitfalls are worse than ever were Indian ambushes, and the suffering and death they bring are worse than the scalping wounds or the tomahawk hacks of the gauntlet that maimed only the body and left the heart purer and the soul more serene than before. We were over 2 weeks on the road. On rainy days, we mostly camped while the older males hunted and fished for the larder. There was no travel on Sunday, and on Monday we stopped to permit Mother and the girls to do our washing. In this way, we moved to Lafayette. Soon we were sumptuously installed in a big 3-story frame house with 4 acres of ground surrounding, and barns, outbuildings, fruit trees, shrubs, flowers, and gardens. Contrast this with the woods and the little log house we had left. We children thought it was a palace and our father a king. Aunt Goldthwaite had come out some time before from Connecticut to visit us and told us fairy stories, just enough to make us wonder and credit to the fairies all the things we could not understand. My present from Aunt Goldthwaite was a toy watch. We called it a dumb watch then. No Waltham, Patek Philippe, or Jurgensen since has been worth a quarter as much. Down below the hill reposed the city, and just then Lafayette was a sleepy place. Nearby were neighbors. Everything was as different as it could be. We had a real lamp with something green in the oil bowl and a ground glass globe and shining chimney. It was kept in the parlor, that holy of holies of the time, and never lighted. Candles made our light, and Father used 2 at a time when he read, and snuffed them with his fingers in a manner that fired all of us with emulation. The big house had a huge cellar. Soon there were mysterious goings-on in it. My eldest brother was the only one of the children permitted the secret, but we learned when the time came that Father was an inventor, that he had devised one of the first stoves with an oven, and that now he had designed a washing machine. We did not know that nearly everybody of that period had invented a washing machine, so when Father sold out his patents for what seemed a large amount of money, we took it as a matter of course. All of us had had plenty to eat and good enough clothing up to that time, but with the sale of the patent came still better days. Mother had 2 black silk dresses, and Father, wherever he got the idea, donned a frock coat and plug hat. I had seen a daguerreotype of him as a youth with a beaver on, and I know he was familiar with the advice of Polonius to Laertes. Then he went to Indianapolis and entered the Indiana Medical College, where he received a degree. Once while Father was absent, the household was aroused in the night by thunderous knocks and loud calls. Good old Charlie Kurtz, a neighbor butcher, called Old Charlie because he had a son called Young Charlie, on his way home from the Odd Fellows, discovered that our house was on fire. It got a good start in the cellar that was full of shavings from the washing machine models that were kept for kindling. It gave me one of the big scares of my young life. I escaped from the family circle, and in an obsession of excitement ran wildly about the place in my nightie. I was 7. There was a big patch of gooseberry bushes. Their thorns tore my limbs and body when I repeatedly ran through them as I cried out frantically for help. The last child, William Douglas, was born in 1867, making 10 in all with 8 living, 3 girls and 7 boys, with 2 girls and 6 boys living as I write these notes in 1916. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Iron Hunter by Chase Salmon Osborn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Poverty that cramps and then expands the soul. Early in 1868, something happened to our family fortunes. I do not know what it was, more than that my father lost all of his money, every cent. It actually took the carpets off the floors to pay out, and there was no hesitation about permitting them to be taken. It was one of those occurrences that are continually happening and directly or indirectly, mostly the latter, exert a great influence both upon individuals and society, serving to cure pride and remind man in a decisive manner of his self-insufficiency. All of a sudden we were as a family translated from luxury to necessity, from affluence to abysmal poverty. It seems to me that I must have been taken out of the big house while asleep. I was 8 years old and must have had sufficient intellect to comprehend things to some degree. Perhaps my senses were benumbed by the shock. Anyhow, all I remember is that I seemed to go to sleep in the big house and to awaken in a little frame shack with only 2 rooms and a lean-to. The big parlor lamp was gone, and so was the parlor and the base burner with the red coals shining through the mica. Each youngster had had a horse to ride. They were all gone. 2 old crowbaits that were dying of old age and were a liability, and were only kept in deference to a creditable sentiment, remained. We called them Baldy and Coley because one had a white forehead and the other was coal black. The first real fight I ever had was with a boy who shouted after me, "Flip-flop, flip-flop, flip-flop," as I was urging old Baldy into a sort of earthquake, bone-racking trot. He was rather too big for me, and I got a bloody nose and a black eye. He got enough so that he did not yell flip-flop at me again. I did not understand then why my parents wished to keep these worthless animals and were so tender with them. As for myself, I was so ashamed of them and so angered at times that I hate a flip-flop to this day. Also, I am thankful to have a feeling grow within me that would not permit me to turn out a faithful old horse or dog to starve to death. The new abode is known in our family history as the Little Brown House, and it was small. The furniture consisted of a few wooden chairs, a wooden table, poorly equipped beds, iron knives and forks, tin plates, cheap cooking utensils, and 1 stove, a cooking stove with 2 holes and a square box oven on top at the back, supported by long, spider-like iron legs. Food was scarce, too. We children were put on a cornmeal diet, and not any too much cornmeal. Every Friday was hog-killing day at the slaughterhouse down on the old plank road. At such times, hogs' hearts could be had for 5 cents a pound. Father and Mother took advantage of that, and as a consequence we had hog's heart meat once a week and no meat at all between times. I noticed a change in everything. The big dogs were gone. Only we had kept Pinky, a little black and tan feist with a hole in her throat, cut by a groundhog she had crawled after into a den. Father acted strangely. He was depressed. I did not know that then. He hung out his doctor sign, and one for Mother, too. Also, he would parade in front of the house with his long coat, gold-headed cane, and silk hat, which he had managed somehow to hang on to. After thus showing himself, he would return to the house, put on cotton overalls and waist, and departing by the rear and through the alley go to a remote part of town and work as a carpenter, a trade he had well learned as a boy. He was not strong. Soon he grew ill and was very sick. He could not eat. Delicacies were tried. One day I smelled what to a hungry boy was about the sweetest odor I could remember. It came from the cook stove, where 5 cents worth of prunes were simmering in a tin cup. They were for father, and his life might have depended upon them for all I knew. That did not shield me from temptation. I made up my mind to steal those prunes and eat them, and then run away to Texas. My mother must have suspected me in that divine way that mothers have. Anyhow, she watched me and kept such a vigil over the prunes that I was foiled. That was my first tangible temptation, and there flowed from it my first crystallized ambition. I made up my mind then and there that when I became a man, I would not stop in my efforts until I had all the prunes I wished for, even if I had to be a pirate. Sometimes all of us were hungry, and we were ill-clad but cleanly. Old clothing was transformed dexterously and handed down from child to child. We were sent to school. Other children made fun of us because we were poorly garbed. This made me so sensitive and wounded me to such an extent that I would not look at other children. Fatty Tyner, Nigger Bill, and a German boy named Theodore Mersch, called by the urchins Tater Mash as being near the German pronunciation, were particularly kind to me. They would back me in my fights and permitted me to lead them in expeditions for nuts, berries, pawpaws, fishing, and against the mix of the plank road. Always there seemed to be war among the boys of Lafayette. If some of us went to the old sycamore to swim in the Wabash, our enemies were nearly certain to come and muss our clothes, tie them in wet knots, and as we dragged at them with our teeth, they would deride us with chawed beef and roasted mutton. Chawed beef and roasted mutton. We learned to keep a standing guard in pickets. If the mix outnumbered us, we would run. If there was a fair chance, we stood our ground and fought, with honors about even from day to day. I learned to swim at the wide water, an impounding reservoir used to adjust the canal levels. It looked big to me as a boy, and it was over a man's head in depth. A bigger crowd than ours chased us away from the old sycamore swimming hole. We grabbed our clothing and ran across the Wabash bottoms to the wide water. I remember that I arrived bleeding and stinging from the smarting wounds of thorns and sandburrs. Although I could not swim or had not swum before, I was on fire. I rushed down the steep artificial bank into the wide water, where it was about 10 feet in depth. I went to the bottom. When I came up, I struck out just as naturally as though I was a good swimmer, not dog fashion, but a full sweeping stroke. It was not long before I developed into a good swimmer. One day Nigger Bill showed me how to cure warts. He was the son of Reverend Maviti, who preached on Sunday and wielded a whitewash brush weekdays. His mother knew how to conjure, he said, and was sister of a voodoo queen. I was deeply impressed and told my mother. She ordered me to keep away from the Negro boy and told me the rules he gave me were foolish. I still had faith in Nigger Bill. A block from our house lived the Purnells. They had a nice little girl named Laura, about my age. She had more warts on her hands than a Texan toad and was quite proud of them. I got her to let me try to take off just one of them, and because we were good friends, she consented. Nigger Bill had told me to take a piece of blue thread, tie it in a hard knot over the wart, and then slip it off and bury it, repeating as I did so, "Hobblin' goblin, go and snort, rot in the ground, and kill a wart." As the thread rotted, the wart would rot and come off. Mystery of mysteries, but to me perfectly natural then. Laura Purnell's big wart on her left hand that I had tied the blued thread over became inflamed, and the swelling communicated to the entire hand and arm. Laura was in great pain, and some thought she might die. I was frightened to death. After a really severe siege, she recovered, minus the wart. Then I went and dug for the thread to see if it had rotted. Either I dug in the wrong place, or it had disintegrated, for I could not find it. I was afraid to be a wart doctor because somebody might die before the wart came off. Just what happened, I do not know unless I slightly cut or irritated the wart and it was infected by the thread. Warts are not nice to have, but they are preferable to Nigger Bill's cure, in which there is the philosophy of the ages. To help out, I became a rag picker, which included gathering old iron as well. I got to know the alleys of the town better than the streets. Also, I carried a newspaper route and sold papers. It brought me into contact with all phases and strata of life, and I early came to know, I do not know how I knew, but I did, that God takes especial care of boys and girls, or there wouldn't be one on earth uncontaminated. Down in the Wabash bottoms, I used to see men and women derelicts. In the summer, they infested the now dry floodlands. I had as much abhorrence of them as of a snake. Nobody told me about them or the great dangers of boyhood. I just knew instinctively, and I think other boys do. Once the circulator of William S. Lingle's Daily Courier asked me to carry papers in a part of the town where the carrier was always being licked and his papers destroyed. He said I would have to fight, and that maybe as many as 20 boys would attack me at once. I couldn't whip 20 boys without preparedness, so I bought a second-hand .22 caliber 7-shot revolver. It was autumn. The coming January, I would be 11 years old. Hard knocks and life in the alleys were developing me fast. I took the papers and started out really hoping to get a chance to shoot a few boys just to test the killing power of my gun. I had already tried it on a cow out in the commons, and when she walked away seemingly unconcerned, I was ready to take the revolver back to the second-hand man. But I thought I might have better luck shooting boys. At the corner of 13th and Union Streets, a colored boy, possibly a little larger than I, came up to me in a bantering way and grabbed at my papers. I forgot my revolver and laid down my sack and waded into the Negro. We were rolling around on the ground, and I was getting a little the best of him, I thought, until he got my left forearm between his shark-like teeth. That made me desperate and caused me somehow to remember the gun in my pocket. I got it out, and when the Negro boy saw it, he yelled, "Murder," and "Help," and gave up. Then boys began to appear from everywhere, but mostly from behind an old barn nearby and from under a street bridge over an open surface sewer called Pearl River. When I saw them, I ran for my papers and bolted. The yelling crowd of boys pursued me. I thought there must be 100. Some were larger than I. As I was ascending to the sidewalk after crossing that Pearl River, a bigger boy struck me over the head with a broken shinny stick. Down I went. I had already been hit several times by rocks and clubs, but I was not hurt. Now was the time to use the revolver. I pulled it out and shot all 7 shots slam into that crowd. Really, I expected to kill 7 boys at least, and maybe more. There was a scattering in all directions, and it wasn't long before a policeman had me. I don't know where he came from. There weren't many in Lafayette those days. He took my gun, and instead of taking me to the calaboose, as we called the local lockup, he took me home. I had not lost many papers. As soon as the officer turned me loose, I got an older brother to go with me, and we finished the paper delivery that night. I hadn't hit a boy. Just like shooting into a flock of anything without picking your bird. From that day, I carried that route unmolested. I wouldn't advise boys to follow my example, even though in what I did, I was perfectly innocent of intentional wrongdoing. As I grew stronger, I did all kinds of work. It seems to me now that the hardest work of my youth was cutting and shocking green corn. When I was 13, my brother Steve and I took a contract cutting corn and shocking it for 10 cents a shock every 14 rows and 14 hills of corn. Those who know Indiana corn along the Wabash will think of each stalk as almost a tree. I wielded the corn cutter and Steve carried the big heavy bundles and shocked them. He was older by 8 years and was equal to the work. When I would be awakened in the morning, I would ache from head to toe and would be so stiff and sore I could have cried out with pain when I essayed to move. And I was too young to harden and get used to it. Also, I learned to cradle, rake, bind, mow, stack hay and grain, load hay, reeve clapboards, split rails, and chop cordwood. I still enjoy swinging an axe just as I liked it best of all as a boy. Many hardships have been my lot by land and sea, if one calls enjoyable, exacting adventures hardships, but not one caused me as much suffering as corn cutting in the Indiana maize forest. I went to Sunday school. My mother was a Methodist and my father a Wesleyan, between which denominations there is little difference. At Christmas time, I managed to get to 6 Sunday schools. It required no end of scheming, but I really received gifts one Christmas from 6 different trees. It was not right, I now know, but I thought no wrong of it then. In fact, I thought a boy who went to only one Sunday school at Christmas time was downright shiftless. 2 things I best remember that I heard in church while a boy. One was the temperance examples told by Francis Murphy. The other is a picture of a devout Sunday school superintendent of the 9th Street M.E. Church of Lafayette, named J.Q.A. Perrin, as I slyly glanced at him while he repeated the childhood prayer, "Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep. And if I die before I wake, I pray the Lord my soul to take. This I ask for Jesus' sake." The above is not the way Billy Sunday words and spells it, but it is the way Mr. Perrin recited it, and it is the way I have repeated it every night of my life since I was 9, with the alteration since I have had a wife and children to our instead of my. It is a selfish little prayer, but one does not have to stop with it. The pangs of poverty and attendant humiliation ground into me more and more. I did not have as good clothing as had the other boys that I thought I would like to consort with, and many fisticuffs grew out of the scorn and derision of those who assumed to look down upon me. I did not win all these by any means, but all of them gave me a kind of confidence in myself. I got hold of several dime novels and read also the Jack Harkaway adventures and a lot of stuff about Jesse James and his brother Frank, who were just beginning to limn on the lurid horizon of boys' brains. I also read the more wholesome Ashore and Afloat books by William Taylor Adams, who signed himself Oliver Optic. History began to unfold to me interesting pages, and I found ornithology, entomology, botany, and astronomy fascinating. Not that I went very far with any of them, only I liked them better than mathematics. Zoological and biological things were entertainment, and mathematics were study. About the very first book I read was a brave little tome called Little Prudy's Captain Horace by Sophie May, one of the Little Prudy series of delightful books for children. I was 9 years of age when I got it off a Baptist Sunday school Christmas tree. The year before, 3 impressive little books fell into my hands. They were The Burial of the Firstborn by Joseph Eldon, The Little Brown Jug by Mrs. C. M. Edwards, and Not a Minute to Spare by S.C. I read all these before I was 9. Really, I seemed to partially understand in Not a Minute to Spare Tupper's line, quote, "Now is the constant syllable ticking from the clock of time," end quote. At least forever after, the tick-tock said to me, "Never return, never return." So early does the mind of the average child begin to function. In fact, I read just about everything I could lay my hands on, including all the doctor books I could find around the house. At an early age, too early, I had read Gray's Anatomy, Dalton's Physiology, Thomas on Diseases of Women and Children, pages of Dunglison's Medical Dictionary, Gully's, and also Shue's Hydropathy. Fine reading for a youth of 10 to 12, and it made me knowing beyond my years. I would gather a crowd of boys on the curbstone on dark nights, and before a Rembrandt fire in the gutter, with its vivid chiaroscuro, I would tell them the secrets of these doctor books in low tones. The greatest horror of impression would be made by the descriptions of awful diseases that befell men and women who were not good. Nearly all of us had read Robinson Crusoe and Swiss Family Robinson. We would tell riddles and ghost stories also until all of us were of a shiver. Then there were famous nights when we played Blank Lie Low and hunted coon and possums, and best of all, camping on the banks of the Wabash all night, keeping up a fire big enough for a lion country, while those of us who were bigger baited and ran trot lines. We used liver for bait, and sometimes we had 1,000 hooks out. They were fine fish, those channel cats, Celeridae, but they would sort of gargle and squawk when we slit them just through the skin behind their horns, and then holding them between the fingers of the left hand, would pull off the skin with pincers in the right hand. The niggers used to say that the catfish were trying to tell what they would do to us when they were men and we were catfish, and their strange metempsychosis folklore made a deep impression. We boys thought we could see the catfish squirm, like eels and frog meat do when first put into a hot frying pan. This, the niggers said, was nothing to the way bad boys would squirm in hell. All through the dimmest social fabric, there seemed to run the certainty that good is rewarded and bad is punished, which must have been one way the Creator has of manifesting a fundamental truth. Boys were wild and adventurous, but they were not nasty or impure, and if there was a degenerate unfortunate, he soon come to be marked and shunned. I wish to believe that that is the way of boys today. End chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Iron Hunter by Chase Salmon Osborn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Wild boyhood dreams fill my mind, and I act upon them. My parents would teach us American history traditionally, and they were both well informed. As my father loved or hated, so did I come to do. He could not, without rage, think of Simon Girty, who as an English agent in Canada had aroused the border Indians and was charged with paying them 50 cents for the scalp of an American white woman and 75 cents to $1 for the scalp of a man, but only 25 cents for a child or a gray-haired scalp. Some of our relatives had met this fate, and it has left a bitterness that even I have to struggle against to this day. Next to the bloody Girty, my father hated Aaron Burr, and so did I. He was wont to say that Jeff Davis was a gentleman beside Burr and his tool Blennerhassett, and that Benedict Arnold had not been worse. His condemnation of Henry Clay was because Clay had been Burr's attorney. Father was intolerant of anybody who would hire out his talents to criminals. He loved Alexander Hamilton as the greatest American, and always put Washington as secondary to Hamilton. To his mind, Lee and Stonewall Jackson and Albert Sidney Johnston were misguided good men, and of the three, he placed Albert Sidney Johnston first. He told me stories of Daniel Boone, Simon Kenton, and Davy Crockett and their contemporaries until I forthwith got an old bored-out army musket and hid it under the shed, as against the time when I would become an Indian fighter. Soon I was able to grind down a corn-cutter blade into the most savage-looking bowie knife I have ever seen. These preparations were soon followed by a decision to run away, which was promptly acted upon. My first adventure of this kind was when I was 10 years of age, with an older boy named John Godfrey, son of a belligerent Methodist preacher named Samuel Godfrey, the best silver bass fisherman on the Wabash Riffles. I started out. We got nearly 50 miles away before our parents caught us. Without discouragement, I kept it running away 2 or 3 times a year until I succeeded. Once I got clear away on a raft, and with the 2 other boys floated down the Wabash to the Ohio and quite a distance into the Mississippi. We were gone several months and had enough adventure to fill a book. My longest runaway absence was when I went into the wild Michigan lumber woods in Newaygo County, near the present village of Hungerford. I spent a winter in the camps as a cookie and chore boy. In the spring, I worked in a sawmill and shingle mill. That winter, I got a terrible thrashing. There was a boastful fellow encamped named Jason Grimsby. No one knew whether he would fight, but from his tell, he could lick his weight in wildcats and then some. Some of the woodsmen had families in near about shacks, and there were several boys of about my age. We made up our minds that Jason was a coward. Our plan to try him out was to waylay him at night, and while not hurting him, we were to leap on him and tussle him about pretty lively. Good idea, but it didn't work, and to this day we have no correct measure of Jason, although he got one of me. I was a sort of leader. Perhaps I was the biggest boy. Anyhow, Jason came beating it along a trail, swinging a candle lantern and whistling. I made a jump for him. There were 5 of us boys, 2 on one side of the trail and 3 on the other. All I know is that every one of them ran away, and Jason mopped up the earth with me. The lantern went out at once, and it took Jason some time in the dark to tell when he had pounded me enough. I tried to accuse him of attacking me, but while my attitude confused him a little, it did no good. From that time to this, I have depended more upon myself than others, and have more carefully considered undertakings. I went back to Indiana with quite a sum of money saved up, amounting to near $100. I had walked most of the way to Michigan, and I earned good wages and savings by walking the most of the way back, over 200 miles. At 13, I was in the Lafayette High School, despite the fact that my runaway trips had broken into my schooling. I cannot remember that I was more than an ordinary student. When I was 14, I was admitted to Purdue University at its opening. There was not much organization or grading, or I surely could not have been admitted. The institution had been endowed by John Purdue under certain conditions, one of which was, I believe, that it must be open for students by a certain time. In order to save itself, the university was opened hurriedly and perhaps without much previous preparation. I spent 3 years at Purdue. They were years of mingled happiness and bitterness. I seemed to get along with my work all right, but struggle as I did, I never seemed to have enough clothing to prevent richer boys from making fun of me. Shortridge was president, and before I left, he was succeeded by White, a strong man. The university was coeducational from the beginning, and it grew rapidly. The boy that I most disliked in school was Jim Reedy, son of a banker and rich. He was bigger and older than I, quite a flashy fellow, whose sole accomplishment was to write a good hand. That fellow goaded me to desperation. He would call attention in a loud voice to the fact that I wore no undergarments and often no socks, and that my shoes were cowhide. He was a handsome young animal, and I couldn't lick him, as I found out. Secretly, I half admired him, altogether envied him, and often came near to a determination to murder him. Reedy married a charming co-ed and became a partner in his father's banking business. They expanded into a string of banks. A panic struck them. There were irregularities, and Jim was sent to the penitentiary. I did not learn of this for a long time. I was governor of Michigan when I did find it out, and I was not only sorry for Reedy, but at once endeavored to do what I could for him. One of my best friends at Purdue was Orth Stein, son of Judge Stein, a prominent lawyer and worthy citizen of Lafayette. Orth was tall, anemic, and somewhat effeminate. He was such a good boy that mothers commonly pointed him out to their sons as a model, and he had a good double-barreled shotgun that he would loan. That endeared him to me more than anything else, I think. You cannot always tell about a good boy. Before they hung Orth, he murdered several people, including a woman. It was the whiskey and prostitution route. Harvey W. Wiley, foremost American food expert, was then professor of chemistry at Purdue. He also drilled the college cadets and was a pitcher in the baseball team. It was permitted at this time to give the ball a kind of underhand throw. Dr. Wiley's fame was made one day when he knocked a cigar down the throat of Johnny Harper, the catcher. Baseball nowadays, with an unmasked, unprotected catcher behind the bat with a cigar in his mouth, would be the quintessence of comedy. There was hazing of a rough kind, such as putting a freshman on a straw stack in the night and setting it on fire so that he had to jump through the flames. Another stunt was to make the candidate walk a plank blindfolded into a deep hole in the Wabash. Sometimes we tied his hands behind his back. The victim was always rescued, but often he was first nearly drowned. Boys were not much good who did not go in for these things, and it is a fact that the roughest and wildest boys have done the most in life. They were always fair and square, were not bullies, and adhered to certain unwritten laws of young buck chivalry. Indiana was full of such youths, and I hope the country is still developing them. All of the college pranks were played, and the Greek letter fraternities had quite a vogue. It was just before I left Purdue that President White started his fight against them, singling out the Sigma Chi as the one to make the test upon. His defeat disappointed him and checkered a life of great usefulness. Professor Hussey taught zoology. He asked for specimens. It took a great effort on my part to gather all the bones of a horse skeleton in the river bottoms and pile them in the classroom. The specimen was too new, and really I can smell it yet. Professor Hussey was fine usually, but he lost his temper. I confessed to the act. He came near to where I sat and, glowering down upon me, growled, "Osborn, do you know how near a fool you are?" I replied, 2 feet. It was not an original retort, I am certain, but it nearly ran me out of college. Altogether an act upon my part to be condemned. The psychology of it was that its very boldness gave me greater confidence in myself, a trait I was deficient in to the extent that I was bashful, sensitive, and terribly ill at ease in company. One night at the end of my 3rd year, I attended a commencement reception at President White's house. Several of the young men actually wore evening dress suits. I had never seen one before, and the mental effect they had on me was as strange as it was ludicrous. All along I had been struggling to get far enough into style to wear an undershirt, and here were these clawhammer coats. The case was hopeless. The odds were too terrible to struggle against. Then and there I vowed to leave school for good, and I did. I was 17. My father no longer worked at carpentering. The unusual medical skill of both my parents ensured them from being in poverty very long. So far on the upgrade had they gone that father was able to buy a tract of 47 acres of land about 3 miles from Lafayette. It was a network of swampy pond holes with a planched growth of sassafras, hazel, ash, water elm, and briars, with numerous enough rattlesnakes, black snakes, and blue racers. My brothers and I were given the job of clearing that land. No work was better for us. We straightened a sluggish creek and laid tile in every direction. The timber was cut into cordwood and rails, with now and then a lin or an oak saw log. Working at many things during my hungry youth, I had learned to set type, put a job on a press, make rollers, pull a Washington, and turn the old manpower cylinders. Also, I had crudely written some for the papers and really began to gather news items at 10. But I had not formed a definite desire to do newspaper work. Only it was true of me that accidentally or otherwise I had done more work around newspaper outfits and had learned more about them than about anything else. An event occurred before I was 18 that caused me to leave Indiana in deep disgust, mostly with myself. Quite a notorious bully named Ed Rawls, a young fighting widower, was the high cockalorum, as he claimed, of the Hebron district about 7 miles from Lafayette. If he didn't like a young fellow, he would scare him away by bluffing or licking him. He tabooed me and sent me word not to come again into his neighborhood under penalty of a thrashing at his hands. My older brother told me not to go. He said Rawls would maul me all to pieces, and I really thought he would myself, but I wasn't going to be scared out. The very next time there were any doings at Hebron Church, I went. Rawls was in a seat in front of me. It was in the evening. He leaned over and called me a vile name in a loud whisper and said he was going to lick the stuffing out of me after church. I didn't wait until after church, but waded into Mr. Rawls then and there. I struck him in the face, and before he could recover from the surprise and the blow, I climbed over the seat and gaffled him. We had a fine fight. He would jam in between the seats. I was thinner and had him at a disadvantage. Naturally, the church was in an uproar in a moment. Women and girls screamed, but there weren't many fainting Hoosier women those days. Men got to us and pulled us out into the aisle. Then it seemed to me the tide of battle turned. I had been having all the best of the mix-up among the seats. Now a half dozen were holding me, and it seemed to me that no one was holding Rawls. He pounded away at me, and my arms were pinioned. When they thought I had enough, for I was blind and delirious with fighting rage, they faced me about and threw me out of church. I ran as fast as I could go to Doc Coleman's, the nearest farmer I knew, and tried to borrow his shotgun in order to go back and get even. Of course he refused it. Next day I was arrested. It seems that I was not only guilty of assault and battery, but of church desecration, a much worse crime. Colonel Dick DeHart, a famous soldier and criminal lawyer and afterwards an able judge for years, defended me without charge, and I was acquitted. But from that moment I was a marked youth. Parents forbade their daughters to speak to me and ordered their sons to shun me. I was the most depraved youth in Indiana, according to their ideas. It did not matter what reputation Rawls had, nor did it count that I ended his days as a bully. I had but one destiny, and that included both penitentiary and hanging. In fact, so persistent was the opinion that 35 years later, when I had gone to Indiana as a guest of that state as governor of Michigan, a fine old gentleman named Cantz, of German extraction, exclaimed, "Is dis der real Chase Osborn? What, ain't you hung yet?" The girls and boys did not all taboo me by any means, but my social relations were, to say the least, clandestine, so I packed my turkey. While on the farm engaged in the work of clearing, I had time to read, to go to the country parties and spelling schools and debates, in all of which I seemed to take an average part. Opportunities came to go harvesting with better wages and to follow the threshing machine that did the work for many farmers. There was much interchange and exchange of work. At threshing and harvest time, women, old and young, showed their best at cooking and housekeeping. The tables bent with wholesome, well-cooked food, turkey, chicken, beef, mutton, pork, potatoes, and many other vegetables, big bowls of steaming gravy, pies and cakes of many varieties, preserves, spiced fruit, and pickles. They were wonderful feeding days, and for feasting even exceeded Christmas time. I learned when very young to cut bands and several times nearly cut the feeder's hands, but luckily did not. As I grew older, I learned to rig up the horsepower, pitch from the stack onto the feeding table, and also to feed the machine, which required the greatest degree of expertness of all. Binding in the wheat field behind a reaper, they were a new thing, and there were only a few in our part. Cradling, raking, and binding also. Excellence marked women and men. To be a good cook and housekeeper and economical made a woman famous, and the young woman thus distinguished married early. Young men were told to observe a girl peeling apples or potatoes. If she pared them thickly and wastefully, avoid her as a wasteful wench. But if the parings were thin, it was evidence of care and thrift. Men who excelled in chopping, cradling, binding, or in anything were known all over wide communities and were pointed out. It all made for wholesome ideals. There were a good many chances to dicker and use one's wits. One winter evening, walking along a frozen dirt road that ran at right angles to the pike that had been recently built to the Tippecanoe battleground, where General Harrison beat the Prophet, I saw a queer-looking animal in a bleak field of dry and rustling corn stalks. It was yellow and had long, matted hair, and at the distance it was, might have been a big goat or almost anything. When I came up to where the man of the place was feeding the hogs, I asked him what it was. He said it was a mule, and as he didn't like mules nohow, he would sell it. To my consternation, he made me a price of $2 on it. I was not sharp at trading, but I asked him what was the matter with a mule. "Boy," he said, "so far as health is concerned, that critter be a well one and can eat glass." Then I asked the age. "Dummed if I know," he replied, "and it don't make no difference nohow, case nobody never seen a dead mule." I bought the mule. When I entered the field to inspect my purchase, the thing came at me with mouth open, teeth gleaming and issuing fiery snorts altogether like a ferocious fiend. I have been in close quarters since with grizzly bears and lions, but nothing has ever come so near to getting me to the best of my belief as that mule did. I barely made the rail fence and fell over it as though thrown by a cyclone. The former owner of the beast was doubled up with raucous laughter. I felt cheap and some mad. When I asked him what he meant by unloading that thing on me, he offered to buy the mule back for $1. I refused. The thought came to me that I might also sell him as he ran, as I had bought him, and there seemed to be nothing wrong about trying. In fact, I did not think of ethics at all. The only thing that I really wondered about was whether it was a mule or something else. I had heard repeatedly that there are 9 kinds of meat in a turtle, and I really thought the mule might have 9 kinds of animals in him. He roared like a lion, opened his jaws like an alligator, showed his teeth like a dragon, and charged with lowered head like a billy goat. I went on to town. Next day I looked up a Jew junk dealer. We knew him as the Ragman. I told him I had a mule for sale for $25. It seemed to me that his eyes gleamed at the chance he foresaw to beat me. My eyes could have gleamed also, because I made up my mind to sell that mule for $2 if I couldn't get more. He started for the country with me at once. When we reached the field of cornstalks, the mule was browsing about 100 yards from the fence. It was a frosty morning. The sun glinted from the rufous side of the beast. He didn't look badly at all. What I feared was that the Jew would try to inspect him. To my surprise and deep relief, he did not. We had been hauled out by a poor old gray rack of bones that was ready to cave in at any time, and the junk dealer knew it. Evidently, he was bound to buy that mule without exciting me as to his intentions. His first offer was $5. I was anxious to take it, but the lap gods held me off. We dickered rapidly for a short time, and I sold the wild red mule to him for $11. He went to the farmer who owned the field and asked if the mule belonged to me to sell, and that farmer looked as innocent as a poisonous toadstool to a mushroom hunter as he told him it did. Then the Jew paid me $11 out of a very greasy wallet. The farmer and I stood where we could watch the new owner take over his property. We had a roaring laugh, and then a fright, because it looked at one time as though the mule would catch the Jew and eat him. The ragman was more persistent than I had been. He detected power in that mule, which, if harnessed, would pull his junk wagon many a mile. But no use. He finally came to me and demanded his money back. I followed the example of the farmer and offered him $6. At the same time, I suggested to him that he might get help and catch the beast, or failing that, he could sell him as he ran. That ended the mule trade so far as I was concerned. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Iron Hunter by Chase Salmon Osborn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Swept into the human maelstrom of Chicago. I started to walk to Chicago along the Lake Erie and Western Railroad tracks. The exact reason I started to walk was because the train crew pulled me out of a boxcar and bade me do so. Tramps were everywhere, and had become such a menace as to forfeit all sympathy. I had spent nearly all my money on clothing and did not have any to spare for railroad fare. At that time, the fares were so high that a tolerable walker could make good wages afoot. It was autumn. The golden pawpaws burst as they fell to the ground. Wrinkled persimmons hung on the trees. Pheasants were in full plumage, and the quail and prairie chickens were strong of flight. Wild ducks and geese were winging south. Apples and turnips and cabbages were buried in pyramidal heaps in the field. Corn husking was occupying the menfolks, and the women were about through putting up canned stuff for the winter. I was leaving all these Hoosier things forever, but I did not know it then. I did not even recognize my own feelings as they surged within me. Only one thing was clear. I was going to Chicago, where so many Hoosier lads had gone before and have gone since, only to be swallowed remorselessly. At that age of limited experience, I did not know the great cities devour boys and girls as a more avid minotaur than the Cretan monster in the labyrinth that Daedalus built, that ate the 7 maidens and 7 youths sent by Athens as an annual tribute, until Theseus killed the demon. What a lot of Theseuses we need nowadays to hunt down the modern monster minotaurs. One night I slept a while in a straw stack. First I dug a hole in the stack, and crawling in, I pulled the straw in after me. Just as I got comfortably warm and asleep, the farmer's dog treed me, and I was driven forth. Next I crawled into a corn shock where I was very cold and did not sleep much. It took me 3 days and nights to get to Chicago, only 130 miles from Lafayette. Part of the way I managed to cover in freight trains, but I walked more than half the distance. There was a railroad station at the foot of Lake Street, I think, with dismal, unpainted wooden sheds and many rookeries about. Across from the station were saloon dives, cheap hotels, restaurants, and barber shops. My first impressions of Chicago were very disappointing, and I fear they have not improved much yet. I had just 15 cents. About 9 o'clock in the morning I arrived. Entering a barber shop, I asked if I might wash. The boss said I could. When I thanked him as I started to leave the shop, the barber stopped me and said I owed him 15 cents. It was every cent I had in the world, but I paid and then plunged into the human jungle. I have seen the highways and byways of the earth since, and have confronted many exacting conditions, but I never again have had such heart-sinkings as I had that morning. To have no breakfast was not such a serious thing for a strong boy. Alone in the middle of the Sahara, I have felt nearer to friends and love and sympathy than I felt after the barber took my last cent. Someone to turn to was what I hungered for more than food. Where to go or which way to turn seemed to make no difference. Rivers of people swept by in ceaseless, rapid flow. There was the sullen roar of the city like a Niagara of fierce sorrow. It seemed to me that all the faces I saw were hungry and hard. I had heard of the YMCA, rather a new thing then, and made my way to its rooms, but they stared at me and spoke in a manner so short and feelingless that I almost fled from the room. It seemed as though the YMCA was run for boys who had a home, and not for the strange and homeless. Of course I felt hard, unjustly so no doubt, and I was terrified by my own thoughts, which were that I hoped the place would burn down. What a trivial cause to start such a low trend. I soon tired and wandered about cold and rather despairingly. Soon again I was at the depot. A man with a big valise hailed me and gave me the bag to carry. It was big and heavy, but I was strong. When I got it to the $1-a-day hotel he sought, he gave me 5 cents. I could have blessed him, but I only hurried away and found a place where I got a big bowl of soup and bread for the money I had earned. I haunted the railroad station and for several days carried quite a number of bags and parcels and earned 25 cents a day. At night I slept in the depot and was seldom molested. To me it was a cheerful room at night, as the coal stove with open door cast a bituminous glow which made fine shadows that I was too big now to be afraid of. Sometimes I had bad dreams, and once I awoke in a cold sweat because I was chased by Nigger Henry, who lived in a cave up 10th Street holler at Lafayette, hissed on by Crazy Cyrus, who lived out of Reynolds' pasture, and wrung his hands and gawped bloodle doodle. Between errands for passengers, I hunted for a job. Finally, a cheap sort of hotel boarding house on Wabash Avenue near Polk Street took me as assistant porter. The work was to do anything I was told to do by anybody. When nothing more definite was in sight, I was to scrub the stairs and floor and wash the windows. I got my board and was promised $3 a week. My shoes were wearing out, and I had no overcoat. Trips downtown afoot through the snow and slush breasting the lake winds, not warmly clad, are the features I best remember of that experience. I could not get my pay, so I began to hunt for another job. A 15-cent restaurant on Clark Street offered me $2 a week and board as a potato peeler. I had to work in a grimy basement, but I liked it because when the first week was up, I got my pay and I could see new shoes ahead. The cook made soup of the potato peelings, which was strained and set up on a dumbwaiter. I worked here for some weeks. There were many swift changes in the staff, and soon I found myself second cook. Then I went upstairs as a waiter at $2.50 a week because the business could not afford a second cook. It was while waiting on the table that I met a Tribune reporter who came to eat our best 15-cent meals in the city. We became friends, and he found work for me with his paper. The Times was the big paper of Chicago, but the Tribune had started upon the growth that landed it at the top. I really ran errands at first for the city editor. Sometimes he gave me unimportant assignments. Gradually, he gave me more to do, and I learned a great deal. Of course, I felt at home around a newspaper on account of the experience I had had at Lafayette. Hard times grew harder. It was the early summer of 1879 that the Tribune cut things to the marrow. I was one of the first to go because I could be easiest spared. For my work on the Tribune, I had been paid $5 a week, perhaps really more than I earned. I lived on less than $2 a week for food and saved enough to improve the quality and character of my clothing. The streets were filled with workless men, and to get a job of any kind seemed hopeless. So I made up my mind to go to Milwaukee and farther north if necessary. The trains were closely watched, and I suppose I was not a clever hobo, so I walked most of the 85 miles to Milwaukee. Naturally, I saw and fell in with many tramps and learned their ways. It was a shock to my youthful ideals and sympathy to learn that most of these gentry would not work if they could get out of it. It was always a satisfactory day when they had bummed their grub without turning over a hand. Few of them were inclined to be criminals. In fact, they were drifting derelicts on their way to the hopeless, helpless social sea of Sargasso, which engulfs the inert human debris just as the flotsam of the ocean is caught. Nor did I then recognize the type at all, except as something not to tie up to permanently. It was only in after years that I came to realize that these deficients are the certain product of a social usury of yesterday and continued today with slight abatement. Theirs is a disease of the overworked world. Milwaukee offered nothing. It was winter. I walked on north through Fond du Lac, Oshkosh, and Green Bay. A farmer living near Fond du Lac, to whom I applied for work, said he would give me a job if I could hold it down. It consisted of being a valet to a man-eating stallion. I fought that horse for a week with everything that I could use and not kill him, and I would have finished the vicious brute if I had dared. After having my clothing partially bitten off me and suffering from not a few nips that reached my flesh, I gave up the job. It is really the only time in my life that I have admitted defeat, and I have longed for another chance at that horse, but in vain. On toward the Pole Star I plugged away. At Oshkosh I was seized with neuralgia from exposure and underfeeding. It made me jump, I tell you. Some good people took me to their home for a few days, and then I went on. The Chicago and Northwestern was building its Menominee Range extension. I worked in a construction gang near where Hermansville was afterwards located. The force was reduced, and I found myself among those laid off at the northernmost limits of settlement. No use to go farther, so I began to retrace myself. There were tracks of bear, lynx, and wolves, and the latter sounded their coursing tongues every night. Every hunting dream that had tenanted my mind as a boy was revived as I saw deep-worn deer runway after runway. Strange how the red deer followed the same paths in their food migrations for centuries. Indians built deer fences and killed thousands along them, only taking skin and saddle. Civilization was even more ruthless. It is pathetic to observe the deer habits now. They try to migrate as in the olden days, but so restricted and cut up is the zone of wildlife that it is more like a city zoo. Game sanctuaries must be established. Things raced through my mind in a disconnected way. I wondered where I might get a start in life and how, a real one. Then back to the scenes and adventures of early boyhood my mind would travel. I contrasted the big forests with the wee plains, the Wabash Bottoms and the borderland of the Grand Prairie in Indiana. I sat on a log to rest and heard the drumming of a pheasant. They call it a partridge north, the ruffed grouse. It made me think somehow or other of a June afternoon long ago when a mower had cut 3 legs off my double-nosed pointer pup as he lay in the grass, panting from his intense work. I had been training him on young prairie chickens that kind of just fluffed up out of the grass when I flushed them. I was a big boy, but I cried in secret when I shot the beautiful pointer to put him out of misery. He had been presented to me by a man whose 2 children I had pulled out of a burning shed. When I was asked what I would like to have as a reward, poor as I was, I said a bird dog. One morning while going out to train the puppy, I saw a black cat and shot at it as it was stealing up on some young quail. Nigger Bill had told me it was certain bad luck to kill a cat, and worst of all to kill a black one, but I didn't believe him because after many struggles in which I was considerably scratched up, I had cut a cat's head off and no bad luck seemed to follow. Now I believed it, and as I sat on the log with head full of disconnected thoughts, remembered that Nigger Bill had said that to kill a cat meant bad luck for 7 years. I had 2 more years to go. Then I fell to thinking of signs and made up my mind to be very careful for, I argued, even if there's nothing to them, it won't hurt to avoid them. And that is the reason why signs are bad. Those who are unobserving and careless are always the ones who trespass most in the field of superstition, with the consequences only those things that would naturally happen to such persons. My thoughts covered a wide horizon as I tramped along day by day. Finally, after the usual experiences of hunger and weariness, I again reached Milwaukee. I had not been depressed a moment since the morning in Chicago when I was penniless and friendless in that awful mire of men. The limitless forests of the north that spread out under the boreal aurora with their bear, wolves, and wildcat things were kinder than the big hungry city with its human wolves that are worse. End chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Iron Hunter by Chase Salmon Osborn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. I drive a coal wagon, pile lumber, capture a murderer, and dock Wallop in Milwaukee. My first job in Milwaukee was driving a coal wagon for H.B. Pearson. He was an alderman and a prosperous coal dealer on West Water Street. In my memory, he dwells as one of the best men in the world, just because he had a kind word and a bread-getting place for me. It was the early part of the spring of 1880. I was 20 years old and big and strong enough to do anything. Spring came with a rush that soon put the coal wagon out of business, but not before I learned a good deal about the streets and lay of the city. Right away I asked why none of the streets crossed the river straight and why all of them bore different names after crossing. Mr. Pearson patiently told me the reasons and said that they were the same that kept Milwaukee back and from being a bigger place than Chicago. When the town was first started, local rivalries that have killed more towns than any other cause were a conflagration in Milwaukee. 3 towns separated by the Kinnickinnick and Milwaukee rivers strove against one another. They were Juneau Town, Walkertown, and Kilburn City, and so bitter were they that bridges were not built, and there were many fights and much bad blood. Men build cities even more than nature. The fact that Milwaukee is a city at all with a bad start it got proves that it has better natural advantages than Chicago. By the time the coal wagon had to go, the season of navigation had opened, and lumber hookers were coming in with their green cargoes. Mr. Pearson helped me to get a job piling lumber in Duran Ruge's lumber yard on the south side. It was hard work, and by quitting time I was always tired, but not so much so that I could not do night work on Gregory Herson's Goodrich docks. I got 90 cents a day in the lumber yard and 20 cents an hour for dock walloping, plus kicks and curses at the latter. An attic over Godfrey and Crandall's job printing shop on Michigan Street furnished a place to sleep on a pallet on the floor. It was always a soft pallet after I got through dock walloping at 10 or 11 o'clock. Sometimes I worked until midnight loading or unloading vessels, and the work was quite certain to be had every night. Real trouble soon brewed at the lumber yard. I was the only American on the job. All the others were Poles, and the foreman was Polish. They conspired against me and gave me the worst end of it, or I thought they did, when it came to unloading a schooner. I noticed that 2 Poles were assigned to take away from one man over the rail. I had to do that job alone, and there were other signs that I was not welcome among them. Since that time, I have been treated better in Poland than I was by the Polacks in Dur and Rugi's yard. Things were coming to a pass where there had to be a showdown, and then I was certain I would have to go. My employers, no matter how fair, could not keep me as against all the balance of the gang. There was a turn of good luck, if ever there is such a thing, and I think there is because so many things happen in a person's life that cannot be traced to their cause source within the individual. 2 young fellows from Louisville named Baber and Guesswine had started an evening newspaper called The Signal. It is now the Milwaukee Journal, with many hiatuses between. George Genuine was also one of the unlucky Kentuckians. They got into debt to Godfrey and Crandall, the printers, in whose attic I had my abode, and lost their struggling property for printing bills. Hampton Leadham, a sturdy man of middle age, with hunchback, red visage, and kind heart, kept the books for Godfrey and Crandall and for some others. He, too, often worked at night, and I became acquainted with him, and he took an interest in me that I shall never forget. It was Mr. Leadham who told me about the Signal and its troubles. I told him about the newspaper and printer's work I had done, and he promised to keep a lookout for me for a job. Before taking the coal wagon, I had been to every printer and publisher in Milwaukee. I could not hang around long because I had not done better up to that time than to work from hand to mouth, and there did not seem to be a job in prospect anyhow. One night, Hampton Leadham advised me not to go to the lumber yard next day because he had been telling George Godfrey of Godfrey and Crandall about me. I took his advice. Mr. Godfrey was a slight, swart man who had character and ability. He looked over his spectacles at me and appeared cross, but he was not. I had heard a good deal about him. He was a greenbacker, and from what I had heard of greenbackers from my father, I had a great prejudice against them and could not understand how a man could be one and a respectable citizen at the same time. That George Godfrey could be gave me a measure of his versatility. He also printed the Milwaukee Commercial Letter, which was edited by Mr. Fries, commercial editor of the Sentinel. Mr. Godfrey told me he was anxious to get circulation for the Signal, an ambition quite common to publishers at all times. He said he did not wish to keep the paper, but could not dispose of it to advantage without building it up some. I thought it queer that he should tell me these things, and concluded it must be because I came from Lafayette, where he had a brother, the Methodist preacher. It was not this at all, as I came to know. He was just one of those open men who think aloud and consequently never lie. I got a job soliciting subscriptions. The Signal was Milwaukee's first 2-cent paper. The working people had never been canvassed, I think, for they seemed eager to try the daily at 10 cents a week. I secured as many as 50 subscribers in a day at Bayview, where lived the rolling mill employees and other better-paid, skilled workmen. My success made me quite famous in the office. Hampton Leadham told me I ought to shuck my Hoosier togs as not being suited to my new stratum in the world. He gave me a credit with F.P. Gluck, tailor, and I used it to obtain my first made-to-order suit. My big cowboy hat went into the discard with the old clothes, for all of which I got $1.80 at a West Water Street den of 3-ball finance. Mr. Godfrey was running the paper in quite a popular way. He took a good deal of advice from Robert Schilling, whose socialist paper, Der Deutsche Reformer, was printed at Godfrey and Crandall's. Schilling was a strong, earnest, honest propagandist. A newspaper man named C.C. Boesfield came along and made an offer for the Signal. He got it and changed the name to the Chronicle. Because I knew how to handle the carrier boys, as demonstrated one turbulent evening, Boesfield made me city circulator. I got the routes arranged and made a pretty good start with street sales and news dealers before I was transferred to the editorial department. This was what I had been praying for. Not that the writing end of the paper was very formidable, because it was not, but it was on the way for me. Boesfield chewed a toothpick and looked wise and important as owner and editor, and I was certain he felt just as he looked. Darwin Pavey, assistant to Boesfield, was between 6 and 7 feet tall, very skeletony, and always looked hungry as his big gray eyes wandered about his foodless environs. It seemed to me that he was always writing puffs for the Newhall house that never got onto the advertising books. This was proved right by finding out that he got his dinner at that hotel without other pay. They even permitted him to carry fruit and stuff away from the table. Now and then he would bait me with a taste of these titbits. It was great to watch him pick his teeth with a wire he carried to clean his pipe. I thought that I would strive to become a great editor like Mr. Pavey, and also pick my teeth with a pipe wire after enjoying a sumptuous dinner at a $2 hotel. The Chronicle did not prosper any better than the Signal. Boesfield got new blood and some money into it by interesting Frank A. Flower. I never had known such a man as Flower. He seemed to me to be a walking dictionary, but he could not supply the nourishment the Chronicle needed. My salary was supposed to be $7 a week. I had been getting enough of this barely to live up to the point it stopped altogether. My last week on the paper is memorable for several reasons. I had been sent to pawn Mrs. Flower's earrings in order to pay the printers. We were all in terrible shape. I had gone from living on 15 cents a day to a generous free lunch saloon on East Water Street across from the City Hall, to which I was introduced by George C. Youngs, a printer friend. Every day, nearly, I scooped our rival, the Evening Wisconsin. The very police seemed to be won by the struggle I was making, and everybody helped out with exclusive news. Walter Gardner, city editor of the Wisconsin, sent for me. I went with quaking knees, caused as much by lack of food as by awe and desire to get a job on the richest paper in town. Not in all my life before or since have I wanted anything so much. Mr. Gardner asked me how I would like to work on the Wisconsin. I replied with profound insincerity, "Oh, I don't know." Manifestly, he was surprised. "What?" he exclaimed. "Don't you realize that you are a real newspaper man the minute you come over here?" I bantered him with a query, "Is that why they call it the Evening Granny?" Gardner was said to be a college man. They were rare in newspaper offices then. He had a reputation and was superior, but he had but a dim sense of humor. I could see that he was struggling between a desire to kick me out and a kind of admiration of my audacity. If he had known how high my gulp was, he would have hired me on the spot. Perhaps he did know somewhat. Anyhow, he offered me $10 a week. I am afraid now that I tried to give him the impression that my wages were more than that on the Chronicle, but such a preposterous idea could not have lodged in his sober brain. We had more conversation. I told him that on the Chronicle I was the whole thing, which now was the truth, with the exception that the paper never would have come out if it had not been for Julia O'Brien, a type sticker, and Dick Bavis, the foreman. They kept the crew going with such pawn shop money as I could raise for Boesfield and Flower, who were afraid they would be caught at it, and so sent me. Finally, Gardner offered me $12 a week, and the haggling stopped instantly. It was big wages, even in Chicago, and unusually good for Milwaukee. I had not been on the Wisconsin long before Mr. Gardner and I clashed. He ordered me to write in his style, which I could not do, and for that matter, nobody could except himself. He said he would fire me, which was a bluff. It sent me with my trouble to Uncle Billy Kramer, senior of Kramer, Akins, and Kramer, owners of the Wisconsin, and also of a big job and ready print business that made them rich. Uncle Billy was as deaf as a big collection of adders and nearly blind also. His other senses were unimpaired, and the story of his marriage some time after this incident was a raw morsel among the boys. I think my nerve in bracing him personally appealed to him. Anyhow, Mr. Gardner went on an extended leave for his health, and upon returning became an editorial writer. The Chronicle had been unloaded on Tom and Jim Summers, Democratic lawyers who wanted an organ. They got one. Frank Flower came over on the Wisconsin to take Gardner's place as city editor. The old paper took on more life than a doped racehorse. I was permitted to run an astounding scandal of the county farm, involving the big German chairman of the county board of supervisors and a crippled moron girl. The county chairman threatened to kill me on sight. A.H. Schattenberg, clerk of the school board, warned me of my danger, and as it was against the law to carry concealed weapons, he gave me a hatchet to defend myself with. I wore it openly in a belt, and Judge Mallory of the municipal court said it was all right. Julius Meiswinkle, clerk of the court, and Alvin Wiebers, his assistant, gave me a duly signed permit to carry a hatchet until I elected to bury it. This began to make me a marked reporter. Also, I never walked. During the time I was in Milwaukee, I always ran wherever I went. Oftentimes, I beat other reporters who went in cabs, and besides, I saved the cab hire. The libeled person took a new tack. He had Uncle Billy arrested for criminal libel and had me arrested on the same charge. It was the first time on record that an attempt was made to fasten such responsibility onto an employee. John J. Orton, the regular Kramer, Akins, and Kramer attorney, and W. H. Ebbets, a noted criminal lawyer of the time, defended us. We were put in jail for a short time for the dramatic effect. On the very same day, a German youth named Herman Hilden murdered his stepfather. The Chicago Tribune got the thing mixed. It carried a Milwaukee dispatch to the effect that I was arrested for murder and Hilden for criminal libel. As the Tribune had a large circulation at Lafayette, my bad reputation thereabouts was further fortified. We had the goods, so nothing came of our prosecution except an uplift of my local reputation. The Chicago Tribune asked me to take charge of its Milwaukee bureau, which I did. Also, I got quite a string of outside papers and began to make money as I looked at things. The Chicago Times man in Milwaukee, both Tribune and Times had Milwaukee bureaus then, was a booze fighter for fair, and I had the good luck to protect him in his job for quite a long time. One day, Herman Hilden broke jail with other prisoners. John Ruge of Durin Ruge had become sheriff. Fat office those times. He offered a reward of $300 for Hilden. A clever girlfriend of mine, a telegraph operator at Appleton, reported to me that she thought she had spotted Hilden. I followed up the clue, located him, and told the Milwaukee sheriff. I waived all claim to the reward, but saw that the girl got her share. My position in the matter, which seemed to me was a simple one and right, made me a very lion for a time. Sheriff Ruge gave a big dinner for me and presented me with a huge gold-headed cane, which quite floored me. I did not any more know what to do with that cane than I would with an elephant's trunk if one had been tied to me. Its destiny was to be broken over a dog that snapped at our first baby. At the Ruge dinner, it was discovered that less than a year before I had been a lumber piler in his yard, and it made quite a hit. Soon afterwards, a big wholesale Jew clothing house was burned. John Black, assistant fire chief, told me the owners had done it. He took me from floor to floor and showed me piles of kerosened clothing that had not completely burned. It was a great story, and when I told Frank Flower all about it, he let it go. Of course, it created a tremendous sensation, which was felt in the office as well as outside. The owners started a libel suit. It looked like a bad fight, and while we of the city staff were hot for it, our wealthy bosses were not so keen. 2 days later occurred Milwaukee's greatest tragedy, the burning of the Newhall House and 111 persons. This swept the boards of the public mind clear of everything including our threatened libel suit. Parenthetically, the insurance on the clothing stock was never paid. The night the Newhall house burned, I was in that fated fire trap until after midnight, looking up inside stuff about the failure of Dixon County grocers. I can see Tom Thumb yet as he reached up his cue to his eyes while playing billiards. After watching him for some time, I left. All the way home, for now I was married, I had one of those feelings that are unexplainable. Gamblers call them hunches. Spiritualists call them warnings. I was certain that some big thing was about to happen. It was the first time I had sensed anything like it, enough to be impressed. The Newhall house was a fire trap. Everybody predicted it would burn. I had been in it for some hours just before, and wandering through its narrow hallways, had dwelt upon the fire butts and dried and wrinkled reels of rotten hose. Maybe that had a lot to do with my feelings. I lived on 21st Street on the west side near Grand Avenue, and had reached the corner of 18th Street on that stately thoroughfare. About I faced and started downtown. Just as I got to 16th Street, a fire alarm sounded, quickly followed by a general alarm. It was January. I ran as swiftly as I could go and just reached the scene in time to witness the ineffaceable spectacle of the jumping of waitress girls from their 6-story attic rooms into the alley below. Some of the guests leaped into the telegraph wires and broke their fall. My old employer, Uncle Billy Kramer, lived at the Newhall. I soon discovered, to my gladness, that he had been let out quite safely. Tom Thumb received injuries from which he subsequently died. Billy Dodsworth of the American Express Company arrived just in time to see two of his best friends, Mr. and Mrs. Joslin, jump to death. Mr. Joslin was prominent on 'change. With his wife, he occupied the third-floor corner rooms of Broadway in Michigan. Mr. Dodsworth had influenced them to put up a private fire escape, but in their panic, they forgot it. I have had and have witnessed a good many tragic things in my life, but nothing so appalling as the Newhall Holocaust. The men I saw dying at the siege of Constantinople had a chance and were not caught like rats in a trap. Jesse James was operating up in Wisconsin then, and the Williams brothers of Dunn County were supposed to be a part of his gang. Every detective or would-be vidocq in the West and a lot from the East had lurid dreams of rounding up the James outfit or some of it. Old Bill Beck, who had a piece of his jaw shot off, leaving an ugly facial scar, was the first chief of police I knew in Milwaukee. He was a wartime Secret Service detective and typical. Under his direction, quite a detective force incubated. Some of them were too funny for anything, even then. But Jansen and Reamer, Billy McManus, John Hannafin, and Smith and Sheehan did good work from the first. John A. Hinsey had charge of the Chicago, Milwaukee, and St. Paul Railroad detectives with headquarters in Milwaukee. That was before the offices were moved to Chicago. Alexander Mitchell and S.S. Merrill were directing the masterful contest waged against the Chicago and Northwestern for control in the new Northwest. William C. Van Horn was general superintendent and was making his record as a lieutenant that resulted in his being drafted by the Canadian Pacific promoters. Fred Underwood, afterwards president of the Erie, was a brakeman. His home was out at Wauwatosa, where his father was a dignified minister of the gospel. Tom Shaughnessy, afterwards Lord Shaughnessy, was dealing out candles and wicking as a clerk in the Chicago, Milwaukee, and St. Paul Railroad storehouse, and his father was a faithful Third Ward policeman with a brogue like overcooked mush. James J. Hill and Donald Smith, the latter afterwards Lord Strathcona, were beginning to appear in the horizon of the Northwest. The United States had just failed to see and take advantage of a chance to purchase nearly 1 million square miles of Hudson Bay territory, which would have given us an unbroken domain to the North Pole, including the now famous hard wheat belt of the North. The vast Northwest had begun to sizzle as the fires of settlement and commercial desires moved up to it. One could tell the story on and on, for they were making men in Milwaukee then. Well, as I was saying, all the sleuths were after Jesse James. A deputy sheriff named Jim Greeting had more imagination and less sense than any one person I ever saw. He thought he was a detective. Laboring under that delusion, he did more odd things than could be told in a tome. Once he came to me and told me in a whisper that would burst the listening ear of Dionysius in the Latomia of Syracuse that he had located his quarry. I followed him over to Grand Avenue. He stealthily approached the sales room of the Singer sewing machine, where an inoffensive citizen named Beach was planning further raids on the Wheeler and Wilson. "That's him," said Jim. It was hard to keep my face straight, but I sicked Jim on until Beach nearly broke every bone in his body. This didn't feeze him, for one day a rube named William Cool came to town, and Jim at once marked him for the desperado Lon Williams. He really got Cool into the coop, and finding a scar on his toe that tallied with Williams, they spirited him to Dunn County for final identification, which was so successful that it proved conclusively who he was not. But Jim had us all fooled for a while. I had myself locked up with a pseudo-Lon, and so eager was I to believe Cool to be a villain for the story there was in it that I had no difficulty in doing so. It was a great lesson to me. I learned how easily one can be misled in the direction he would like to proceed. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Iron Hunter by Chase Salmon Osborn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Married on credit, I give my bride a 5-cent bouquet and we take a wedding trip on a streetcar. The best act of my life was performed in Milwaukee when I fell in love and married. I do not know how anyone could be more deeply in love than I was, unless I am now, and I think I am. My sweetheart was 17 and I was 20. I was refused a marriage license on this account. The moment we became of age, I secured the license and we were married by the Reverend F.L. Stein, pastor of the Grand Avenue Methodist Episcopal Church, in the parlors of his parsonage, Saturday evening, May 7, 1881. I gave my bride a 5-cent bouquet from the German market, paid the preacher $2 down and $3 on the installment plan, and paid Gluck, the tailor, for my wedding suit in the same way. We joyously took our bridal tour on one of Washington Becker's streetcars drawn by horses and spent the evening with Observer Mueller of the United States Weather Bureau and Mrs. Mueller. If any bridegroom was ever happier before or since, it is because of his greater capacity for emotion. I had wedded the most beautiful and the bravest girl in the world, and I know this now better than I thought it then. There never has been a time in African jungle or any other place demanding courage when my wife has not been the braver of the two. I made many friends, and one of the dear ones, Colonel J.A. Watrous, was directly responsible for my going to Florence, as told in a previous chapter. My character began to take form in northern Wisconsin. I wished to provide for my wife and family and be a good husband and citizen. That was an undertaking big enough. Conditions at once compelled me to make a decision between the outlaws and the little Presbyterian church. At that time, I did not formally join the church, but I did enlist for the aims of the church. It is nearly true, but not quite exactly the case, that it was put up to me to be a horse thief or a Presbyterian, and I chose to be the latter. At Florence, I had my first real initiation into the politics of the times. Hiram Damon Fisher, a good-hearted, canny Green Mountaineer, born at Vergennes, Vermont, was the big man of the place and everything. He was the discoverer of the adjacent iron mine that made the town possible. Mr. Fisher had entered from the government most of the environal land to the extent of thousands of acres. His plan was to secure the minutes, descriptions, and take them to the capitalists to be purchased from the public domain at $1.25 an acre. Generally 1/4 interest, but sometimes only 1/8 and infrequently 3/8 would be given the cruiser or whatever person supplied the chance. In this manner, much of the best of the valuable public domain fell into a few hands. All sorts of things had fallen to the lot of the father of Florence before he got his start. He was a sailor on Lake Winnebago and Fox River, connecting that water with Green Bay, where his finer character was shown by saying "geesewax" instead of the profanity that was more plentifully charged with hemoglobin. Book peddling carried him into insurance, and while thus engaged, he met Emily, the beautiful daughter of Joseph Keyes, one of the pioneers of Wisconsin. Boss Keyes, a son of Joseph, was a political power, and for a long period dominated in Wisconsin. Joseph Keyes came to be registrar of the United States Land Office at Menasha. Young Fisher got into the atmosphere of the office instinctively, as well as into the good graces of the majestic daughter. He camped at the Keys. Woods cruisers would come in with the information gathered after long and adventurous trips. Oftentimes they were only concerned with certain specified parcels of land, but in going to or from that location, they would incidentally gather much information about timber, rocks, soil, fur, game, Indians, and whatnot. Very often they would race with other woodsmen for some rich stake, nearly always pine timber. Thrilling canoe trips in summer and great hikes on snowshoes trailing toboggans in winter were common. The time Charlie LaSalle lost his trapping partner up on Lac Vieux Desert in the middle of the winter and froze the corpse until spring, when he painfully and laboriously trudged out with it for some hundreds of miles, was a chiefer tale, and the fellow who did not know all about it was the worst of lobgobs, tenderfeet. When these coureurs de bois were at the land office, and some of them were there every day, Damon Fisher would cultivate them. A drink here, or a plug of tobacco, or a present of a pipe, and the jolly young Yankee was their bosom friend. Then they would tell him everything, even the secrets they hoped to capitalize in the nebulous someday. In this manner he learned of places where the compass would turn a complete circle because the magnetic attraction was so strong. Every little while a cruiser from the Lake Superior region would fish out of his pockets a specimen. Nearly all of them knew iron ore when they saw it. They were not very good judges of percentages of metallic iron, but that was relatively unimportant. Sometimes they would have jasper, and at other times lean magnetite, resembling what they had known as lodestone. One day a cruiser showed Fisher a small piece of sparkling specular hematite. That settled it. He had married Miss Keyes, but that did not prevent his decision. The woods were a terra incognita to him, so he interested George Keyes, who was a cousin of his wife, and a good woodsman named Nelson Halsey. This trio made trip after trip up into the wilds. They could go as far as Green Bay by rail, and then they had to attack the brush. Each man carried a pack. They took a light cotton tent, one blanket apiece, frying pan, tin tea pail, 3 tin cups, knives and forks sometimes, plenty of flour and pork, tea and salt. No sugar, no luxuries. Their food range was as important as a sea fighter's coaling radius is. Tea, grillades, and galette for breakfast and supper, and cold dogod for lunch made up the woods fare of all who deserved the name of cruiser. It was wearing upon the young prospector's bank account, which had not been a big one to start with. There was a lonely wife and baby in a little cottage in Menasha. Fisher just would not give up. He exhausted his means so completely that he would borrow $5 to buy flour with, and when pressed, would borrow of another in order to pay the original loan. In this way of high finance, he kept himself and his little crew in the woods. But there must be success or an end to it all. Anybody who ever had confidence in him had lost it. So it came to the third midsummer's prospecting. Halsey and Keyes were looking for a corner in order to locate themselves. They were in a dense cedar swamp between 2 small lakes. Fisher wandered about quite aimlessly and got away from his men. Coming to the edge of the swamp, he climbed a hill so that he might get a bird's-eye view of the country if possible, but it was too thickly timbered at the hilltop. Then he hallooed to his men. No answer. Lost by beeswax, he soliloquized. He sat down and took out his small exploring pick, sticking it in the ground at haphazard, as one would idly play mumblety-peg alone. He pulled it out, and behold, the point was red. He had stuck it into hematite just beneath the leaf mold. Feverishly, he scraped away the leaves and plied the little pick. There was iron ore. Restoring the original appearance, Fisher's next task was to find his men or have them find him. The work of anxious months was at an end. Thus was discovered the Menominee Iron Range. Not even telling Halsey and Keyes when they came together, Fisher started for Menasha just as soon as he was certain of the section his find was on. The land was entered. More weary years ensued before John H. Van Dyke and Albert Conroe of Milwaukee and A.C. Brown of Marinette and Henry Patton of Menasha and other rich bankers were interested. The railroad followed, and then development and riches. To secure all this, Fisher had to give up to capital 3/4 of his discovery. 2 lakes may be seen from the denuded crest of Florence Mine Hill. The one to the southwest is called Keyes, and the nearer one, which is southeast, is called Fisher. On the banks of the latter, in a beautiful location, is the mining village of Florence, named for Mrs. N.P. Holst of Milwaukee. It was Mr. Fisher who came to have a drag on the town weekly, as a quite common result of loaning to it small sums of money. I went north in response to a wire from him to Colonel Watrous. The colonel, a most generous and brave man, saw me climbing the stairs of the Wisconsin building with a series of jumps. Peck's Sun was on one floor, and the Sunday Telegraph, published by Calkins and Watrous, on another. He asked me if I would like to go into business for myself. I answered, "You bet," without a moment's thought of capital. That was 4:00 p.m. I left on the 6:00 train 2 hours later and did not return. Mr. Fisher asked me how much money I had. I told him $80. He asked me how much I could raise. I told him all that was necessary. "Where?" he queried. "You," I replied. "All right," he said. I signed notes for $2,500 at 10%, all to be paid in a year. It took $60 of my $80 to bring up my wife and babe and our scant household truck. I did not know there was a Great Depression in iron and that the mine was idle. A small force was working 2 miles away at Commonwealth. There was some lumbering. Over the Michigan line, there was a good deal of exploring in the region of Tobin Lake and along the Paint and Iron Rivers, where the towns of Crystal Falls and Iron River were just starting. Small mines had opened at the Delphic and Mastodon locations. Edward Brightung of Negaunee was doing some work at the Lower Pine River Falls, and Angus Smith of Milwaukee had an exploring crew on the Menominee near Badwater Indian Village. The Lake Elwood section, between Spread Eagle and Pine River, was also attracting attention. Norway, Kinnesek, and Iron Mountain were flourishing new towns. Keel Ridge Mine had caved in and killed a number of men, the first big tragedy of the range. The Breens and others had done some work in the vicinity of Waseda, which had been abandoned as beyond the extension of the productive iron formation. There was much excitement in the metropolitan and Felch Mountain regions, and the Chicago and Northwestern built a branch in from Narenta, but the ore bodies turned out to be a shallow blanket, and large sums of money were lost. To say that I worked night and day is the only description of my activity. I loved the wild new country. It brought into play everything that a soul and mind and body possesses. Nearly all the pioneers were young. The pace demanded youth. Jim Knight had a paper at Norway. I think they called it the Chronicle then. Now his paper is the Current. Boulders Bennett was a feature of it. Jim Russell, then a bellicose tyro, since become an able and dignified penologist, had just joined A.P. Swineford in the Marquette Mining Journal. George Newitt, always a man and now famous for his tilt with Colonel Roosevelt, ran the Iron Agitator, now Iron Ore, at Ishpeming. C.G. Griffey was plugging away with the Negaunee Iron Herald. A fine fellow named Devereux seemed out of the world with the Portage Lake Mining Gazette at Houghton, and he gave it a tone that was high and distinctive. Fred Mackenzie was at Calumet, where he had a poster affair much like his own pudgy self. Alfred Meads, father of them all and a credit to everything he contacted, was the pioneer publisher of the Ontonagon Miner. Colonel Van Duzer, a veteran of Sherman's army, published the Escanaba Iron Port, and the way the splendid old hero marched to the sea, every issue was good for contemplation. I have mentioned this press personnel because these men had more to do with developing the social and civic structure in their respective communities that were in turn interwoven than all the acquisitors whatsoever. Every one of them waged a battle for equality and decency every minute, and it was a prideful thing to know them. The Mining Journal of Marquette and the Green Bay Advocate just about controlled things in the new field I had entered. It was my business to drive them out, which I did. I could do it only by appealing to local loyalty and meeting their competition. I started departments in my paper for Iron River and Crystal Falls, and at last, when forced, I printed papers for these towns that were set up and run off at Florence. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Iron Hunter by Chase Salmon Osborn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. I undertake the study of iron ore and engage in exploration and prospecting. My newspaper work and its involvements did not give me enough to do, so I began a systematic study of iron ore exploration in all of its practical and scientific phases, an enjoyable life's work which I still keep up and which has attracted me to every country in the world. Woodcraft and surveying are as necessary as anything else in a new country. The government survey of northern Michigan and Wisconsin was made between 1850 and 1860. Mostly it was well done, but not always. Townships 6 miles square were measured off north and south from an arbitrary baseline and east and west from a range or meridian line. These townships were subdivided into 36 sections 1 mile square, and the sections were quartered, later to be divided into 40-acre lots by county surveyors. The section corners and the points midway between them, quarter stakes, were marked. Great care was given to marking the section corner. Whether the monument was a cedar stake or of something else, charcoal was buried at its base. Then bearing or witness trees, 4 when possible, were gouged with the legend of the location. Accurate location by distance and direction was made on the field notes. Observations of topography and geology were also written on the field notes, making them very valuable. The government survey by the United States is a creditable public achievement. It was impossible to survey the magnetic fields in the region of Lake Superior with an ordinary compass. Necessity thus led to the contrivance of Bert's solar compass, which has been developed now into the dial compass, a still more useful instrument. It was a memorable day when Mr. Fisher, at my request, took me into the woods and showed me for the first time an unmarred section corner and 3 witness trees. Another lesson was to walk along the section line 2,000 paces to the next corner, locating the quarter stake en route. I held a compass straight in front of my body, waist high, as I took sights along the line. At noon we had a bouillon made of a pileated woodpecker. I had never before seen this beautiful bird. Mr. Fisher called it a woodcock and informed me that it was a fine game bird. It is just as good to eat as any woodpecker and no better. They are rapidly disappearing and are even more scarce than their southern rival, the ivory bill. I have never permitted the killing of one since that day, except for alleged scientific purposes, and not many with that now poor excuse. By evening, Mr. Fisher said he could teach me no more, that all the rest of it would have to come by the experience that would attend keeping at it. The Jojibic and Mesaba ranges and their extensions were little known and undeveloped. Charles Wright, geologist, had made what is yet the best map of the Menominee Range. The Brotherton boys of Escanaba doing the practical work, and John M. Longyear, the clerical for the Lake Superior Ship Canal Railway and Iron Company, had made valuable land grant selections along what has been developed since as the Jojibic Range. While doing this work, Mr. Longyear laid the foundation for his great fortune by securing money backing and taking up lands adjoining, utilizing the Brotherton information for the purpose and obtaining a quarter interest in everything thus entered. The entire Lake Superior country was overrun by agents of rapacious interests of one kind or another. Homesteaders were struggling for a share with no intention of making a home. Unearned land grants were being fought for. It was a Golconda, and greed was after the diamonds. Beneath it all was a current flowing that was certain to purify everything. One had but to glance below the murky surface of the present. Before I left Florence, N.D. Moore and others were working in the Jojibic region, and with the coming of the railroad, the Colby mine was opened. My first year at Florence witnessed the payment for the little paper. 3 years more of work there brought more than a living, so that when I sold out early in 1887, I had nearly $10,000 and the world by the tail. Mr. Fisher, egged on by Boss Keys and a natural tendency, took part in all the politics from the township Corkies to the state convention. In fact, he was the political entity of the county and aspired to go to the legislature someday. In order to facilitate this and define more clearly his realm, he had Florence County cut out of Marinette and erected. When there was any kind of a convention, he would send for me, and we would together write out a list of names of delegates, issue their credentials, and sign them, and that was all there was to it. I have no idea that I would have been consulted if it had not been necessary to have someone sign as secretary of the convention that was never held. At first I thought it was a trifle irregular, but as I did not know anything about the proper form, a brief conversation with a well-intending local boss caused me to have no qualms, and in fact I am certain that Mr. Fisher was conscientious in also believing it to be all right. They all did that way, he told me. The candidature for Congress of Mr. Isaac Stephenson, a Nova Scotian lumberman at Marinette, reputed to be nearly a millionaire at a time when those commonplaces were uncommon, was announced. His district was the 9th Wisconsin. Sounds like a military company, does it not? It included Florence County. We were entitled to 2 delegates, and whom else could we appoint but ourselves? There was no other thought in our minds, even if others might have had them. Soon after our popular selection as delegates, a most confounding thing occurred that stumped me completely for a while. Mr. A.C. Brown of Marinette, a lumbering partner of Mr. Stephenson, came to Florence and actually called on me. I was boyishly glad to be recognized by Mr. Brown, who really was a fine gentleman and rich. My legs were almost removed from perpendicular connection with my body when he pulled out a $50 bill and handed it to me. I had never seen one before, and my first idea was that it might be a millionaire's calling card indicating his status and only to be taken and returned. So I took it and searched it minutely and then offered to give it back. He waved it aside with an imperious smile, as if to convey that he had more of them than could be loaded into one of his Brule River bateaus. "But what is it for?" I asked. He seemed stuck for a second and then replied, "For subscription to the Mining News." And I thought it was, cross my heart. So I ran over in my mind how long Mr. Brown would have paid in advance at $2.50 a year, or whether he might not wish it to be divided among names he would furnish. It made no difference to him, he said, and after visiting a while, he got up to go, remarking that he would see me at the convention where we would be certain to land Stephenson all right. I was also certain, because Boss Keys was for Stephenson, A.C. Brown was for Stephenson, Stephenson was for Stephenson, Mr. Fisher was for Stephenson, and whom else could I be for, and I did not know the other fellow if there was one. There was no need of scattering money all over the district the way they did, except for the observation of the same good form that makes a fellow set him up again who has had a drink with someone buying for a barroom crowd. And yet the money smoothed away to Congress for Uncle Ike, just as he iced logging roads, or as the ship's ways are greased before launching. Before I left Florence, a revolution against the prevailing political methods occurred, and conventions and caucuses were really held. But a few interested persons pulled the strings and manipulated things just the same. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Iron Hunter by Chase Salmon Osborn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. My first trip into the trackless wilds of unexplored Canada. I sold out to Advantage at Florence and moved back to Milwaukee and took a position as city editor of the Sentinel, together with Harry Myrick, Mel Hoyt, Henry Legler, Sandy Dingwall, Kurt Treat, and Will Anderson, all newspapermen. I started a trade paper called The Miner and Manufacturer, which we had king and fowl print. The Georgievik range was booming. Milwaukee went iron mad. Iron mine stocks were traded in by the public speculatively for the first time in America in 1887. As usual, fortunes were made and lost, and a start was made of many spectacular careers, such as that of Ferdinand Schlesinger, that took even banks up and down. I had a few stocks and sold them, but did not buy any nor speculate. It got to be noised around that I was an expert iron ore man. This was based on the fact that I had been underground in nearly every mine and exploration in the Lake Superior Ranges and had written mining dope that was given wide publicity. I did not intend to pose as an expert. In fact, iron ore exploration was then done by guess and bagash by the best of them. No one person seemed to be able to see much farther into the ground than another. Anyhow, I was consulted, and I think I was honest. One day a man came to me and told me a syndicate of Milwaukee and Chicago men had been formed to make some examinations of the Echo Lake region of Canada, and he asked me if I would take charge of them. I had no more idea where Echo Lake was than the man in the moon. We did not discuss that, but came to terms upon the general proposition, and I engaged to go. My pay was $500 a month and expenses, and I was to have a quarter interest in anything I found worth taking hold of. If I had asked any less during that boom, they would not have thought me an expert at all, and as it was, they thought I was too cheap, as I afterwards learned. As for myself, I was in much doubt of my ability to earn my wages, but I did, and more. 4 active years in the woods of the Menominee Range, during which I had repeatedly visited and studied explorations and formations from one end of the range to the other, had given me something. The woods had loaned to me some of their secret craft, and the lakes and rivers had yielded experience in rowing, paddling, poling, and sailing. I was somewhat equipped for work in the wild country that my quest was partially to introduce me to. I had walked from Lac Vieux Desert to Lake Superior and had interested Milwaukee acquaintances in entering several thousands of acres of copperlands covered with good hardwood and scattering pine between the Black and Presque Isle rivers. On that cruise I had a pack of 80 pounds and wore my improper footwear down to sore and bleeding feet. The geography of Echo Lake locates that beautiful mountain-shored basin in Canada between Sault Ste. Marie and the mouth of St. Mary's Straits. Its inlet comes down from between the Garden and the Abinadong, and its outlet debouches into Big Lake George on the old channel east of Sugar Island, called a long time ago St. George's Island. I was instructed to start in there and follow up any leads I might get as to iron ore and likely formations. No railroad reached Sault Ste. Marie. To reach that classic town, older than Plymouth Rock settlement, one took stage in winter and boat in summer. It was to me a passage into paradise. I had never breathed such air, nor drunk such water. Pure as nature was the entire Northland. At Crystal Falls, I had known a temperamental pygmy named Fay G. Clark, who was known as Rackety Clark by his woods acquaintances. I asked a Canadian-French woodsman one day why they called him Rackety, and he knew. "'Cause she han't pack right in her 'ead, maybe." Rackety had gone into the Sioux country the year before, and finding that nearly every Indian had specimens of iron ore, he sent out wild stories that were taken hold of at once that wildest year. He wrote interestingly and convincingly to one who wished to be convinced. I searched him out and found him the evening I arrived at the Sioux, eating a big brook trout at Mother Churchill's restaurant. He told me at once about killing the trout at the little rapids just below the Sioux. It weighed more than 5 pounds, according to his tell, and he could not decide which was the better, such a trout or the iridescent, sweet, and hard-meated whitefish that the Indian descendants of the old Bowata Winnewags scooped out of the rapids. Now and then a bone would shuck out of the corner of Rackety's mouth, which was a perfect boning machine. He told me much about the Sioux as he ate and ate, about Giz Manito, and how that Indian deity had pursued the great beaver, father of all the beavers, first out of his dam at the Little Rapids, and then out of his main dam at the Big Sioux, destroying them partially and thus forming St. Mary's Falls. When he finished, I engaged him to go into the Canadian wilderness with me. I directed him procure as good an Indian as he could find, and one just as old as he could be and handle himself. It was desirable to have as much cumulative red man lore as one individual could hold. We spent the entire summer along the massive ranges that lie between the Georgian Bay arm of Lake Huron and Batchewana Bay, Lake Superior. I found a strong iron formation clear across. Now and then it was cut off by extensive igneous flows. It was easy to connect roughly the sedimentary zones containing ferruginous quartzite, marble, limestone, and porphyry with boundaries of pegmatite, granite gneiss, syenite, norite, diorite, diabase, basalt, and other fire rocks. Quite often we found good float ore, mostly a semi-specular hard hematite. I thought it ought to outcrop, but could not find where. Up and down mountains, through swamps of spruce and tamarack, along stream valleys and around lakes, tramping and eating our grillades and galette as we drank copiously of bitter boiled tea. We spent a wonderful season until the snow came and drove us out, because one cannot prospect the surface when the snow covers everything. I carried a pack that weighed something over 90 pounds at the start. The Indians weighed exactly 108 pounds, and Rackety's 65 pounds. We used from Minnebags first because it was heaviest. Our packs were not bags, but pack sheets of awning cloth made up with tump line or misery strap in Ojibwe Indian fashion. We carried no tent so that we could increase our supply of pork and flour to the limit, and nothing else but salt and tea. No firearm, not even a revolver, was permitted to take the place of grub. A trolling hook and line that we whirled and threw from the bank of a lake almost always won a wall-eyed pike. Many of the streams had brook trout. We cooked the fish by running a stick through the body from mouth to tail and placing it perpendicularly before the fire, giving it a twist now and then to expose all sides. If the fish had scales, they would easily come off with the skin when cooked. As for the viscera, it dried up in a ball and practically fell out when the fish was opened. For fruit, we had nothing except a few wintergreen berries that are horribly lacking in acid until other berries would ripen. Then our craving for something sour would be satisfied with luscious shadberries and blueberries such as do not grow elsewhere. Sometimes we mixed the plentiful Labrador tea, Ledum palustra, with our tea to make it go farther, and once a week we made tea of the tender tips of the spruce, a perfect anti-scorbutic. Best of all, late in the season, were the high bush cranberries, Viburnum opulus or Gelder rose. They were very sour and juicy and clung to the bush tenaciously. At night, if it were clear, we would not bother with a covering, but would roll up in our blankets and perhaps pull over a pack sheet, ample and practically waterproof. Flour mixed with water into a stiff dough and fried in hot pork grease makes dough gods very acceptable to woodsmen when eaten hot, but deadly enough to anyone not living in the open and not working hard. I think they even hurt the ironclad cruiser in the long run. The same dough baked in the frying pan makes a nourishing unleavened galette. On these rations I lived for many years during the season between the going and the coming of the snow, 1 year walking and packing 2,200 miles and several times exceeding 1,800 miles. The most interesting particular region we searched was the valley of the Abinadong, a tributary of the hurtling Mississauga. These streams on the Great Lakes side of the height of land are wicked in their fury to get down to their vent, and their erosive power is enormous. They rush madly through the firmest dikes, cutting contracted canals, forming polished gorges, and forever roaring and shouting when they are not tickling pebbles into song as they loiter on some nearly level stretch. The Mississauga is such a typical river, not so rough in its moods as the Abinadong. Its valley is less rocky. There are sandy savannas. Low, elm-wooded islands are quite numerous. They possess good soil and vegetation grows lush. Sometimes breaks as high as one's head would be encountered, and beds of delicate, black-stalked maidenhair ferns higher than our knees. In June, the banks were lined with Indian roses, making a canoe promenade of pink. A little later, these were succeeded by the plentiful white blossoms of the northern wild clematis, the fastest-growing climbing plant in this region. Nowhere before or since have I seen so much wildlife. Moose would stare as dully at one as oxen, and red deer knew no fear. Rabbits and squirrels would play about our feet and were a nuisance because they would steal our dogods at every camp. Caribou were not really wild. Wolves and foxes would scuttle away, but bears showed neither sign of fear nor much concern about man-things. The pileated woodpecker was our barometer. His rain call never misses. Once I heard a pileated woodpecker and a raven talking to one another. It did not take much imagination to conclude that they were arguing about the weather. Anyhow, the pileated kept on shrieking his raucous Z-crook, Z-crook, but the raven did not join in until a day later. It rained. The pileated woodpecker is the wisest bird in this part of the world. It will even come to man to be saved. Justice Steer of the Michigan Supreme Court relates that once when he was in a forest, a large hawk assailed a pileated woodpecker. The bird of the royal red crest flew to the jurist and was saved. Otter, beaver, mink, marten, and fisher were much more numerous along the Abinadong than is usual. It appeared that this tranquil valley was a perfect game sanctuary. That is just what it was. I had much difficulty in inducing Minnebog to ascend the river at all. When we came to the mouth, he said, "No go up," and he stuck to it until I threatened to desert him. This brought him to time and caused him to tell me the secret of the river. It is the land of the Wendigo, belongs to it as its home. No human ever trespasses. Hundreds of years ago, according to tradition, the Ojibways tried repeatedly to trap along the river. Some of them never returned. Others came back and were mad murderers and cannibals and had to be killed by the tribe. Then the Abinadong was given over to the ghosts that lived along it. No Ojibwe can tell you just what a Wendigo is. John Tanner, who lived with them 30 years, never found out exactly, nor did the observing and accurate Alexander Henry, nor Schoolcraft. The Wendigo is not the devil, and is only an evil spirit when his hunting ground is invaded or he is molested in some other way. He has power to turn men into eaters of human flesh, and is quite as subtle as the werewolf or the loup-garou. The most horrible thing he does is to eat away the base of the tongue, or the inside of the eyeball, or the lining of the upper nose and inner ear, to an extent not to be fatal, but worse. Among the Chippewas, the fear of the Wendigo is supreme. That is why the Abinadong is a paradise of wildlife to this moment. It is the home of the ghastly Wendigo, and I hope it will be forever, because I imagine the whole thing is a story devised by the wise old fathers of the Red Men, so that a place would be preserved where game, so necessary to them, might propagate in perfect safety. White men ought to set up several Wendigo places as game sanctuaries. I reported nothing of value to the syndicate that employed me. It was a disappointment. It seems that I was expected to find something, whether there was anything or not. Such was the speculative excitement that a good story could have been capitalized to big advantage. Next year they sent in another person who supplied the desired report, upon which more than $250,000 were expended and lost. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Iron Hunter by Chase Salmon Osborn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Charmed by the beauty of Sault Ste. Marie and fascinated by its environs, I choose it as a home for life. The Sioux country fascinated me as it had many another, and always will continue to do. Mazy summers of life and pure joy, winters of stimulating majesty by which men, women, and children are made robust or driven away, no colorless middle ground. Mel Hoyt had recently graduated from the University of Wisconsin as a lawyer, but had taken up newspaper work and was already compelling. His rapier mind was reaching and strong. I told him the story of the North. He was as enthusiastic as Tom Moore was when he mused the Hyperboreans, and parenthetically, Moore was an instinctive poet. He only knew the Greek legend of the peopled North, and was not aware that moderns have proved the North Pole to have been habitable, and not unlikely to have been the incunabulum of the human race, at least as the race is now. Mel and I bought the Sioux News, a struggling underdog weekly paper in 1887. I had enough money to make the deal a cash one, and as I had formed the attachment for my partner that has only grown richer between us all our lives, it was a keen delight to carry him for his share. He went at the thing hammer and tongs, and it was not long before we had our paper on a paying basis and our competitor on the run. The Sioux was booming. Goose pastures were being subdivided. The whistle of the work train on the coming railroads could be heard. The trail to Hudson Bay, which had been one of the passages to and from the big world, would be sidetracked. French habitants were made over from muskrat hunters to millionaires in a day, in their minds. Many a palace with pink body and blue trimmings was started, and some were built. An artificial atmosphere contaminated the northwest wind for a while, and then blew away, taking on its wings some of the adventurers and undesirables. Good people found their way and started legitimately to build a city in one of the most attractive locations on earth. Our ambitions took fire with the others. We took in Sandy Dingwall as a third partner and planned as avidly as the best or worst. Sandy had been a clerk in the Wisconsin Fire and Marine Bank of Milwaukee, for which George Smith laid the foundation, and Alexander Mitchell, David Ferguson, and John Johnston erected the superstructure. The Northwest was a new Scotland until the Germans and Scandinavians came to compete. The Sioux grew until its country trousers did not reach its ankles. It had to have a new suit cut by up-to-date tailors. That meant city organization. We were tremendously interested and took a very active part. There were ordinances to print and other fat takes, and it was our business to get them. I am positive that not one of us had an ethical thought. We were young fellows with eager hopes and no tangible ideals. My own boyhood and young manhood makes me think that vital youth is a thinly disguised barbarian, or was in my time. Election day came. The village had been democratic if it could be said that there were partisan conditions. Really, the Tramps, or the Ryans, or the Browns, or an arrangement between them, usually controlled things. A short time before, they had been shocked by Charlie Chapman, a newcomer, who had been made village president without asking permission of the old regime. In the ancient days that were declining, a few barrels of pork and some of whiskey carried every election. At the first city election in the Sioux, there was a crazy quilt of corruption, and not a soul raised a warning or even an objecting hand. Political morals were as unknown as if the country had never been discovered. I saw the unclean hand ungloved, hard and bold, for the second time. Uncle Ike and A.C. Brown had exhibited a marked refinement compared with the methods in the Sioux. I do not suppose that worse ever existed. the darkest practices before the dawn of reform. Political lines were drawn taut. Otto Fowle, a banker, had been nominated for mayor by the Republican local leaders, among whom William Chandler, Joseph H. Steer, George Kemp, and Charlie Spaulding were prominent. There was no clash between the old and the new among the Republicans. The Democrats were not so lucky, apparently. Billy Cady, also a banker, was nominated by the Democrats controlled by the New Element. Hoyt, Dingwall, and I were as busy as three live young fellows could be. The open sewers ran whiskey, and drunken Indians staggered through the knee-deep spring slush in all directions. It might have been safe for a woman to have appeared on the street, but not one did. By 10 o'clock, we discovered that the Democrats were paying $1 apiece for votes in addition to free whiskey. At once, the leaders on our side armed their workers with a good many more dollar bills than the voting population of the town numbered, because the votes were coming in from Sugar Island, Sioux Township, the Canadian Sioux, and even from the Indian Mission on Waskai Bay and as far as Whitefish Point. It was not a question of morals with anybody concerned. The problem to be solved was whether we could get to this purchasable human commodity and had enough money to get it away from the other side. Nobody went into an alley or behind a barn unless it was to keep the other side from penetrating whatever strategy there was. Fistfights were going on all day, and as my partners and I rushed from one polling place to another, we could not avoid them, nor did we try to do so. Finally, the day wore through. Soon the polls would close. The fight was furious. At the Fourth Ward polls occurred the astounding thing of the day, even as I now view that alla padre of strange experiences, proving that a condition is a condition and that morals have no stable standards and are really a matter of inner growth. Very evidently, the leaders had either no inner growth or nothing else to go by, and everybody else was in the same boat. About 10 minutes before the polls closed, a thrifty citizen drove up with a team bearing 12 drunken Indians, an even dozen. Mike O'Day began to negotiate for them at once for the Democrats. A Republican pushed him aside, and they roughed it a little when, realizing how short the time was to buy those votes and get them in, they got to work again. It became a matter of open bidding, as in a slave mart or auction of any kind. Dollar by dollar, they raised each other. O'Day bid $12 a head. Both leaders knew the election was close. The Republican raised his bid to $14. It was more than O'Day had. The Democrats were all in. The Republicans got the votes, 12, count them, at $14 each, open auction. Otto Fowle was elected by 7 majority. Will you say that public morals have not improved since then? Improved is not meaningful enough. There has been a complete transformation, except in cities like Detroit, where the so-called good citizen is too often a silk-stocking derelict on election day. And my morals have improved. I thought of nothing wrong when I took part in that unclean election, and I wish to be charitable with those who may not have had a chance to see and know better, and who still besmirch the ballot. About that Sioux election, even the preachers knew everything and said nothing, and the candidates were honorable men. Not a word was said before or soon after about the influence of money and whiskey and pork and their use. It was not long before the scales fell from my eyes, and I saw the heinousness of it. To atone is one of the reasons I have fought for clean politics and honest government ever since. A number of candidates appeared for the Sioux post office after Cleveland's defeat. There was a good deal of friction. The office was offered to me as a compromise, but I declined. However, while I was upon an expedition in the woods, I was appointed. About the same time, the business bubble burst. Hoyt, Dingwall, and I jeffed to see who would keep the Sioux news. We had made up our minds that there was not room enough for 3 in the business. Mr. Hoyt was a strong man, and until very lately was the successful editor and publisher of the Milwaukee Daily News and one of the able men of the nation. Mr. Dingwall became a millionaire play manager in New York, of which he gave signs when as a boy he had the dramatic column in the Milwaukee Sentinel. I lost, as we thought, as it fell to me to keep the paper and remain in the Sioux, where my life has been so satisfactory and my friendships so happy among a people with no superiors that it turned out that I won richly. Before our debacle, I had made plans for systematic exploration in Canada and had started the work. To the north from the Sault is a beautiful skyline of unbroken hills. Sometimes they wear a rich blue haze. At other times they are dressed in the gorgeous reds and golds of autumn. In the summer these hills are green, and in the winter pure white. They are the oldest things in the world, if geological chronology means anything. Stretching away from Cape Canzo to Queen Charlotte Sound without a fracture, they are more the backbone of the North American continent than are the Rockies. Between them and the North Pole there was nothing of man in those days, and there is not much yet. Behind those hills lay the greatest and least known wilderness in the world. It drew me like a human lodestone. Something lost behind the mountains, lost and waiting for you. Go. If I had not gone, something in me would have busted. Now I don't mean burst, something ruder than that. I knew that such little exploration as had been done followed the rivers. Along the rivers were trails and canoe routes. Fish lived in the waters. Fur lived on the fish. Indians subsisted by the fish and fur, and the Hudson Bay Company exploited the Indians. Hence the one way of things along the streams. Drainage of this half the continent was south from the height of land to the basin of the Great Lakes, and north from the same great divide to Hudson Bay and the Arctic Ocean. Almost no attention had been given to minerals. Pine was coming in, and furs had been the golden fleece for 2 centuries, and fleece is right. My idea was to conduct reconnaissances across the country. This meant packing supplies on the back almost altogether and hard work. It also meant seeing country that even the Indians had not seen. I was eager to pay the toll. It was something of the spirit that had driven and coaxed my grandfather across the Alleghenies. While I was in the wilderness, the Sioux News was expected to subsist my family. It was my permanent dock where I tied up my hope of sustenance, and it did not fail. Critical conditions arose, most of them during my 4-year term as postmaster. As I anticipated would be the case, a good many older citizens resented my selection. I was too new. Then, as postmaster, I was consulted by the state and national party machine. This also brought its conflicts and embarrassments and compelled me to attend at times very closely to my knitting. Booms bring to towns a regular riffraff of things, more good than bad, no doubt, but it takes only one rotten apple in a barrel to foul all the rest, and a whole barrel of good apples will not cure a rotten one. Just got to throw it out. I undertook the throwing out game and took on no end of tough enemies. 2 factions fought over variant plans for the water power development. One was for the old La Crosse and Milwaukee Cargill Elliott crowd, and the other favored certain big promises made by Alexander Hamilton, gun, for an alleged English syndicate. The enterprising townspeople had already gone down into their own pockets for a bonus of $100,000 to start the thing, and they were pyrographically concerned. As usual in such things, politics poked in through the doorway of a desired franchise. I took sides with a tangible proposition made by Cargill and his associates. A popular local manufacturer named Lewis A. Hall of Bay Mills, 10 miles up the shore, became interested. In order to influence the council, ground was broken for the huge paper-making plant, which afterwards became the Niagara Pulp and Paper Company at Niagara Falls. The segregated judgment of the people is ever a problem. In sufficient mass, with adequate interest involving almost life or death, the people invariably go right. In local cases, wherein momentary passion obscures, they are just as apt or apter to go wrong. After a bitter recriminatory contest, the Sioux rejected the bird in the hand for one that was said to be in the bush, but was never seen. It plunged the town into commercial gloom sooner or later, thus compelling a penance of years for the mistake. During this fight, another opposition paper was established, making 3 in the field. Too many. I had been roasted until I was getting hardened to it, and had been hung and burned in effigy, all in the way of supplying me with experience that would entitle me someday to join the veterans' corps of those who become immune to such shafts. My continual war against the gamblers, tough saloons, and West End prostitutes always made it possible for my enemies to mobilize a strong force against me. At least once they started to march to my home to mob me. The common knowledge that I had a half a dozen rifles and could and probably would shoot made the gang listen to those who advised giving me a wide berth. A coterie of citizens, respectable enough outwardly, but willing to lie in with the worst element to achieve a result, organized for the purpose and boasted that they would drive me out of town. I have had 2 such fights in Sault Ste. Marie, running over several years. My frequent absence from home seemed to make it easier for my enemies to undo me. Sometimes, when I would return, they would have a warrant awaiting me and would serve it on a Saturday night so as to keep me in jail at least over Sunday. Always some good friend would find out their plan and would have everything ready to circumvent it successfully. The favorite charge brought against me was criminal libel. I have defended 19 libel suits and have been successful every time because I tried to be in the right and was able to assemble a sufficient defense. Even now I cross my fingers and touch wood. Once while I was postmaster, my enemies charged me with overcharging an ignorant foreigner for a money order. Inasmuch as I had never issued a money order in my life, it was easy to disprove this. In fact, my enemies have generally, in their blind bitterness, overdone their attacks. Such a life of civic and social warfare made for me many golden friends as well as unpleasant enmities. I learned that character may be good enough to be malice and slander bomb-proof, and I tried to build such a one. If you don't do it, you can't be caught, was my motto. That was a selfish thought at first and only gave way with years and growth to my guide of later years, right because of right. I will not try to convey the impossible idea that I was always right, because I was not. I was forever doing something, and I made mistakes, but I never committed another criminal act after the Indian vote buying related in a previous chapter. Perhaps I might go further and state that I have always tried to do right and hope that 51% of my acts have been of that character. At least I learned that life cannot be a bluff or a four-flush. Actions must square with words, and habits and associations must harmonize with aspirations. The hour never appealed to me, and only those who know me least would designate me as an opportunist. My uncle William Osborn was one of the best men in the world. He said to me once, quote, "Nephew, where does the trail of life you are on lead to? Every man's life is a trail. It is as long as he lives. There are many blind bypaths leading off. Some of them go nowhere. Others lead to quagmires and precipices. The chart of the trail is the Bible. The lights on the way are Christian efforts. If you get off the trail, go back to the last point you were certain of and start again. Don't be afraid to back up when you are wrong, and don't be afraid to go ahead when you are right. Carry your own load and help those who are not as strong as you are to bear their burdens. Show your colors. If you are not with a church, you are against it, or worse yet, an agnostic, living in the twilight zone of individual cowardice. The average trail is 70 years long. Yours and every man's will land him safe if he uses his conscience as a guide and his better desires as a staff. Where are you going to fetch up at 70? Read Pilgrim's Progress." End quote. My uncle's sermonette made the deepest impression on me of any advice I ever received. Where are you going to fetch up at 70? So the halfway houses have not held me very long, and the jack-o'-lanterns have not dangerously enticed me off the main trail yet. For this I am thankful to God, as the way to go has been very dim at times and hard to follow, and there have been rocks in the way, and I have stumbled. But I always got up, put my jaws together, smiled to myself, and went on. If I were asked the secret of success and happiness, I would say applied energy and poised growth. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Iron Hunter by Chase Salmon Osborn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. read by Ted Lienhart. I am used as a political fulcrum by J. Hubbell to pry out Sam Stephenson. One day William Chandler of the Sioux came into my office. He loved politics, and no sooner had Joe Steer landed in the Sioux to recover from an attack of Lenawee and Terrick than he was placed on the circuit bench to succeed Judge Goodwin. The Chandler and Orrin families were mixed up with mine back in the old Ohio days. I had gone to school with Mrs. Chandler at Purdue and had been taught by her very superior mother. Mr. Chandler asked me if I would like to go to Congress. I was only a little past 30 and had not thought of any office, let alone Congress. I had been in so many fights that my opinion was that I could not have been elected dog catcher, and I told Chandler so. He scarcely listened to me. Ours was the 12th District. It had been formed geographically in various ways. Just then it comprised the entire Upper Peninsula, or about one-third the area of the entire state, divided into 15 counties, and had a population of about 250,000. From Canada to the Montreal River east and west, and from the mouth of the Menominee to Keweenaw Point north and south, enclosed a formidable region. Its interests were lumbering, iron ore mining, and copper mining. Now agriculture, then just beginning to be seriously considered, forms an important pursuit, with prospects of ultimately yielding more than all the others. There were lines of political cleavage between the various interests. Sam Stephenson of Menominee was our representative. He was a brother of Uncle Ike, and their fraternal ambitions could not be carried in the same basket, as one lived in Michigan and the other in Wisconsin, separated by the Menominee River. It was good for them to be so near together because they each nourished a proper desire not to be outstripped by the other, and they could keep tab on each other. They were wholesome men of their type and period. Only one way was there to get anything, and that was to buy it. Hence their life could be summed up: get money and buy what you want. They were honest according to prevailing standards, generous when they could see what they were getting for their giving, profane in language, chin likely to be a nicotine delta, canny in a trade, forceful in business, crude and rude and uncouth in manners and education, endued with homely horse sense and enough courage. They were both rich and getting richer, sawing pine lumber and selling it. I have never been able to determine the place of such men. Mostly I have thought they performed a needful function and occupied a legitimate sphere. They got their timber from the government directly or otherwise at small cost, almost nothing. They cut it ruthlessly, and the waste was scattered everywhere they lumbered and allowed to burn and destroy great uncut forests and even villages and lives, as witness Peshtigo and many other places. There was a need for economical house material all over the growing nation. It was thus adequately supplied. One cannot have his cake and eat it too. Nor can he have trees and wheat in the same field. Greater care and selection in lumbering would have increased the cost of home building during a critical period and would have delayed farm development. Consequently, I do not join with those who curse the Stephensons and their congeners. Sam Stephenson had just bought a seat in the House of Representatives, just as he would purchase a plug of tobacco or a bottle of bone liniment. It did not matter to him whether Henry W. Seymour of the Sioux had occupied it only a brief few months since the untimely death of Representative Seth Moffett of Traverse City. It just belonged to the feller that could get it, was the way Sam sized it up, so he turned his labial nozzle on Mr. Seymour and injected a stream of tobacco juice in his eye after the manner of squids. When that benign gentleman got through rubbing his eyes, he could not find a seat in Congress. It was not a gentlemanly thing to do, perhaps, but Saw-Log Sam got what he was after, which is the object in life a great many have. Now it appears that Mr. Seymour got in because Mr. Chandler and other friends were able to tie the tails of the copper and iron and saw-log cats together and throw them over the district political clothesline. Down in Chippewa County, we were in the minority and flocked with nobody. Our only hope was in a scrap by the others. J. Hubbell of Houghton, who was called 2% because of his dexterous assessment of postmasters for campaign purposes while in the House of Representatives and chairman of the Congressional Campaign Committee, hated Sam Stephenson plenty. I do not know the origin of the feud or whether it extended beyond political boundaries or not. Hubbell was a strong man, educated as a lawyer, resourceful, and the foxiest politician in the district. I did not know that he had ever heard my name, but he had, and just as horsemen have their eye out for likely colts, he had his at the political periscope. Down he came to the Sioux and deposited a bug in Mr. Chandler's ear, where it was to abide until it could be transferred to mine. I wore no ear laps in the summer, and they got me. Mr. Hubbell had no use for me. He did not tell me so, nor did he exactly tell Chandler that he had not, but he was not delicate about admitting to the latter what he kept from me, and that was his master hunger just then was to beat Sam Stephenson. The scheme was to have favorite sons in enough counties to split things up, and thus make Stephenson's renomination impossible. I was to carry my home county of Chippewa and possibly Mackinac and Luce, and even might keep things stirred up in schoolcraft. Carl Sheldon was brought out in Houghton County. John Q. Adams of Negaunee and Colonel C.Y. Osborn of Marquette were candidates in Marquette, the heart of the iron region. Trouble enough I made for all hands. I did not know that my part was to be only that of a tool. So I went at the thing slam-bang. I was familiar with the campaigns of Henry Clay and Abraham Lincoln. Their districts were not wilder nor larger than the one I had to cover. In fact, bears and wolves and wildcats were thicker in our part of Michigan than they were in Kentucky in Henry Clay's time. Schoolhouses were as far apart. Trusty rifles hung on many pointed antlers, and there were thousands of Indians who only went on whiskey warpaths. I determined to campaign every school district in the Upper Peninsula. How else could I win without money to buy my way? It was the first campaign of the kind ever conducted in this way in our part of the state. My knowledge of hunting and woodcraft and my life on the Menominee Range gave me certain advantages, and I made the most of them I could. Quite quickly, my candidature developed from an incident to a menace. At first, Uncle Sam gave no sign of knowing of it. Then he roundly haw-hawed, and then he sent out agents and money in plenty to head me off. I really liked the people, especially those in remote settlements, and some of them liked me. The old system obtained. Caucuses began to be held, and I was successful in more townships and counties than anybody had estimated. Sometimes when our side won, the more bitter and resourceful would send contesting delegations. This was particularly true in Delta and Iron counties. Every political trick known, running the gamut of money, bulldozing, cajolery, lying, and promises, was resorted to. Our side might have been as guilty as the other if we had been supplied with the same weapons. We did not use money because we had none to use. J. Hubbell and his schemes were lost sight of in the curiosity that was aroused by the queer campaign I was making. I walked and worked night and day, attended socials in churches for which Uncle Sam had donated the principal part of the building fund, went to country dances and called at hundreds of houses where a candidate had never been before. Came the congressional convention. It was held at Ironwood, a victory for me because Georgibec County was for me and the local atmosphere would be favorable. I had carried, or claimed to have carried, 8 of the 15 counties and had that many delegations on hand. That did not give me a majority because the larger counties, such as Houghton, Marquette, and Menominee, were against me and had candidates of their own. It was while the convention was being organized that I discovered the real part that I had been expected to play. The old bosses, such as Hubbell, Duncan, Parnell, Maitland, Walters, and others, were willing to beat Uncle Samuel, but they did not want me by a jugful. In fact, if it came to a showdown between Stephenson and me, they would have been for gruff old Uncle Sawlog, who at worst was one of them and being a part of the interests, only then they did not call them that. I had more votes than any other candidate, and was permitted to organize the convention, or at least to think that I did. Voting started. Once I came within 4 of the nomination. That was my high water mark. Report was made to my floor managers that John Duncan of Houghton really preferred Uncle Sam to Carl Sheldon, their home candidate. In fact, the fight was not the field against Stephenson any more than it was the field against me. I was consulted and decided that the Duncan report bore earmarks of truth. We threw my support solidly to Sheldon, and he was chosen. I had gone into the hall at the rear and stood behind Sheldon, who was seated in a chair. When the lid blew off, as Sheldon was nominated, I gave a big, bursting, boyish yell of victory and grabbed Sheldon's hat, as I thought. Waving it in the air, I somehow got sight of it. Not a hat at all, but a wig. His toupee had burst its shoe-wax moorings. Snatched as bald-headed as a billiard ball, there he sat in a gold-mouthed, glowering rage, caring nothing about his honor and only seeking the return of his thatch, which I had waved aloft like the banner of the beard of the prophet at Goek Tepe. We had nominated a man not only with solid gold teeth, like the Sultan of Johor, though not set with diamonds, but one who wore a wig. I was responsible for this. Would the common people stand for it? Our district was as strongly Republican as though it had been politically pockmarked. There was no doubt of Sheldon's election if he could be kept at home. He was. It transpired that he had no such native ability as Stephenson and was not as effective as a representative. As for myself, I became a political factor, not by virtue of either ambition or design, but only because I always went with all my might at whatever my hands found to do, and this had not been an exception. There are no bitternesses quite equal to local ones, no matter whether political, religious, or of other kinds. They come near to one. There is immediate friction, which is aggravated by being seen as well as felt. The source is always within striking distance, and that makes for frequent striking and multiplied inflammation. One has to learn to joust and like it, to hit hard and also take blows, and to discharge the whole matter as soon as it is over. Not adopting such a philosophy, the participant is either knocked down and thrown into the discard, or is made into a grouch whose very temper becomes his undoing. Be just as good an anvil as you are a hammer, was the tabloided advice given to me when a boy, by a veteran of many a battle who had not a mean wrinkle in his heart, and then, of course, not in his face. It was a good thing for me that I learned this, because I have been pounded incessantly from youth until the present, and really I think I have improved all the time in every way. While leaving me very far from the unattainable on earth goal of human perfection, I have enjoyed going on the way. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Iron Hunter by Chase Salmon Osborn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. The sacrifice of General Alger to appease political blood howlers. The Hispano-American War broke. I was in Spain when the Maine was blown up. Proceeding almost directly to Egypt, I found there John Hay and Dr. James B. Angel. I was not of their party, but went to Damascus at the same time that they did, and also up the Nile. When I returned to Cairo, I found a letter from General Alger asking me to return home and on the way to obtain, if possible, certain information in Italy, France, Spain, Germany, and particularly in England. Our government had reports from its officials upon phases of conditions in those countries and wished the views of others and facts they might gather to use in checking up. I found everywhere I went in Italy a profound and natural sympathy for Spain. In Germany, I found the people and many officials friendly to the United States. In Spain, I was to ascertain what might be their ability to sustain the war, and reported great internal weakness, both of physical power and political harmony. Her colonies had drained Spain of her honor and her young manhood until to lose them was welcomed. Their government had been used as a means to political debt-paying, and the feeling was that nobody higher up went to the colonies except to feather his nest. I did witness a funny incident in Huelva. A storyteller was entertaining a big crowd talking about the war. He told them that America was about the size of Andalusia and that the people were all shopkeepers, rich, dishonest, cowardly, and soft-handed. One big warship they had, he said, and upon it they would sail forth to battle with the Spanish Navy. In just a little bit their blood would flow like the juice of a crushed grape, and the war would be over, and Spain would have America in her possession again, as she did before it was stolen from her. The crowd cheered this recital with sharpened screams. My surprise was complete in England. So far as I could determine, the government was diplomatically friendly, but the people sympathized with Spain. I talked with hundreds of them of all strata. We had no friends among them, so far as I could find. On the English steamer, upon which I returned to America, I canvassed every passenger and did not find one friend. They hoped the Yankees' swelled heads would be reduced and freely predicted final victory on the sea for the Spaniards. Proceeding at once to Lansing, I offered my services to Governor Pingree. He tendered me commissions at 3 different times, and on one occasion he was supported by General E.M. Irish in urging me to accept. I had received some military training in the college cadets at Purdue under Dr. Harvey W. Wiley as captain, and I was eager to go to war. Just as I was about to accept a commission, William Jennings Bryan became a colonel. Thereupon, several of my friends, who by ridicule and otherwise had been endeavoring to dissuade me from going, remarked with disgust that every cheap politician in the country was grandstanding the war. Somehow or other, that shot struck home. Not that I thought of Mr. Bryan as a cheap politician, but I knew the place offered to me was earnestly sought by several better equipped than I was, and it began to impress me. So I refused the commission, but offered to enlist as a private. The governor, who was a practical soldier, told me the time might come when I could do that with propriety, but that just now I could render better service at home. As a result, I became active in organizing and assisted in raising 2 companies, the officers of which the governor consulted with me about before he named them. Quickly the war was over. There had not been a battle severe enough to attract public attention from the minor discomforts of war, sickness in camp and quality of food. Someone found a can of Chicago corned beef that emitted gas when it was punctured for opening. It was one of the few cans that did not stand the subtropics. A round robin was hatched in Cuba. Once started, there was an epidemic of criticism. There had to be a scapegoat of the administration. General Alger of Michigan was Secretary of War. He was a Civil War veteran with a brilliant record, had subscribed thousands to the McKinley campaign fund when Mark Hanna was raising it, and was really possessed of solid ability and sound sense. Although he wrought himself into a sickbed and continued to work when unfit and endangering his life as much as upon a battlefield, the storm settled upon him. Every result of the antebellum carelessness, inefficiency, insufficiency, and unpreparedness was charged up to him. One day, soon after the last private staggered off the transports at Montauk Point, I received a telegram from the Secretary of War asking me to come to Paterson, New Jersey, where he was to spend a weekend at the home of Vice President Hobart. I proceeded there at once. General Henry M. Duffield of Detroit had been summoned also. He was not only a friend, but an intimate political advisor of General Alger and a dependable, influential, and intellectual gentleman. It did not take us long to ascertain that President McKinley had yielded to the pressure and had made up his mind to dump as Secretary of War as a sacrifice. He had asked Vice President Hobart to break the news to General Alger, and that was the object of the weekend conference. When Hobart told Secretary Alger the lay of the land, the general's care at losing his place in the cabinet was as nothing compared with his personal disappointment in McKinley. It was the only time I ever heard General Alger swear, and it was rather pleasant to listen to him as he relieved his feelings. Quote, "Why, it was as late as Thursday that the president put his arms around me and told me not to pay any attention to the attacks of the press," end quote, he said sadly and bitterly. Continuing, General Alger said the president told him of his confidence and admiration. Quote, "When I offered to resign, which I did in good heart," said Secretary Alger, "the president would not hear of it and professed to be pained and embarrassed by the idea, and asked me as a favor to say no more about it and not to think of leaving the cabinet." End quote. Vice President Hobart told me that the president had made up his mind some time before that he would have to feed General Alger to the clamorers, egged on in doing so by Senator Hanna and all the administration advisors, but that it was only on the previous Thursday that he had asked Hobart to get Alger out smoothly, the same day the president had caressingly assured the general of his confidence, affection, and support. Of course, Vice President Hobart told General Alger all the facts. It made him so angry that he decided not to resign, but instead to make all the trouble he could. General Duffield and I permitted time enough to elapse to cool General Alger's fighting blood, and then we advised him to resign and to return to Michigan, where the people loved him and trusted him, and we predicted that they would vindicate him by sending him to the United States Senate. Always amenable to reason, General Alger looked at the matter as we did and decided to resign. I asked him what, in his opinion, caused the bitter attacks of the New York papers to center upon himself, when the editors certainly possessed the knowledge that he was not to blame for the natural hurts of years of loose departmental administration and poverty of imagination and anticipation. General Alger replied that he was certain about what caused it. Bids for transporting to Spain the Spanish soldiers captured during the war were asked for. The shipping trust submitted exorbitant figures. A Spanish steamship company proposed to do the job for much less and got the contract, in spite of threats made by the robbers. Thereupon, certain of the New York press discovered that General Alger could not be controlled and at the same time decided that he was not competent and would have to go. It was the McKinley Campaign Fund talking, and its speech was effective. Nor did it matter whether such a trifling thing occurred as the destruction of a man's reputation. Upon my return to Michigan, I saw Governor Pingree and Secretary Stone and others, and arrangements were begun for the big homecoming reception of General Alger that was soon given to him by Detroit. Nothing could have been easier. General Alger was Michigan's most loved citizen. They sensed the unjustness of his treatment and resented, as a quickly generous people would do. Then followed the working out of the plans to send General Alger to the Senate. He sent for me and requested me to be his campaign manager. There were many reasons why I could not do so. Chiefly, I knew that it would be necessary to use all the Pingree organization that existed, and I did not control it. General Alger would not hear to my objections. My appeal was then to Henry B. Ledyard. When I told Mr. Ledyard my reasons and informed him that in my opinion William Judson of Washtenaw would be the best man that could be obtained, he agreed with me and got General Alger to consent. Judson conducted a shrewd campaign against the McMillan-Ferry combination and was able to defeat D.M. Ferry, though not easily. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Iron Hunter by Chase Salmon Osborn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. My association with Hazen S. Pingree plunges me into politics deeper than ever. It was the age superlative of riding on people's necks. The strong rode the shoulders of the weak night and day, and the rich seemed only to regard the poor as beasts of burden. Nor did it matter, as in mule packing and horse use, whether the collar galled or the girth fit, or the saddle was on right, or the pack was properly cinched, or whether the work animals were properly watered and fed, or given rest, or taken to a blacksmith or veterinary, or turned out to pasture. They just threw the diamond hitch on man and never took off the load. They were more men than mules, and they were easier to get. The supply was unending. Social reformers were anarchists. A disciple of Karl Marx and Rudolf Engels was crazy. Anyone who agreed with Henry George was a moron. Herr Most and Emma Goldman should be hung. Nevertheless, things could not always go on as they were. No thought to speak of had been even given to the idea that the despotism of wealth should ever be benevolent. God works in a mysterious way, yesterday, today, forever. Man with brief authority and enlarged stomach, containing all the coarser passions and desires, has deluded himself with a conceit that he was doing things, when all the time he was contributing to the plan of Providence. Man has exactly the same relationship to the vast thing defined as universal life as the microscopic cells of the human body have to the life of that body. He is a microcosm of the macrocosm. He is a cell, and his intracellular and intercellular activities cause him only to be conscious of action. There is no such thing as inertia, or he would know that. There is no such thing even as physical death. It is only disintegration in order that more perfect reintegration may occur. How wondrous the periodic law, the elements of Mendeleev, the triads of Dobereiner, and the octaves of Newlands, business of the three entities, matter, energy, and ether, and business going on all the time, and, aided by oppression and repression, making for localized power. Men popped up everywhere who represented something that just would not be pooed aside and so had to be reckoned with. Hazen S. Pingree was one of this sort. He was an extraordinary, ordinary man. Out of the Green Mountains he came, a shoemaker, grandfather in Revolutionary War, father in Mexican War, and he a private in the Civil War. Fighters. In Detroit he became quite rich manufacturing shoes. They ran him for mayor. No one knew him as a great humanist. He did not even know it himself. Elder Blades told him about it, and John Atkinson told him more. Charlie Joslin was one of his young adherents who showed symptoms of humanity that might develop if he were permitted to run free and unhaltered. When Pingree began to find out how things were in a social and political way, he began to raise the dickens. This marked him as a troublemaker and undesirable by the machine. James McMillan was a United States Senator of Michigan and chairman of the Republican State Central Committee. He was a rich Scotch-Canadian whose money had been gleaned from public land grants and playing the game as honestly as it was played in that time by the big fellows and those who parroted them. Anything was legitimate during that epoch that would not land a man in the penitentiary, and the function of lawyers was to steer their clients so that they could do business and keep out of jail, but do business. Senator Stockbridge had died in office with a peaceful consciousness that he had had Schuyler Olds pay for all he got. John Patton had been appointed by good Governor Rich to the vacancy, and being in advance of his time in morals and ethics, he had to be displaced, because his fellow citizen, Blodgett, a lumber king, decided to buy the place for Julius C. Burroughs. The railroads, and principally the specially chartered Michigan Central, at the head of which, under the Vanderbilts, was the mastermind of Henry B. Ledyard, exercised a large political influence in the state, often secondary, however, to the McMillan influence. Mr. Ledyard and Mr. McMillan were too strong individually, and had too many clashing interests always to work in harmony. General Russell A. Alger, with a disposition as sweet as a good woman's, brave when he knew where and how to strike, cherishing a high desire to be right and do right, clean as a man could be and be in big business in those days, was a friend and ally of Ledyard and also was Tom Platt's agent in Michigan. This is a partial mirror of political conditions when Hazen S. Pingree began to horn down the shelves of the china shop. There had not been a big man in the public life of Michigan since the passing of Zach Chandler. Big occasions make big men. Just mean money-grabbing does not. The Pingree crowd, and it was as crazy a crowd finally of irresponsibles as ever was permitted to gather around a man whose greatest weakness was his inability to judge men, could not work with any existent political entity, so it worked alone. Pingree wished to be governor. It was natural for a lot of reasons that he should. Many of the sycophants nearest to him wanted to use him as such. Others who believed in him were certain he had a mission. Such modernists as Captain Gray of Glasgow and William T. Stead spurred him honestly, and the old man himself had his fighting blood at boiling point. Every newspaper in Detroit was against him. He had to put up bulletins in the city hall in order to secure any kind of publicity. Not one of the papers could be induced to mention him for governor. Among the old liners, he was either a rattlesnake or crazy. Albert Pack finally lined up with him. Pack was to succeed Burroughs as United States Senator if things came out right. Pingree started on a tour of the state with O.C. Tompkins, who later, as warden of Marquette Prison, shot off some fingers of Holzay, the Jojibic bandit. Very few outside of Detroit had any crystallized convictions about the man. Perry Powers of Cadillac, while president of the Michigan Press Association, had made a fight for my appointment as state game and fish warden by Governor Rich, which I had clinched by waylaying the governor between 3 and 4 o'clock one morning. This had introduced me into state politics. Consequently, I knew Mayor Pingree, and I had some idea of what he was up against. When he came to the Sioux to see me, I at once enlisted in his cause and agreed to bring him out for governor in the Sioux News, which I did. It took some scoring, but he finally won. I was continued in the office I held. In fact, my term was for 4 years, and I had 2 more to serve when Governor Pingree was inaugurated. He began many reforms and had a knock-down and drag-out fight every minute with the legislature while it was in session. The notorious Immortal 19 lined up against him in the Senate and headed him off at every turn. So it went for 2 years. When he came up for renomination, we hoped to get him through on a truce. Prospects were not good. I went to Washington and had a number of sessions about the matter with Senator McMillan, during which I made the discovery that there was no reason to be afraid of a United States senator, that even the strongest of them are not supermen. Decision was made that Governor Pingree had so entrenched himself that he could not be successfully opposed without more of a fight than was worthwhile. I had a good many reasons for desiring to be a factor in the second Pingree convention. Principally, I desired to secure the nomination of Horace M. Orrin of my hometown for Attorney General. The idea was put into my head by Fred A. Maynard, whose time had come to retire from that office, which he had ably filled. There was no fight on Pingree, but there was plenty of opposition to everybody else. I succeeded in organizing and controlling the convention, and our slate went through, of course including Orrin. I did not know then that the Attorney General has a fat lot of state law business to give out with the consent of the governor. It was, and still can be, one of the most productive sources of graft. Eli Sutton, a son-in-law of Governor Pingree, seemed to have his ear and his confidence to a greater extent than anybody else. Others of the kitchen cabinet were Bill Judson of Washtenaw, Seabrant Wesselius, John Atkinson, Arthur Marsh, and Charlie Joslin. Now and then, Orrin and I would be invited to the meetings, but I was not often taken into the inner circle. Whether it was because they were going to bunk the old man or do some dirty work, I do not know, but they were careful. Personally, I do not think a single one of the intimates of Governor Pingree was dishonest intentionally. Some of them had supported him on principle, and others, who were outside the political breastworks, picked him as 100 to 1 shot. The kitchen cabinet was in disagreement. Wesselius seemed to lead one wing and Eli Sutton the other. Sutton won out. Wesselius was commissioner of railroads, a big, able, unpoised man. To my surprise, that place, about the best in the gift of the governor, was offered to me. I did not want it, but I had come to know and love and trust General Alger, so I asked his advice. He was emphatic in telling me to take it. There was some delay, not serious, in my confirmation. Then the office was turned over to me. When I walked through the door, I thought that about all the equipment I had for the job was acquired when I was one of the Chicago and Northwestern construction gang. Mr. Wesselius and his friend, Fred Britton, one of the best of Michigan newspaper men, were the only occupants of the office, and I was alone. So simple may be the investiture of authority. Some commonplaces were exchanged, during which I observed that I hoped to administer the office in the interests of all the people, but with no unfairness or injustice to the railroads, whereupon Wesselius snorted, "Young feller, you pray to God and ask him to look out for you and the people. The railroads will look out for themselves." Now I was Commissioner of Railroads of the state of Michigan, with more authority, positive and negative, if exercised, than any one man should ever have. As long as I occupied the office, Governor Pingree never crossed its threshold. He sent for me the first day and told me that he had promised that Senator Frank Westover of Bay City, an able man, should be appointed deputy commissioner. That was exactly the time for a showdown as to whether I was Commissioner of Railroads or a dummy for the governor, or much worse, perhaps, for some of his advisers. I told him that I did not know Mr. Westover, that I had nothing against him, that I did not wish to thwart him as governor, and even would help him carry out his promises when I could adjust actions to public interests. Then I told him I would resign, that there would be no feeling, and that he could appoint Mr. Westover as commissioner. Secretly, I think he liked my straight talk and respected me, but outwardly he sniffed and snuffed air through one side of his nose, and we never became intimate. I did not know then, nor until long afterwards, that I had been appointed really because General Alger had asked Governor Pingree to do so, and Mr. Ledyard had asked General Alger. Not another request was made of me by the governor, nor did General Alger or Mr. Ledyard ever ask a favor that had any bearing on my official acts. Governor Pingree had Ralph Stone as private secretary. Then the position of secretary carried the title of major. He was even then, though a young man, possessed of superior attainments of heart and mind. While with the Michigan Trust Company at Grand Rapids, Major Stone acquired valuable business experience to supplement his academic law training at the University of Michigan. At the varsity, he had been an independent and a leader among the non-frats. This was due to a deeply set humanity, probably inherited from a sensitively organized father, who at that time was a Unitarian preacher in New Jersey. Between Major Stone and the purely political crowd, there was always friction. The secretary was constant in his endeavors to protect his chief from the wolves. More than once he tore up wild speech manuscripts that had been supplied the governor and wrote addresses to replace them. Very much credit for the many concrete achievements of Governor Pingree's administration belongs to Ralph Stone. I always found it a satisfaction to cooperate with him, and early I was impressed with his clean and clear and courageous thought processes, his poise and good judgment, and his common sense and kindliness. He had deeply at heart the welfare of the masses with no desire to make political capital of his sentiments. And yet, when he sought employment after leaving the executive office, he found that capital regarded him as a dangerous socialist, if not an anarchist. This made his latter climb to the presidency of the Detroit Trust Company a trial of his manhood and principles. Ralph Stone was one of the first to demonstrate the reasonable and human tendency in modern business. Governor Pingree made enemies in phalanxes. They dogged him everywhere, as always is the case when men in public or private who are worthwhile assail the established order, no matter how bad the established order may be. Pingree fought back bravely. The Detroit Free Press, which has had a history of malignancy unsurpassed since the days it hounded Lincoln, and was the organ in London of the rebel Knights of the Golden Circle, set its spies on his track, and after all of those who were a part of his administration. As is often the case, internal conditions proved fatal when external attacks are easily resisted. There was crookedness in the governor's official family. Probably the acts were not more dishonest than many past practices, but always higher standards are being erected by which public acts are judged, and no one had done more than Governor Pingree to improve conditions in this respect. One evening I received a hasty summons to come to the executive chambers. Assembled was every friend of the administration that could be reached. The military scandals had been unearthed. Then occurred a demonstration of the wonderful, though blind, personal loyalty of Governor Pingree. He would not believe a single charge made. It was the work of his personal enemies who, because they could not get the old man, were determined to ruin any or all who were his friends. And in this view he persisted to the last, finally pardoning those who pleaded guilty so as to give him an opportunity to do so, rather than to trust their fate to a succeeding governor. While the grand jury was in session, nearly all the governor's appointed heads of departments took to the woods. No one molested me because there was nothing that could be tortured into a dereliction. They hounded me, though, and I enjoyed it, because I have never feared that a clear case could be made out against a man unless he had left himself open somewhere, either by carelessness or dishonesty. In every way, I had taken my public work seriously and had tried to do more than the law required me to do. It was not enough for me to do what the law specified. I tried to carry out anything and everything within my power in the interest of the public that the law did not forbid. Very little time elapsed before I discovered that the strong have a way of sending special representatives to a state capital, and that the weak and unorganized are not represented at all, unless public officials constitute of themselves their especial guardians. That was my view of public duty. One of the first things I had to decide was whether I would accept passes and permit my subordinates to use them also. In the past, it had been the practice of all public officials I knew anything about who could get passes to take them, use them, and charge up their railroad fare to the state just as though they had paid it. There was no commoner graft, and while petty in one, it amounted to a big total when all did it. There was no law then against accepting a pass on anything. It was easy to determine that the passes were sent to me as commissioner of railroads and not personally. So to each railroad and other transportation company that sent a pass, I wrote the following, quote, "Received as a courtesy extended to the state of Michigan, to be used as such," end quote. And of course, I did not charge or permit to be charged by subordinates to the state any railroad fares. The saving thus made was considerable in 4 years, but it was much greater in principle because it was an index of that right performance which made it impossible for the many who subsequently delved into my record to get anything on me. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Iron Hunter by Chase Salmon Osborn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. I become a candidate for governor to succeed Hazen S. Pingree. As the Pingree second term waned, the question of a successor to him began to seize all concerned. The political pendulum had been pushed by Governor Pingree as far as it would go in the reform direction, and was already starting on a reverse oscillation. The McMillan machine had received a jolt that made it rickety. The railroads, between which and the McMillan boomed there had been a partial truce, always sufficient in effect before the election of Governor Pingree to protect the transportation interests in the legislature and control the appointment of the railroad commissioner, had been badly shaken up. At the same time, the Pingree organization had been flawed by the state militia exposures. It is always the case that political chaos produces numerous candidates. The mixed conditions during the last year of the second term of Governor Pingree did not prove an exception to this. Probably the McMillan machine showed the most vitality and best cohesiveness. While it failed to beat Alger with Ferry, it easily defeated Albert Pack for United States Senator with Julius Caesar Burroughs. Senator Stockbridge, who died in office, was succeeded by John Patton of Grand Rapids. Governor Rich often showed signs of independence, and this appointment of Mr. Patton was an instance. When the brief term served by Senator Patton expired, his place was taken by J.C. Burroughs of Kalamazoo. This result was a perfect mirror of existing political conditions. John Patton was a citizen of unusual strength. He was a lawyer, a man of culture and force, independent and courageous, desired only the best, and acted upon well-considered convictions. Naturally, he could not be handled willy-nilly. The politicians and interests had no manner of use for him because they could not use him. Politics appeared to be a question of profit of some kind for nearly everybody. Someone more biddable than John Patton was wanted in the National Senate. Mr. Burroughs, then for some time in the House of Representatives, was selected as the man. Delos Blodgett, a wealthy lumberman of Grand Rapids, forgot the amenities that are supposed to subsist between fellow citizens in the desire that submerged him to have someone who would vote right on the lumber tariff and other things. Mr. Blodgett sought and obtained the McMillan vehicle, which was not difficult, because James McMillan, the senior senator, did not look pleasantly upon a junior senator of superior culture who would not play second fiddle to him. The machine worked so well that Mr. Patton got the guillotine expeditiously. It worked quite as well against Albert Pack, who had lined up with the Pingree forces and tried with their aid to beat Senator Burroughs after his first term. I had impotently supported both Patton and Pack. With these scalps in their belt, the McMillanites quite confidently trotted out D.M. Ferry of Detroit as a successor to Pingree. Aaron T. Bliss of Saginaw had the Alger Ledyard Railroad support. I was offered the support of one wing of the Pingree following, including that of Justice S. Stearns of Ludington, then Secretary of State. It was not long after he had urged me to become a candidate for governor and had pledged his support to me before he decided, as was his right, that he would be a candidate himself. This was the result of influence upon him by the Pingree wing that was not for me. It was the mercenary gang, and was stronger than the other following. Nevertheless, inasmuch as I had made my announcement, I stuck to my colors. James O'Donnell of Jackson, a newspaper man of standing and ability, who had been in the House of Representatives and also had been a candidate for governor several times before, announced himself. Lastly, the Commissioner of Insurance under Governor Pingree, Milo D. Campbell of Coldwater, became a candidate. This made 6 candidates for governor to succeed Pingree. 3 of them, Bliss, Ferry, and Stearns, were by reputation multimillionaires. The other 3, O'Donnell, Campbell, and myself, were comparatively poor men. I was youngest of all, and, as I view things now, I was not qualified to be governor, although I am, even after 16 years, unconvinced that I was not as well equipped as any of the others, which is not an immodest tribute to myself. There ensued the wildest use of money in politics that had ever occurred in the state. Such a fight as Ferry, Bliss, and Stearns put up had never been witnessed before. The serpent of corruption made a slimy trail all over the state, and debauched and debauchers could be tracked by the spoor of dollars. When the thing got hot, delegates were offered $3,000 for a single vote, and perhaps more. Friends of mine witnessed an offer of $2,500 to a delegate favorable to me, and saw him refuse in anger. That honest man is Gilman M. Dame, since then for a time chairman of the Republican State Central Committee of Michigan. That act explains the origin of my friendship for him that began then and has subsisted without a break to the present time. I made a red-hot personal canvass as far and as fast as I could go. With no money to spend, I was not tempted to spend any. O'Donnell and Campbell were in the same moneyless boat so far as concerned ability to compete with Ferry, Bliss, and Stearns. My stock in trade was my political and administrative record up to date. As state game and fish warden, I had done my best at every turn and had really gotten results. As commissioner of railroads, I had enforced 2-cent passenger fare laws for the first time in the history of the state, had clung to a policy of grade separation consistently and doggedly, only to see it die when I went out of office and remain unresurrected to this time, and had done all the law required and quite a good deal more. My grade separation work had just been tragically emphasized by an accident at Flint, in which Major Buckingham, Mrs. Applegate, and Mrs. Humphrey had been killed. Application had been made for a certain grade crossing at Flint. The hearing was attended by a large number of citizens of that town, including Major Buckingham. That gallant gentleman had abused me roundly when I decided against those who desired the unopposed request. Special legislation was sought and obtained, reversing my decision in effect. The grade crossing was put in, and within a short time afterwards, Major Buckingham and his guests were killed upon it. The grade crossing policy caused more friction than anything else during my administration of the Railroad Commissioner's Department. It was an active era of electric road construction. Very frequently indeed, there was trouble over crossings between steam and electric roads. I was called upon almost continuously to grant hearings, at which appeared the best lawyers of the state and many capitalists. One incident discovered to me how the situation might be made extraordinarily profitable by one so inclined. I had made a decision requiring 6 grade separations to cost $10,000 each, a total of $60,000. The electric road builder who would have to do this work called upon me in my office early one forenoon, before the separation orders had been issued. After preliminaries, he said he had come to, quote, lose $30,000 under the carpet of my office, end quote. For just a moment, I really did not understand him, but in the next half second, it flashed to my mind that he was trying to bribe me. It was probably the play for me, according to the storybooks, to be insulted and knock my tempter down and throw him out, or do some such dramatic stunt. But I only saw the humor of the thing and told him that if the money was lost under the carpet, the janitor would find it after a while and return it, but he would lose his interest. Disgusted with what he appeared to think was my stupidity, he soon departed. It was the only time in my life that I have been offered a bribe. He was going to split 50-50 with me and not separate the grades. A lot of money to me was $30,000, but it required no accession of honesty to refuse it. In fact, it was not even a temptation, and I did not seem to get for myself from it any real measure of my true character. The charm of the governorship campaign was the attitude towards me of certain personal friends, and particularly of my hometown and county, and the entire Upper Peninsula. I had every Upper Peninsula county behind me except Luce. The 2 delegates from Luce County were controlled for Stearns by Con Danaher, a fellow lumberman. In the Lower Peninsula, I did not have much support, but it was more than enough to offset the loss of Luce. The convention deadlocked, but not for long. The ferry forces decided early that they were beaten. They caucused. Their leaders saw they might dictate the nomination by throwing to O'Donnell or to me. In a vote between us, I lost by 2. If the ferry delegates had come to me, I would in all probability have been nominated, because I had a large second-choice following that would have come to me on the break that followed. Power above man pilots destiny. Bliss was nominated. I have always thought that James O'Donnell joked himself away from serious consideration. He was a fine man. In public, he was a monologist and came to be regarded as a funny entertainer. This threw a curtain over his soldier merits. Ecclesiastes, quote, dead flies cause the ointment of the apothecary to send forth a stinking savor. So doth a little folly him that is in reputation for wisdom and honor. End quote. Defeat for nomination as governor at the Grand Rapids Convention did not in the least discourage me. On the contrary, it opened my eyes. The 3 contesting millionaires had spent $750,000. Disgust was written as large in the state as shame had been. It is as though the individual is a phagocyte and sustains the same relation to the great body politic as that bacillus does to the human body. When a sickness threatens death, they are stimulated as never before to work to save it. I shared in the common desire for better and cleaner things. This was intense enough within me to cause me to decide that I would get out of politics and remain out until I could participate as an independent. There were only 2 ways then, and that is all there are now, by which a man could become a candidate. One was as the creature of interested persons, and the other was upon one's own initiative as an independent. In fact, the latter way offered the only possible chance for freedom in public service. I could not see how a poor man could be wholly independent under our political systems and conditions then, and cannot now. The thing then for me to do, I decided, was to make enough money to be independent and to make it by methods so honest that I could not reproach myself or be assailed by an opponent or an enemy. It took me 12 years to do it. My next decision was to re-enter politics, or at least to offer to serve, and particularly to expose and oppose all forms of political corrupt practice. My happiness was not to be found in holding office, but in work of any kind and in any and all directions, so far as my power went, that would help mankind. Nor could I convince myself that I was unselfish, because I soon found that there is more joy in offering to serve and in conscientiously doing one's best when opportunity comes. I was after that sweetness. Upon all sides I saw the hardness and the misery and the discontent of wealth. Strong men would phlebotomize everybody they could, and then, in an anguish of remorse, seek happiness as professional philanthropists through channels of belated restoration, only to gather disappointment and increased bitterness. Somewhere between too much and too little is the economic utopia that Solomon quotes Alger, the son of Jacques, as praying for when he asks, quote, "Give me neither poverty nor riches," end quote. That also became my prayer. I was thus, I think, prevented from having an incurable case of money grubbing. When my possessions got to the fairly certain value of $250,000, I diverted all my strength to public service in any way that gave me a chance. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Iron Hunter by Salmon Osborn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. The poetry, charm, romance, and usefulness of iron ore. For a period of years, Indian after Indian brought me samples of ore, iron, copper, nickel, silver, gold. I paid no attention to any but iron. It is as staple as wheat. During the period of no snow, I searched the wilderness of the north from one rock zone to another, and always and ever east to west across the continental formation. In the winter I traveled. My idea was to know my own country firsthand. I found it did not cost any more to travel than to remain stationary. In fact, I was able, by increased knowledge, to earn more by traveling than if I had stayed at home. It appeared to be just as easy in traveling to have my wife with me as to leave her alone at home, and we were both benefited, and it made us more contented and happy. Searching for further justification for travel, I happened to hit upon the rather lugubrious fact that the world does very well without all of us, so far as we know, after death, and if so, it, or any portion of it, ought to spare us handily during life. Very early I discovered that in order to get the most good from travel, it was necessary to have clear-cut objects and purposes. So I decided to visit all the places in the world, if possible, where iron ore is produced in commercial quantities. A big undertaking. Naturally, that involved a study of other lands, their resources, and geology. Even that was not enough, so I added the study of government, and particularly the methods of colonial government adopted by those powers chiefly engaged in colonizing the world: Great Britain, France, Russia, Germany, Italy, Portugal, Spain, and Holland. At one time or another, those peoples, possibly excepting Teuton and Slav, have ruled the earth. From the study of modern government, it was an easy step to interest in the history of the yesterdays and in dramatic personages such as Sin, Akbar, Attila, Alaric, Timur Lenk, Genghis Khan, Alexander, Xenophon, Cyrus, Xerxes, Napoleon, and other first-class mapmakers of the world. As a result, I found myself traveling and studying the world in the winter and threading a trackless wilderness in the summer. It was an ideal and also a selfish life, which I was determined to desert as soon as I had visited every country in the world that had its own autonomy and every suzerain state and colony of any importance. This my wife and I completed to our satisfaction in 1913, after more than 30 years of travel. Before we left our own country, we went into every state and to Alaska, and also visited our insular possessions as rapidly as they were secured by the United States. There is a romance about iron that has always fascinated me, and it holds me yet as a magnet attracts. I wonder if the courageous men who seek it in the bowels of the earth realize their big part in the life of the world. Do the brave, bare bodies that reflect the furnace light and the gloating glow of the smelter do their work because of a subtle subconsciousness of the fact that the wheels of the world and civilization would stop if they stopped? Iron ore and steel are of greater importance than wheat because there are many good substitutes for wheat. There is none for iron ore. It has a glory of usefulness all its own. Those who are associated with its production should know of the dignity of their calling, should realize it, and then their hearts and souls would fill their big bodies until brawn and spirit are one, as an instrument of the joy of existence and the keen sense of service. There would be a brotherhood of iron that could not know strife if the totality of performance could be shown to the eyes of all those who inhabit the world of steel. Nor would its boundaries be smaller than those of the earth, for it would tie together the best developed American ironworker and the lowliest African. If the miner who blasts or shovels or trams a pound of iron ore could follow it to its destinations and uses, he would at once conclude that he is one of the most valuable and important factors of society. This is the truth. The same is true of the furnace man and the foundryman, the worker in the steel mill, and the artisan of keen eye and trained hand who fashions the products of iron ore with mind and heart. True also of the master captains, who have organized the armies of the age of steel and iron, and who are really learning that their industrial soldiers give up their lives even more bravely upon the battlefields of constantly applied human effort than those who rend each other at the cannon's mouth. From this realization, it is only a step further to the practical conviction that they are entitled to even more consideration, to continuous employment. What kind of an army would it be that did not keep its soldiers constantly, but depended upon picking them up helter-skelter when needed? To a minimum wage, to old age insurance and pensions, to adequate compensation for injury and death resulting from the risks of their work, to sanitary housing and moral environments. Menaces such as saloons are being removed. All of these things are of the moment. At first, they were adopted because it is good business. Already they are reaching the deeper and finer source of their cause in the hearts and souls of mankind, and taking intimately home of the law of laws. I am my brother's keeper. And this must comprehend social kindnesses as well as economic guardianship. When industry was young, master and servant composed the family. There was friendship and acquaintance and sympathy. When growth reached such an extent that the master could not know his many servants and feel for them deeply, labor troubles began to beget. With the advent of artificial masters, corporations born by the law, marble-esque and lacking human responsibility, the hiatus between master and servant widened almost unbridgeably. The cure is coming, is on the way, has already arrived sporadically in the rehumanizing of industry. Only can this finally be achieved by the master thinking as the servant thinks, and the servant thinking as the master thinks. There will then be no master and servant as now defined. Rather, there will be such a mutualization as will make for leader and led, for helper and helped. Famished are the masses for want of human recognition and consideration. They unconsciously resent arrogance and overlordship with its coldness and autocracy, even the benevolent despotism of money. In America, this is more true than it is in other countries. Hunger for freedom, for equality, for opportunity, for escape from the oppression of false human pride has milked the best of the earth into our national pail. Here they swiftly obtain and ravenously cherish the wholesome idea that one man is as good as another. To believe that way, aye, to feel it in their heart of hearts, is why they have come here from the valleys and mountains of the earth. Then when they see old man Slobson's son Andy throwing on dog chest-swelled elephantiasis of the cranium, hard of voice and glassy of eye, bossing them around like dogs, running over their children in his automobile, and running over them in his manner, the very devil in them is aroused. They have known old man Slobson since boyhood, worked underground and on the surface with him, and they know that Andy is no better than they are. But he is stronger. He can drive them. Yes, and he can also enrage them. The artificial master without heart or conscience has set Andy up over them to grind their bodies and their souls. As an emollient to passion, they do build libraries and clubs and schools and gymnasia and such things, and these are all very well, but they mean nothing at all in the way of removing the sharp instruments, pride and power, that are digging away at the tender spots in labor's manhood. Everything physical may be supplied to those who work under bosses, good wages enough and all, and they will remain discontented and rebellious until the human touches are supplied. Love, fraternity, association, kind words and deeds from the heart and not from the pocketbook, real interest transcending commercial concern. There never has been labor trouble where there has been personal understanding, personal acquaintance, and personal friendship, regard and respect between employer and employee. I know because I have been an employee with pick and axe and barrel and shovel, and many a time I have felt like smashing the head of an arrogant boss, not because I was hungry, but because I was not treated as considerately as I would have been if I had been a brute. I guess we got off the iron ore trail, but not far, for it leads into the hearts and minds of men, as well as into their arms and backs and purses. There is war, that leveler of society, the great master surgeon of nations, operating upon the earth as the individual surgeon operates on the body. The knife is guided by the same unerring hand, directed by the all-seeing eye, and as the layman cannot see and know the mysteries of the hospital operating room, just so we cannot comprehend the purposes of the great surgeon of the universe. Into cannon and into the surgeon's knife enter iron ore. The bellowing death of one and the delicate life-saving of the other involves the use of steel. They were a lump of iron ore yesterday. Great locomotives made from iron rush over rails of iron ore, performing missions of peace and war. Harvest fields are Gambogian in their ripeness and renitent until the reaping machines come. Then they lie down peacefully with that child of iron ore. When the Crusader dreamed and gave his life to recover the land of Christ, the sword that gleamed with the glory of heaven and the zeal of deep desire was a thing of iron ore. The bread we eat is baked in pans made from iron ore, and ovens made from iron ore. Our span of life is ticked off by springs of iron ore in clock and watch. Huge pumping engines made from iron ore handle water through pipes of iron ore for all the purposes of life. Ocean steamships made of iron ore throb with a life that is more than artificial. Giant cranes made from iron ore move about in gargantuan majesty. One can look nowhere and think nowhere without encountering manifestations of iron ore dug out of the earth and handled purposefully by real men. There is iron ore in our blood and body. It is the age of iron ore. Let those who produce it hold up their heads with dignity and walk erect among men. They give to it their lives that it may serve mankind. No wonder the sewing machine and the automobile and the locomotive and the ship and all the things made from iron ore are so human. They are human in that they have cost myriads of lives while making. A workman's average working life is 20 years. Many labor for a longer time, but few are at their best for even 20 years. A prize fighter's life is 10 years. The same forces are employed by the prize fighter and the skilled mechanic. Of course, the latter applies them to higher purpose. He hammers something into useful shape, while the pugilist is hammering something into useless shape. The heart beats 70 times a minute, 4,200 times an hour, 100,000 times a day, 16 million times a year, and as many times 16 millions as a person lives years. Each time the heart beats, it lifts nearly a half pound of blood, and all of the 20 to 30 pounds of blood in the body are forced through the heart and lungs every minute. Each heartbeat represents a punctuation of death. Just as the tick-tock of a clock tells off a measure of time that will never be again for you and me, so does each heartbeat reduce the total heartbeats. The moment a child is born, it begins to draw upon its bank account of expectant heartbeats and expend them. A third of life is utilized in preparation for that portion of the span that is useful in a creative sense. Every time an iron worker, or any other, lifts his hand or bends his back, just as many heartbeats as occur during the time required for these physical demonstrations are expended, and the worker has given of his life in the proportion that they bear to all of the heartbeats he will be vouchsafed. In this way may be had some idea of exactly how men and women give their lives in labor. It may be imagined, if not yet quite proven, that their lives enter into their productions affecting the character or quality of the article that is made. It is well known that the work of prisoners never makes for perfection. The more deeply one is in love with his work, the better the product, and the happier the performance. All great inventions have resulted from freedom of effort applied with love. When we think in this way, we are not unreasonable if we think we can detect man's life in all those things that are commonly called artificial, just as we may so plainly see God in everything. In order to do the best work, it follows that the worker must love to work and be loyal to self and to employer, whether the employer is yourself or some other. This feeling is possible in any degree of purity only when the spirit of the worker is permitted to flow freely without being damned by resentment and bitterness. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Iron Hunter by Salmon Osborn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Iron ore bacteria. The origin of iron ore is a mystery, just as all things are a mystery, unless one has faith enough to find the cosmic cause in God. Iron is present in some form in almost everything. Economic geologists know a good deal about how it has been gathered and deposited as it is found in the earth. Also, there is a good deal yet that they do not know, which makes their work all the more interesting. Iron present in solution in the subterranean hydrosphere has been deposited upon impervious basements. Sometimes there have been lithospheric and atmospheric actions causing mechanico-chemical alterations that have won the iron ore. The most interesting and most modern discovery is that iron ore is made of bugs. European physicists have known for some time of the existence of what is called iron ore bacteria. Now the fact is commonly accepted in America. E.C. Harder and R.T. Chamberlain, well-known American geologists, mining engineers, and investigators, attribute the great iron ore deposits in the Itabira district of Minas Gerais, Brazil, to iron ore bacteria. With great respect for the basic flow theories of Van Hise and Leith, and equal regard for the similar ideas of igneous influence held by T.C. Chamberlain and Salisbury, they did not find sufficient evidence of volcanic intrusions in Brazil and were compelled to look further for a source. Referring to the Itabira Formation, Harder and Chamberlain say in the Journal of Geology, Volume 23, Part 1, Number 4, May to June, Part 2, Number 5, July to August, 1915, quote, "The Batatal schist represents a slackening of sedimentation from the rapid deposition which characterized the laying down of the sands composing the Conica quartzite. This slackening of clastic sedimentation continued until the close of the Batatal epoch, when very little clastic material was being washed into the sea in the region considered. The land presumably had become so low as to yield very little mechanical sediment, and with the lowering of the land surface there was probably combined a gradual retreat of the shoreline. Simultaneous with a great diminution of mechanical sediment deposited in the area under consideration, there commenced a precipitation of ferric hydroxide from solution, materials in solution being probably carried beyond the border of the region of clastic sedimentation. This precipitation may have been due either to purely chemical reactions taking place in the sea, or perhaps to the operation of the well-known iron bacteria, which cause the deposition of ferric hydroxide from waters containing ferrous carbonate in solution. These iron bacteria are said to possess the peculiar property of utilizing as food the carbon dioxide locked up in very dilute solutions of ferrous carbonate. Ferric hydroxide is left behind and is deposited as a sediment. Not having much confidence in the hypothesis that the iron oxide was precipitated directly from seawater by ordinary chemical means, we prefer to turn to the iron bacteria as perhaps forming a better working hypothesis. It is now known that much of the bog iron ore being formed in lagoons at the present time is the result of the activity of a certain group of bacteria known as the iron bacteria. The iron bacteria include many individual species, of which the thread bacteria, Chlamydothrix, Gallionella, Spirophyllum, Crenothrix, and Clonothrix, and the caucus form Siderocapsa have perhaps been most carefully studied." End quote. Van Hise and Leith do not claim that all iron ores are deposited or concentrated by fire action. They only suggest that the great iron ore bodies in the Michigan and Minnesota ranges of the Lake Superior region have come from associated basaltic lavas, either from the magmatic waters or from chemical reactions between the hot basic lavas and the ancient seawaters. Iron bacteria live in either standing or running clear waters that contain iron compounds. Turbid waters, and those containing much organic matter, do not offer them asylum. So active are iron bacteria in making for conditions that leave ferric hydroxide behind, that water pipes of cities where the water contains ferrous carbonate have been known to be completely closed by them. Sheaths of dead iron bacteria have been found in multitudes in limonite deposits. Enormous deposits of several kinds of iron ore are known to result from the work of iron bacteria. It is believed that the vast Brazilian deposits, among the most extensive known, were formed with comparative rapidity. Winogradsky offers a chemical formula and explanation of the methods of iron bacteria. Little enough is yet known about them. It is not beyond reason that they are at the very threshold of life origin and work as mitosis and metabolism, one set of bacteria performing anabolism and another catabolism, one building as the other tears down. So much for the bugs that make iron ore. They are closely akin to the enzymes that seem to be everywhere and in everything. What mostly is of importance is that iron ore exists and that it is distributed all over the earth with fine reference to economic convenience. Another thing is known to be a fact, and that is that James J. Hill's statement that there would be an exhaustion of the world's supply of iron ore within a few years is inaccurate. There is enough iron ore known of to supply the world for centuries, and not a tithe probably of what exists has been discovered. The fascinating truth that iron bacteria are manufacturing new deposits all of the time is not of great importance in bearing upon supply, for while it is believed that ore bodies are created with greater rapidity than was formerly thought, it cannot be hoped that nature is now keeping up with man's demands. It is interesting to contemplate that the greatest operated deposits of iron ore in the world are located in Arctic and subarctic regions, or in zones where nearly half the year is winter, as in the Lake Superior country. This may be partially accounted for by the potentiality of and volume of commercial activity in the colder regions, for there are extensive iron ore formations in the tropics and subtropics. Remember also that iron bacteria live in clear water and are not at home in impure water. In the colder regions, water is most likely to be pure. In hotter zones, it is most apt to be impure. Along the isothermal of half a growing year and half a resting year, life is intense, as the period of inertia is perfect rest. Consequently, here nature seems to do more work than in the tropics, and of a better quality. This is proven by the extreme tilthfulness of certain sections of the Lake Superior region and of Siberia. There are several kinds of iron ore if consideration is given to close technical classification. For the practical purposes of the explorer and prospector, it is almost enough to know ironstone from other stones. Next, he learns that magnetic ore or magnetite attracts the compass needle and that hematite ore does not. By hefting it in his hand and by scrutinizing the texture, he can give a close guess to its percentage of metallic iron content, can come quite close to it by weighing it in the air and in the water, so as to learn the relative specific gravity of the specimen under examination. If there is much sulfur, it is indicated by a showing of iron pyrites. Phosphorus is a disturbing component and can only be determined by analysis. Titanium is worst of all and cannot be detected without an analysis. It is almost never formidably present in hematite. Upon being powdered, hematite shows reddish, hence its name. Magnetite powder black and limonite yellow. It is not important to recognize martite independently. In America, better ores rendered siderite valueless for a time, although it is profitably mined in Austria and also in Canada. Once it was supposed that all iron ore deposits of sufficient size to be commercially valuable showed an outcropping somewhere. This idea has been abandoned for the more accurate one that all iron ore formations near enough to the surface to contain reachable enrichments show somewhere upon the surface. Where they dip below the top of the ground, they may be traced accurately nearly always by the use of dial compass and dipping needle, preferably the former. All magnetic ore formations are easily mapped. Zones of hematite, taconite, siderite, idibarite, and some others can be depended upon to have formational attraction that can be utilized very satisfactorily in mapping. Limonite, martite, and kindred bog ores may possess no associated magnetism, and consequently, if covered by much overburden, their discovery is accidental through the channels of excavations and erosion, artificial and natural. Where igneous flows intrude sedimentary rocks, the iron hunter looks with the greatest care. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Iron Hunter by Chase Salmon Osborn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Reading the story of the stones as printed on the pages of the Earth's surface. In general iron ore reconnaissances where much territory must be covered and frequent long marches made, little attention is paid to anything but outcropping rocks. In this way alone, it is possible, almost beyond a doubt, easily to determine whether a region contains an iron ore formation. This statement is predicated upon the fact of a reasonable frequency of rock exposures. In a land of tundra and stream and glacial drift, more care must be exercised. Such a section is not attractive to the ordinary prospector. Sometimes it is the case that glaciers have cut off and picked up extensive iron ore lenses and transported them for hundreds of miles. When the travel has been for a long distance, the ore is lost amidst the other glacial cargo or dissipated by water action upon lateral or terminal moraines. It may be possible that in some instances the ore may be carried for only a short distance and dumped in large pockets. Some keen geological observers contend that the iron ores of Michigan and Minnesota have been carried from the Lake Superior North Shore in Canada in this manner. Interesting speculation, if nothing more. When an iron ore region is found, more careful work is necessary in order to define the length, width, and direction of the iron formation. Still more care must be given in order to find the richer concentrations that do not extrude obviously. To learn the boundaries of the iron formation, the territory may be cut into sections, roughly mapped, and then gone over expeditiously with eye for outcrops, and the dial compass and dipping needle for underground evidence. The search for shipping ore, that is, ore that can be marketed to a profit, is most compelling, and in its prosecution, hundreds of millions of dollars have been expended. The prospector does much preliminary work, which is sometimes rewarded. He follows every creek and even searches the river shores, and especially at gorges, where rock formations are exposed. Ravines, gullies between hills, and every depression that is touched by running water may yield rich returns in knowledge. Cavities left by the overturned stumps of trees and the material clinging to their roots may give up secrets never told before. A windfall in a forest in an iron ore country may expose as much ledge and formation as could otherwise be done by the expenditure of thousands of dollars. Classification and study of the pebbles in a stream bed should not be neglected. I think the greatest charm of prospecting is not the hope of finding wealth. It is the life in the clean, unhurt out of doors. God is in the lakes and streams, in the sky and stars, in the hills and valleys, in the throat of birds, and even in the ululations of wolf, owl, and frog, in everything, of everything, everything. Time after time I have come upon a little lake, set as a jewel in the hills that adorn nature's wedding ring to heaven, the circle of the horizon. No human eyes, perhaps not even those of the stream-haunting aboriginal Northman, had ever beheld it. Then always I would kneel down in the escarpment and whisper a word of praise to God, or I would raise my eyes to heaven, drop my tump-line to my chest, lift my hat, and let my soul pour out in mute and helpless thanksgiving. I wish I could tell just how I felt at such times. Better yet, I wish everyone might feel the same thing. No poet's ecstasy or musician's rhapsody could be half so sweet, it seems to me, unless they are much the same. Lying at night on the rocks with only the starry heavens above me, I seemed sometimes to hear with Pythagoras the music of the spheres. Prospecting in the North Country is hard or easy, depending upon the prospector, his thoughts, his desires, his heart, his whole being. If he is so constituted that he can see and feel the divinely raptured solitudes, his life will be biggened, and he will develop within himself those rich things of spirit that are worth more than even all the iron ore in the world. Also, he may find the iron ore. I do not think I have reminded you, as having a bearing upon the selfish side of the proposition, that the iron ore of the world is worth more in dollars and cents than the combined value of all the diamonds, gold, and silver. After manufacture, it possesses a greater money value than all the wheat in the world. But it is so big and common and near that it is not appreciated particularly any more than our pure air and sunlight. I am writing these things down because of my previously stated belief that more iron ore exists and will be discovered in the future than has been found in the past. North of us lies the vastest unexplored territory in the world. I refer to the Dominion of Canada. It is rich, and where it is untouched by man, it is clean. There is not a drop of unwholesome water, nor any poisonous insects nor reptiles between Lake Superior and the Aurora Borealis. In summer there are mosquitoes, black flies, and no-see-ums, but these are only trifles to the real man. Even the poor Indian and the Eskimo become immune to them, and then why should not the white man with his alleged superiority if he really has the goods? To young men of courage and resource, the limitless North offers the cleanest fight in the world, and if you win, the fruits of victory are plenteous and satisfying. This cannot be said of Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota, where exist the largest and richest iron ore deposits in the world, and where much ore will be found that is not known of now, because the possible districts are nearly all held by private owners. The great iron and copper companies have had visions and have bought extensive holdings wherever there is a chance that values exist. I suppose there are two sides to this state of affairs, but I must confess that I think it is all wrong. Even the lumbermen who bought the public domain for $1.25 an acre reserve the mineral rights when they sell. Undeveloped wealth of this kind has been easy to hold so far. Frequently it has paid no tax at all, and it never has paid enough. In Minnesota, before the Mesaba Range was discovered, and even afterwards, before the range had been mapped with any accuracy, lumbermen cut off pine and then abandoned their timberlands to the state. In quite a few instances, valuable iron ore has been discovered upon these lands, from which the state receives a very considerable income in royalties. When the United States government survey was made in the Lake Superior country, any mineral values that were in evidence along the survey lines were faithfully reported. There was not much value then to tempt them not to do so, because the country was new and without transportation facilities and generally undeveloped. Since that time, a great deal of important geological work has been done by the government and by the states of Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota, and others. This work has had particular economical purposes. Such distinguished names as Douglas Houghton, Brooks and Pumpelly, Charles Wright, Irving, Smythe, Lane, Winchell, Chamberlain, Seaman, Van Hise, Leith, Hotchkiss, Merriam, Allen, Coleman, Miller, and others are familiar to those who are interested. At a time when most of these men could have turned their knowledge into money, they have been ethical to an extent that is most praiseworthy. I do not know one of these who took advantage of his chance to make a profit, not a single quack among them. Dr. R.C. Allen was the state geologist while I was governor of Michigan. I asked him why he did not endeavor to trace the Jojibic Range across the Wisconsin boundary southward. To the west, across the Montreal River, the Jojibic Range takes the name of the Pinoka. It has not yet been very productive of commercial ore bodies. I thought that to the south or southwest of Sunday Lake and Wakefield there might be values. Dr. Allen had been thinking along the same line, and had even done a little work. He went into the field work there more eagerly. Soon he was approached by Chicago landowners who had the title to a wide area under examination. Dr. Allen came to me at once and asked me to advise him what to do. He greatly wished to see such drilling done as would expose the formation, but he did not wish to engage in private work for others while employed by the state. Nor did he desire directly or indirectly to give data that belonged to all the people of the state to these few persons in advance of his reports, which would convey the knowledge to the public. I told him to talk the matter over with the landowners and see if he could not get them to do drilling that would be of value to both the public and themselves. He succeeded in this. The same question must have come to other state geologists many times. Their uniform attitude of unselfishness and fidelity has impressed me deeply and has helped me to higher planes of thought. Their fine character has not been known or appreciated by the public at large. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Iron Hunter by Chase Salmon Osborn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ted Lienhart. Great lean outcropping of iron ore, unseen under the very eyes of the world. There is not in the whole world a shoreline more interesting than that of the north coast of Lake Superior. Black and brown and green and gray and red cliffs guard there with as much importance as though they were true continental shelves. At intervals, crowning peaks like Cape Choi and Noble Promontory stand up like titanic watchtowers. Choi and Gargantua, as they are called commonly by the few fishermen and Indians along shore, supply a clue to the classical types of men who gave them name. Choi was Capuchin, and the other was Rabelais' monster. Behind Gargantua is Pantagruel, never mentioned by the habitants. Just above, they are better acquainted with Menebozo and his wife and 2 dogs. Never passes an Indian, whether Majinutan, Wabush, or Nishishinawag, or Bilwaskai's grandfather, who does not place tobacco on the stone lap of the Indian god, next in power to Kichi Manido. I have seen them do it, sometimes hungrily and regretfully, because tobacco is tobacco among them. But if perchance coincidence would note some evidence of the pleasure of the Chippewa Sphinx, such as the lessening of a gale, or the arrival of a breeze after days of doldrums, The stoical visage of the devotee becomes almost a smiling mask. The waters of Lake Superior are the coldest and the purest in the world, not even excepting Lake Baikal in Siberia, and in their clearness that must be seen to be realized, they offer the greatest possible contrast to the murky, sickening, hot infusorial waters of Victoria Nyanza, the only body of fresh water that rivals it in size, and that only in surface area. Rivers and creeks hurtle down from the height of land, which is from 75 to 150 miles northward, as though glad to escape from the salt demons of Hudson Bay and the Arctic Ocean. These rivers supply natural hatcheries for brook trout. This has given Superior, from Nepegon to Batchewong, a bepurpled reputation among sportsmen everywhere. In the streams and along the rocks, the trout fishing is unsurpassed. Perhaps the rock fishing offers the best sport. Little jagged bays filled with talus make shadowy places where the shy fishes may hide. Benches of rock drop off into many crystal fathoms, and in their blackened cracks lurk old speckled kings that rise to flies eagerly and would rather fight than eat. Olivines and epidotes make floors of verd antique, and pegmatite shows red as blood above and also beneath the waters. Columnar basalts, some lying like corded wood and others erect as the Giant's Causeway, occupy what were once crevasses in the granite gneiss and syenite before the molten lava filled the world-making mold. Beach line upon beach line, terraced, mark the recession of the contents of the earth's greatest basin of sweet water. Underneath the boulders of these beaches, icy cold streamlets from some spring or nearby rocky pool flow into the lake with much gurgling glee. Sometimes these unseen laughing waters are boisterous, and one is called Noisy River. The last ice belt disturbed many of the ancient beaches and pushed the boulders into heaps at right angles to the lake, like so many lateral moraines, which they are not. There is not a house along hundreds of miles of shore. It is a wild, bright land in the summer, death on all sides in the winter. Rock-embraced harbors are at intervals of 12 to 20 miles. Moose and caribou and red deer, bear and wolves and wolverines, beaver, otter, and sable are in the hinterland, and birds and hares and little red squirrels and a few singing gophers. Summer companions are black flies and mosquitoes and midgets. Banksy and pine on the slopes, spruce and balsam in the valleys, high bush cranberries, sand cherries, blueberries, and Indian plums, shad bushberry, white birch, mountain ash, pinus strobus, tamarack, black currants, red raspberries, pin cherries, skunk berries, juniper, yew, seven-bark wood, and a lot more vegetation grows, and berries ripen in the fleeting period between snow and snow. It is a wild race between summer life and winter death. Ice does not thaw in the woodland lakes until June. Tripe de roche decorates the barren rocky tumuli and is sought by caribou, and when famine shows its bony clutches, man also uses this rock tripe lichen for food. Someday no traveled person will be content until he has seen the north shore of Lake Superior. Now only a few fish boats ply there, and to visit the region, one must either take these or fit out an Indian Mackinaw boat and crew, or have his own yacht. Inaccessible as it is, the North Shore is visited by a good many each season, and sometimes thousands go to the often crowded Nepegon. The best stretch is the long one between Nepegon Bay and Batchewong Bay. An ideal way is to coast along the shore in a Mackinaw boat, camping and fishing at the mouths of the many rivers, or where attractive coves lure one. Rock fishing is the most luxurious and artistic way to take trout. The rod must have plenty of backbone. A 2.5 to a 4-ounce rod will give satisfaction on a stream, but off the rocks of Lake Superior, a rod weighing from 5 to 6 ounces is better. Seated in an Indian boat of good size and plenty of freeboard, because summer squalls are fierce and sudden, with one Indian to row and a Parmacini bell leader and Montreal dropper, the gods of joy are awake. The Indian, a Chippewa and probably from the tribe of Bachawang, rows slowly and you cast towards the rocks. The water is as clear as plate glass and you can see the fish. See them dart into dark places under the rocks when they are frightened, and also see them plainly enough when they tower toward the surface, not unlike a swallow sweeping in midair as they rise to the fly, swooping off if unhooked, or making such a gamey fight if caught. Artfulness is necessary, and one must be prepared to make a cast of 40 to 60 feet and drop his flies as lightly as falling moth wings that do not splash. I have traversed every foot of the Lake Superior shore clear around. Rock study on the North Shore is more interesting than fishing. I am going to tell you of 2 interesting shore exposures. If you are young and ambitious, perhaps you will look them up and trace out their meaning. I know of only 3 other persons, one of them Justice Joseph Hall Steer of the Supreme Court of Michigan, who know them by name, and they have their information from me. This notwithstanding the fact that these rocks have been seen by thousands. Dozens of times I have rode past them with the late Alfred Noble, who was an engineer of the Pennsylvania tunnels and subways at New York, and who is largely responsible for the decision to make the Panama Canal a lock canal and not a sea-level canal. Mr. Noble was one of the most able of Americans. He was a charming campmate and most observant. Time after time we visited one of these rocks together because it is on a famous fishing stretch, and he often went to it alone and with others, but he never recognized it. Each season I was determined to tell him, and then I would be tempted to wait and permit him to have the satisfaction of discovery. I went off to Africa and Madagascar for a couple of years, and while I was away, Mr. Noble took the long rest. Those who fish the North Shore know Brulé Harbor and Indian Harbor as well as they know their own backyard, if they possess a backyard. Just below Brulé Harbor debouches Old Woman's River in a bay, the bottom of which is covered with small boulders toward Brulé and sand carried out by the river on the other side. The boulder patch offers fine trout up to 4 pounds, and on the other side of the sand, where the cliff rocks begin, and where for years lay the wreck of the Golspie, a well-known tragedy of the shore, trout of 5 and 6 pounds may be killed. Noble Promontory, with a simian's face when caught in right alignment, exalts the landscape. About halfway to Indian Harbor is majestic Cape Choi, and the fishing all the way is unsurpassed. There is not a harbor, even for small boats, between Brulé and Indian Harbor. Just after leaving Choi, bound down, quite a deep bay sets in. On the lower side, a well-defined sand spit covered with stunted birch and conifers makes a contrast to the miles of frowning headlands on either side. At the bottom of this bay, just above a shelving beach where Justice Steer and I were once wrecked by a tidal wave, a little river flows in. It is the outlet of a chain of pretty lakelets. Exactly opposite the mouth of this stream, and concealing it from the view of a person rowing by, is a big, picturesque red rock. It is simply called the Red Rock and is a landmark. Standing more than 100 feet high and some hundreds long and wide, it is as interesting as a magna mater when you recognize it as hematite iron ore. That it is very lean, so far as percentage of metallic iron content is concerned, is true, which does not detract from its interest and even value, too, when considered as evidence. As one faces downstream on the right wall of the creek, a short distance from this hematite exposure, one can see a big showing of carbonate of iron, siderite. The district near these has not been carefully examined. For years I have hoped to find time to do so, and only tell of it now as my contribution in part payment for what I have learned from unselfish geologists and surveyors. Somewhere not far distant should be found valuable deposits of iron ore, so convenient for transportation as to be unusually desirable. Proceed with me down shore to Indian Harbor, on around the point and among the islands, whose water-worn caverns contain agates, chlorastolites, thompsonites, calcites, and amethysts to be had for the gathering, to Gargantua. One passes within a foot of Menebozo and his wife and dogs if he cares to. Sail on past the hidden harbor that marks Gargantua, the entrance to which is closed by an island like a cork in the neck of a bottle. There is a lighthouse on the island. A couple of miles below the lighthouse, one comes to a red shoreline. It is prominent for a mile or more, perhaps. I have never measured the distance. All these reddish rocks are lean hematite ore. If they were to be found on the American side, it would cause a sensation, and long ago they would have been owned by trusts. I cannot easily account for the reason why these really wonderful outcrops are not known. I took Kirk Alexander and Tom May of Detroit to see the big red rock first described and told them about it and showed them the siderite in the creek. Only Justice Steer has been with me when I visited the meaningful iron ore shoreline below Gargantua. Once he sailed past it with Michael Cadot, a North Shore guide and now in the Happy Hunting Grounds. Michael said, "See rocks, not rocks, different from rocks." He tried to tell the justice something but did not succeed, and it was my pleasure to impart the secret to him. It is not unreasonable to expect that there are richer concentrations near in a region of such extensive lean ore exposures. An iron formation skirts the Lake Superior North Shore for hundreds of miles. Not much work has been done along it because it is in Canada, where the mining laws act as both guardian and deterrent. Also, interest in this field has been small because upon the American side, there has been enough ore to supply the demand, ore of fine quality and attractive economic location. Two shipping mines on the North Shore, the Helen and Magpie, near Michipicoten, have proved valuable. Quite a little is known about the Anticoken Range in the Port Arthur district, and enough exploratory work has been done at different places to warrant the belief that the North Shore will be highly productive. Another iron ore region of the North Shore that is little known comparatively lies adjacent to the Pocoso River, a half-day's row above the Michipicoten. A little work has been done along the Pocoso by Indians, trappers, and lumberjacks, which is as good as saying that not much has been accomplished. There is an extensive formation here of banded magnetite. Some of the bands are quite wide and rich. One day these ores will be won by electric concentration, as at Moose Mountain, Dunderland, and Luleå. Here the land may be staked. Most of the few claims that were taken along the Pocoso have been forfeited because of failure to fulfill the requirements of the Canadian mining laws. Even more attractive than the Pocoso country is the hinterland at Otter Head and above and below. I have seen good-looking surface showings over quite a wide stretch of country in this region and believe confidently that the future will reveal iron ore and other mineral values. And so on. I could tell such a long story of the attractions and prospects of the Canadian North Shore. It is a way that every age has, wherein young men contemporaries sigh and state that there are not as many opportunities now as when their fathers were boys. Forever will this be true. The young man, alert with industry and ambition, will have more chances than he can take advantage of. The other kind would not know it or avail himself if he were thrown among a million opportunities. I would not urge the young man to money grub who is not compelled to. Rather, let him give of himself to society in some useful way, as Theodore Roosevelt has done. All of us cannot be Roosevelts, but all of us can do our best, which will be something anyhow. To the young man who is not and must have, in order to steam himself up, the North is calling, the West is beckoning, the soil is coaxing. Everywhere masters are in search of trustworthy, energetic, loyal youth. Never was there such an era of plenty to be plucked by all who will bestir themselves out of the common ruts of sloth and indolence. What a measure of boys I have gotten when I have had 100 of them in the wilderness with me, and have offered a reward to all who would beat me to the bathing place in the morning. Out of 50, not more than 1 or 2 would race with me to the creek or lake near camp. When we had to break the ice in the late autumn in order to bathe frequently, not one boy in 100 would do it. For near 40 years now, I have lived in the robust north, and in winter I have taken a run naked and rolled in the snow every morning before breakfast when in the woods, say at 4 o'clock. In all that time I have known of only one young man who would follow my example without being ridiculed into it or compelled in some way. There are only two driving forces. One is necessity and the other is love, and the latter is best. One may have love of work without necessity, and the effort is noble that is thus made. Necessity and love together beget twice-born offspring. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Iron Hunter by Salmon Osborn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Into the heart of the Arctic Lapland, where the mysteries are attuned to the muffled footfalls of silence. One winter, near the close of the last century, I found myself alone in Europe engaged in visiting iron ore fields. I started in the United Kingdom and then proceeded to Spain, where I found the old Bilbao district of consuming interest. I did not tarry long in Italy, but proceeded into Germany and on into Russia and over the Urals. Doubling back, I went into Finland at Helsingfors. North to Uleåborg, I found good enough railroad conveniences with women for sleeping car attendants. At Uleåborg, I decided to travel on north to Torne at the head of the Gulf of Bothnia and around the Gulf to Luleå in Sweden. As usual, not two persons told me the same distance. The map route measured about 300 miles, but there was no road, and all the way until we reached Haparanda, a direct course would be impossible. My destination was the Gällivare, Karunavaara, and Luossavaara iron districts in Lapland, all within the Arctic zone. It would have been easier and quicker to have doubled back to Abo, thence to have gone across the Baltic through the beautiful Åland Islands to Stockholm, and north through Uppsala to Luleå and Gällivare by rail. But I had a chance to go among the Lapps and traverse an Arctic region that is visited almost never in the winter and seldom enough in the summer. It was middle February. The weather was below zero all the time, and some of the time far below. There was plenty of snow. I engaged several Lapps and enough reindeer to draw me and them, having at the time no idea how many would be required. To my complete surprise, I learned that men, women, and children would all go with me. It was interesting. Rarely will Lapp families permit themselves to be separated. When they get down to brass tacks, the women are the rulers. I made all of my arrangements with a squat, fat little headman or chief, but I noticed that he engaged in frequent consultations with his wife. The greater number of them are Lutherans and good and kindly, but an exceedingly independent people. Resembling the Eskimo in physique, they possess a better intellect and temperamentally are more like the Kachins of Upper Burma or the Tibetans. I am just about 6 feet tall. There was not a Lapp in my party that could not walk erect under my arm extended horizontally. Men, women, and children are fat and greasy, and as they seldom bathe, they are, in a sense, dirty. Such habits of life as they have could not endure in a land less clean and wholesome. In all Lapland, there is not an unclean thing except the Lapps, and really I soon forgot to think of them as being dirty, even with the contrast they made to the sweet air and the immaculate snow. As a people, they are rich and independent. Their government is tribal, and to a considerable extent it is communal. There had been a famine in the North Baltic and Bothnian regions, and zealous persons, who too often make it their profession, had been collecting money from liberal countries for their relief. None of this was desired by the Lapps or accepted by them. There was no poverty among them, and while their standards of living are not high, they never are in want of necessaries. Property is not held in common exactly, but may be used in common in case of need. I saw one chief Lapp of whom it was said that he owned 20,000 reindeer. He was a Lapp millionaire, but did not conduct a reindeer trust. Wealth in Lapland is measured in reindeer. They are everything, and when compared with gold, they take on a warmth of value that is appealing. The Lapp drinks the milk of the reindeer, eats its flesh, makes clothing of its skin. weapons, implements, furniture, and harness of its bone. He even uses its hair for many purposes, and the sinews and viscera are very valuable. Fancy being able to do this with a chunk of gold. A drink of milk of gold would be a mockery, and if you do not believe it, just take a swallow of the delusive German Goldwasser beverage. The yellow metal is only a convenience. It has no real value and is only a measure of or representative of value. It is a necessity, no doubt, but it is also concentrated selfishness and gives people an incurable disease that permits a few to control the wealth of the world to an extent greater than is for the good of mankind. Robinson Crusoe could do nothing with gold, but he could have done famously with a reindeer. The Lapps almost worship them, but do not treat them with the demonstrations of endearment that a Bedouin lavishes upon his she-camel, only because that is not their nature. In the winter, they feed their working reindeer on rock lichens or reindeer moss. They are kept in the lowlands and valleys in the winter. During the short season of summer, they are herded at an elevation that ensures cool, if not cold weather, and even snow, for they die off if subjected to warmth. In this respect, they are like the llama that will not thrive in most of the Andean lands below an altitude of 2,000 or 3,000 feet. The Lapps themselves fare better in the highlands in summer, and there they go. Christmas is their great feast day. It is also their funeral season. They bury their dead once a year. Preserved in snow and ice during the year, corpses are disinterred from their frigid temporary mausoleum at Christmas and given a ceremonial final burial. A reindeer sledge is quite exactly like a Hoosier hog trough. It is hollowed out of a log about 4 feet, sometimes 4.5 feet, long and rounding, log-shaped on the bottom. This causes the thing to roll over if given any kind of a chance. To acquire the art of riding in one is a similar experience to learning to ride a bicycle, and something like learning to swim. A 6-foot body crumpled into a 4-foot sledge and caulked with furs is at first a clumsy arrangement, but it is possible for it, as I found, to become a part of the sledge when the feat of balancing comes to one. It does come, for all of a sudden your mental gyroscope is automatic, and you do not know how you have done it. A sledge may be drawn by 1, 2, or 3 reindeer with spare and bare animals trotting behind or alongside. There was never less than 2 hitched to my sledge. This was done by fastening a reindeer thong, a Boer would call it a reim, to the bow of the sledge, passing it between the legs of the reindeer and tying it to a hames at the breast of the base of the neck and below. These hames were made of reindeer ribs and fitted snugly. They never seemed to gall. The second reindeer was attached tandem by fastening the single tug to the first one just behind the hames. And so on, the third would be tandem also. Headmen at ceremonies sometimes have 50 or even more reindeer in a tandem team, and then it is not uncommon for several sledges to be tied together, one behind the other. The food and its preparation was very interesting. The headman had several pots of iron and tin. Pot hooks of bone and bone spoons were common to all. Quite a few of them, both women and men, carried crude, homemade knives. There were also skinning knives of bone. My headman had a little solid silver homemade pipe, not much bigger than the Japanese use. He kept this going with a mixture of coffee and tobacco. Everybody smoked, mostly bone pipes, if they had the makings. These pipes, and particularly the silver ones, would get very hot, but the Lapps seemingly were unmindful of this. The chief's cooking was all done in pots. Fuel had to be carried and was scant. Some of the others cooked, or rather heated their meat, by placing hot stones in birch bark buckets containing water. No stop of any kind was made without boiling the coffee pot. It was carried by hand, and as its contents were water and milk and coffee, it was handled carefully. For seasoning the coffee, the Lapps use salt and pepper instead of sugar. Not much salt, but plenty of pepper. All hands drank out of the coffee pot, using it as a loving cup. There was always plenty of hair in the coffee. This kept it from slopping out as it was carried, and also compelled one to strain it through his teeth in order to drink with comfort. The Paraguayans have a better way in taking their yerba mate. They suck it through a stem to which a little woven wicker sieve is attached. We also had raw, frozen fish for a delicacy. The raw fish made me sick, finally, and I gave it up, since which time I have been unfriendly even to sardellen and kindred preparations. I do not like to be finicky about eating, because I have always thought that it is a measure of mental breadth and elasticity. Notwithstanding, I do not like raw fish. Bah! For bread, we had unleavened cakes made from flour and the ground bark of the dwarfed popple and birch. I thought I could tell the popple cakes from the birchen cakes by their greater bitterness. These cakes had been baked for a long time, weeks, months, or years before, I do not know which. At night they would erect skin teepees if it was stormy. In fact, almost always we put them up. If the wind blew hard, snow would be piled around the bottom. I have only occupied an igloo a few times, but I have an idea that they are warmer than the reindeer skin house used by the Lap. Sometimes I tried to sleep in my sledge, but I would get cramps and would have to dig out and stretch. During the day, I often walked for a change. Always while so doing, I would be chagrined because I had to make an extra effort to keep up with the stride of the reindeer and the goose waddle of the Laps. There were 17 in the party, including me. The Laps were of all sizes and sexes. There was no sex-false delicacy, but social morals are rigidly observed. The snow-covered wastes were like almost level plains, and the hardened surface made walking easy. We had 14 sledges and 91 reindeer. Some of the animals were too young to work, and some of them were used only as milk cows. Forage made up the most of the cargo. Fuel, too. We had no vegetables of any kind. The Laps and Eskimos seemed to be immune to scorbutical attacks. We met with no unsurmountable obstructions. Making shortcuts across fjords brought us up against windrows of ice and snow sometimes, which forced detours or made negotiation more or less exacting. The weather much of the time was clear and cold, and in morning and evening and at night the air would contain fine ice particles. I had seen the same conditions in the Lake Superior and Hudson Bay regions. We were following the Arctic Circle at about 66 degrees north, varying. Our course was at first north, then northwest, then west, and then south. In the middle of the day, the sun was warm and dazzling, and I had to protect my eyes from snow blindness. The Laps were not bothered with anything. We had a few pairs of skis, but had no use for them until we reached a Lap town or winter encampment between Haukapudas and Pudasjärvi. They were preparing for a big hunt on skis for wolverines, the great enemy of the young reindeer, and the subject of intense dislike by the Laps. If I could have done so, and I could not, I would not have told them that they call the people wolverines where I lived. Probably they would have dumped me in a snow cave and speared me with a dull-boned spear and left me. I wonder why they call Michigan folk wolverines. They are not gluttons, and that animal was never numerous in the state. My party joined the wolverine hunt. A great circle was formed, and the contraction of it was achieved in good order, with much guttural yelling. A lot of wolverines were rounded up, some of which escaped the steel and also bone-pointed spears. 29 were killed. This was enough to warrant a celebration and feast. Much peppered coffee was drunk and reindeer meat consumed. There were ski races, reindeer races, and spear-throwing contests. It was good to note the complete absence of alcoholics. Not even the headmen had guns or pistols. I noticed that a good many of the Laps from farther north had a dangerous-looking weapon made from a stone tied with a thong like a sling. The rock was not supposed to leave the sling when thrown. They use it in capturing ptarmigan and for several hunting purposes. I could not tell very nearly how far we traveled each day. Some days we seemed to make good marches, and upon others we would not go as far. I think the least distance covered in a day was 10 miles, and the greatest probably 30, with an average perhaps of 16. We did not go into Haukapudas, where I had expected to check up. There were several camps en route, but they were movable and temporary. I managed to recognize Simo and also Kimi, and I estimated that we should soon arrive in Tornia. In this I was mistaken, and the first thing I knew we had passed it and arrived in Haparanda, from which point there is a marked road to Luleå by way of Nederkalix and Tornia. Tornia is at the mouth of the Torn Elf, which flows out of the Arctic lake Torn Trask, and I had hoped to see it. At Tornia, our road, much of it so drifted as to be totally unrecognizable, intersected a road between Luleå and Gällivare. We had crossed a number of rivers, called Joey in Finland and Elf in Swedish. They are considerable streams, as the Bothnian drainage basin extends 8/10 of the way to the Arctic Ocean, leaving only a comparatively narrow strip between the height of land and the ocean. There are low mountains between the rivers, and thinly interspersed are fringes of scraggy, dwarfed trees, mostly birches, none of them exceeding a height of 10 or 12 feet. Their crooked, gnarled, scarred boles suggested gnomes or little old, dried-up Japanese men, and the dwarfed trees they delight in cultivating. I did not see much evidence of life, but there was more than I expected to find inland. There are Arctic hares, foxes, wolverines, polar bear, not many, wild reindeer or caribou, ptarmigan, and 2 large gallinae, something like black game. The bigger one of these edible game birds weighs 10 to 12 pounds. They are not plentiful. The only hardship I suffered worth considering was the food, and I think that I would not have minded that much if I had not been made sick by the raw fish. At first I did not know a word of Lappish, and not one of my Laps knew a word of English. It took 41 days to make the trip. Every day I learned several words, and it was not long before I could get along very well. One also becomes an expert pantomimist. I was glad to reach Luleå. After an inspection of the successful electrical concentration works that refine the Gällivare magnetite, I was ready to proceed to the source of the ore at Malmberg, near Gällivare. A railroad built to haul this iron ore to the sea offered a very good passenger service. I think it was the first railroad to be built in the Arctic zone anywhere in the world. At Gällivare, I found the manager of the mines a most engaging and hospitable gentleman who had visited the Michigan iron mines. He was gracious in every way and made my visit to Gällivare pleasant and memorable. I studied the ore and iron formations there for a few days and went on to Kirunavaara and Luossavaara. The railroad was being continued by the Swedish government to these great ore fields, and in conjunction with Norway across the Riksgränsen to an Arctic open seaport, now called Narvik, on Ofoten Fjord. Before leaving for Kirunavaara, I climbed the Dundret, a famous mountain near Gällivare, to see the midnight sun. It is scarcely worthwhile to do this if one is to remain long in the land of the midnight sun, because no special trip is necessary to see it. I stopped for a day at Boden, where I witnessed the work of construction upon quite a formidable fort Sweden was building to protect that portion of the boundary, and especially the new railroad, from the dreaded Russians. Wherever I went in northern Sweden, I found a shadowy fear of the bear's claws, and well-informed Swedes seemed to be certain that in the long run the new Arctic Railroad would fall into the hands of the Russians. In the more populous portions of Sweden, the political topic most discussed was the strained relations between Norway and Sweden. There was more agitation in Norway over this than in Sweden. It was freely predicted that Norway would secede from the Scandinavian Union with Sweden, and that perhaps there would be war. Upon my return to the United States, I was roundly abused by Swedish-American newspapers for a statement of my belief that the Union would not endure much longer. The only thing that prevented actual hostilities when the break came was the courage and preparedness of Norway, the Norse reputation for valor, and the conviction on the part of Sweden that Norway could neither be conquered nor coerced. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Iron Hunter by Chase Salmon Osborn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. deposits of iron ore, and beds of coal under the shadow of the pole. Crossing the Arctic Circle anywhere the route on north is a bleak one in the winter. Snowfields, bare, cold, gaunt, rocky ridges, almost no sign of vegetation or animal life, make a region that would repel anything almost but selfish or needful men. Infrequently I saw Lap winter camps. It is a lonesome world. All visitors to the far north notice the oppressive stillness, the muffled footfalls of silence, as quiet as a noise too great to hear. The Coronavirra-Luossavara iron ore fields contain the most extensive deposits of magnetite known in the world. It may be that they possess a greater tonnage than any, even more than the Masaba of Minnesota or the Itabara of Minas Gerais, Brazil. They are located in the northwest part of Swedish Lapland, well within the Arctic Circle, and not far from the boundary between Norway and Sweden. The region had not been thoroughly explored when I visited it in the last decade of 1800, but enough was known to warrant expensive measures to get the ore into the markets of the world. Since the first attack upon it, much more has been learned, until there remains no doubt that there is a most remarkable tonnage. The ore is a magnetite. It runs as high as 69% in metallic iron. I was assured that cargoes averaging as high as that could be shipped. Some of it is low enough in phosphorus to make it a Bessemer ore, which process is impossible to ore containing more than 0.001% of phosphorus to 1% of metallic iron, unless, of course, that ore higher than that in phosphorus is mixed with an ore much lower in phosphorus. Sulfur in the Coronavirra ore varies. The percentage is always rather high, but not enough to be prohibitive of treatment. The most objectionable ingredient of the ore is titanium, which is present to as great a degree as 1%. It was generally considered among metallurgists that so much titanium as that rendered ore unfit for use and valueless. They had as yet discovered no way to flux titaniferous ore. It would become sticky and mushy and would not flow freely. Inability to handle such ore, because of lack of knowledge, caused a condemnatory report to be made upon the titaniferous iron ore range north of Port Arthur in Canada that has kept that region undeveloped to this day. It nearly operated in the same way with the Coronavirra field. Now methods are employed that do away with the objections to the presence of titanium up to 1%, or even in greater quantities. At the time of my visit, the Coronavirra range had been traced for 60 miles. Where the railroad touched the range and the first mining was begun, practically an uninterrupted outcrop of iron ore extended for more than 5 miles. Some places it was 700 feet above the surface. At one point it dipped under a small lake and had been cut with a diamond drill operated upon the ice. Even with the lower wages prevailing, the cost of getting out the ore was greater than upon any of the American ranges. Coal was a problem, and I was told that a cargo of iron ore had been sent to Canada in exchange for a return cargo of coal. Since that time, John M. Longyear of Michigan has opened coal measures upon Spitsbergen, and the fuel question has been solved in a measure. From Coronavirra to the ocean at Narvik, the railroad is a series of snow sheds and tunnels requiring superior courage in engineering and construction. Narvik was just being built. The ore docks, pockets, and trestles were of steel, and plans for an important port had been made. Since then, I am informed that as much as 15 million tons have been shipped from Narvik in a year, more than half of it going to Essen, Germany, where the great Krupp ironworks are located. At Narvik, I visited the cod fisheries among the Ofoten or Lofoten Islands and formed a new aversion to that efficacious remedy, cod liver oil. Also, I saw the famous Maelstrom, caused, as is well known, by the tidal waters choking between rocky islands. A portion of the wild ocean is forced through with roars and hisses and churning and foam. Sometimes the Maelstrom reminds one of the great tidal bores that are to be seen in some of the rivers on the China coast. The twisting, charging, convulsive waters eddy and swirl, and require little imagination to look wicked and justify the demon stories told in Norse by Skald and Saga from primitive times down to the present. They could easily have wrecked the Viking ships, which were not ships at all, but only big, clumsy, mostly open boats, very similar to the little traders and fisher craft that dodge in and out along the rocky, saw-edged coast today. I found good coastwise steamers and had a comfortable and pleasurable trip to Tromsø and Hammerfest. It was not so easy to get to North Cape and over to Spitsbergen, about 450 miles from the mainland. West Spitsbergen area, about 15,000 square miles, Northeast Land, about 4,000, and Edge Island, about 2,500 square miles, form the no man's land group known as Spitsbergen. They are between 76 and 81 north latitudes. West Spitsbergen is nothing more than a rock-girt ice house. A central plateau of ice forces glaciers down to the sea through giant rifts. All around the coastal belt, one may hear roaring, splashing, rumbling, cracking as the huge ends of ice rivers break off into the sea, fractured by their own ponderousness, and float off as icebergs. Tourists generally visit the west coast where a hotel has been built in connection with a weekly, in summer, steamer service. The Dutch are credited with the discovery of Spitsbergen in 1596, but no nation claims it. If anything, it is American, because an American company, led by John M. Longyear of Michigan, is mining and shipping coal from there. They have a shaft down through frozen material more than 1,200 feet, the deepest ice shaft in the world. It is reported that these mines have recently been sold to Russia for $30 million. Many interesting fossils have been exhumed, mostly of a tropical nature, proving the polar regions once to have been warm before the tilting ice cap and precession of the equinoxes caused an axial shift. Huge palm fronds have been dug out and vast quantities of embedded fossil coprolites have been encountered. In summer, the sun glare and reflected heat on the interior ice fields is trying. Over 100 species of autochthonous flowering plants and ferns have been classified. Rabot and Sir Martin Conway have done some exploration, but really little is known about Spitsbergen. By the time of my return down the Norse coast, the headlands, black-bordered shore and shadowy fjords were compelling and kept one's senses alert and emotions stirred. I could easily see how the hardy folk were content to remain the thralls of such environment. Every color that sky and sea could assume was present. The fjords were Rembrandtian bins of gloom, with all arrangements of chiaroscuro from arrows of sunlight to pitchy dungeon depths of darkness. Over the cliffs poured silvery streamlets fed by melting snow, making a black and white barred coastline and even suggesting troops of white horse cavalry concealed over the top of the escarpment, with only their straggling white tails hanging in view over and down. The deep green of spear-topped Tannenbaum amidst snow formed a fairy background. Altogether, the scenery in April and May along the north coast of Norway was indescribably fascinating and beautiful. Flocks of waterfowl took wing, fishes broke through the water to the surface, the clumsy eider duck quacked to its nesting mate, and spring in Gnomeland was in the nostrils. On the way down the coast, I found Trondheim and its ancient cathedral and hall of the Vikings worth some hours. I worked my way inland to the famous older iron fields of Sweden and finally arrived at Stockholm after a fine canal trip. One must be charmed with Stockholm, with its singing Mälar and its intrusive water roads, so much sweeter than those of Venice, if not quite so romantic and colorful. In these days, the Swedes give one the superficial impression of being sensualists, living only to eat and drink and unrein their passions. There was a deeper side than that in evidence at the smorgasbord and the punch table that told of more serious things and higher ideals. The culture that starts at Uppsala may be traced in its admirable diffusion if one takes the trouble to do so. The Swedes are democratic, but not so much so as the Norwegians, who have no superiors as a worthy and fine people. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Iron Hunter by Chase Salmon Osborn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. A starvation hike to hunt for a hidden range of iron ore. In the course of my years of summer explorations in Canada, I heard repeatedly of an iron dam on the Vermilion River, north of Georgian Bay. Gradually, I worked in that direction. A Mr. MacCharles, who had been employed by me temporarily to do some work for my newspaper at the Sioux, had gone to Sudbury in 1889. The nickel deposits had been attracting attention to the Sudbury district. Rumors of gold had sent prospectors as far afield as they could get into the wilderness and feed themselves. Gold will cause more excitement and turn more people crazy than anything else in the world, not even excepting diamonds. This has been true of man since Jason and his Argonauts went in search of the Golden Fleece. There is always a pot of gold for somebody at the foot of a rainbow, and the rainbow chasing for gold has caused war and woe, sickness and sorrow, heartache and horror, hardness and hunger among men, from the beginning to this day of engulfing strife in Europe. There is gold in the Vermilion River Valley of Canada. It is strewn in fine particles through the sand everywhere, but nowhere has it paid for its winning and perhaps never will. Searchers for the mysterious mother lode that is supposed to be the source of all placer gold have not been successful in the Vermilion country. MacCharles wore a tam o' shanter on his head, whiskers on his chin, a Scotch haggis dialect in his throat, and had brains. From time to time he kept me informed as to the gold and nickel activities around Sudbury. I as repeatedly told him that I was not interested in gold and nickel, but would sit up and take notice if he had any iron ore clues. The fact that I could be interested in iron ore and not in gold, nickel, or copper was too peculiar for his thought processes to follow. Nevertheless, he was persistently in touch with me, and one day told me about an iron dam on the Vermilion River up behind Sudbury, well towards the height of land. I had heard of something of the kind before, but had gotten no details. In fact, had not previously arrived at a point where I was prepared to look into the thing. Now I was ready. I went to Sudbury. It was October. The Vermilion was too low to permit of ascending it in canoes. I got a couple of men who told me they had gold claims near a certain falls on the river, where I had been told were the exposures of lean iron ore. They did not know iron ore when they saw it, but said that the rock at the falls in question was black and heavy, and where worn by ice and water showed a polish like steel. These men had never gone upriver except when the stage of water permitted canoeing. However, they claimed to be woodsmen, and I was told they were reliable. Just at this juncture I made the only mistake of the kind that I have ever made. An arrangement was entered into by which they were to pack for me and show me the falls of the iron dam. I directed them to outfit for a trip of a month, which they said they could and would do, and I trusted them and did not check over the supplies. This was an inexcusable omission that had a justifiable, if uncomfortable, sequel. In the office of the Balmoral Hotel at Sudbury, there hung a rough and ready Canadian Pacific Railway advertising map. I glanced at it rather carelessly, but noted with some particularity the general course of the Vermilion River. It was not a very purposive map, but it was the only one I had seen. In fact, the region north of Sudbury had only been surveyed for a few miles, and that work had been done since the nickel excitement. We started north, 3 of us. A shortcut took us in a day to the Vermilion at Indian Dump. Crossing here, we plunged into the trackless wilderness, and within 3 days more were beyond all signs of human life. I had figured that with any kind of luck at all, we ought to have arrived at the Iron Falls in 5 days. On the 8th day out, I became convinced, from several apparent signs, that my men were lost so far as getting to our objective was concerned. When I put the matter to them flatly, they admitted it. They discovered to me the more embarrassing situation that our grub was running short. Then, for the first time, to my chagrin, I realized my carelessness. These men had been accustomed to traveling with canoes. They were not old packers and woodsmen, as I had been told, and were really tenderfeet away from a river that would float a canoe. Instead of taking flour and pork and tea, they had loaded up with a lot of impossible canned stuff and even had some loaves of bread and crackers. It was necessary at once to go on short rations, and might have been the part of wisdom to have turned back. I had never done such a thing as turn back, and it did not even occur to me. The men said they could locate themselves if they could get to the Vermilion. That seemed easy. We were west of that river. I took a course a little north of east and held to it, except where detours were forced by lakes, miry swamps, and now and then a talus-footed range of low, rocky mountains. On the third day after I became the guide, we arrived at a stream that they said was the Vermilion. Furthermore, they agreed that we were below the iron dam, which they thought we could reach in one day's march upstream. We checked over our grub carefully and found it distressingly low. I was carrying the covering for all of us, 3 blankets and a light shed tent done up in a pack sheet with a tump line or misery strap, which will cut your hair better than the average barber if you wear it outside your hat. Without delay, we proceeded upstream, and to my enthusiastic delight, we came within a few hours to a falls and series of rapids that proved to be the ones I sought. At a point quite a distance before reaching the falls, I came upon iron-bearing rock of fine texture resembling an olivine gabbro, and nearby I saw outcroppings of lean magnetic ore. We camped at the iron dam that night. As soon as day broke next morning, I began clambering over the rocks. With my little hand pick, I freshly fractured hundreds of projections. All of the exposures on both sides of the river were of lean magnetite, carrying about 30% of metallic iron. At one place, I found a large boulder of rich iron ore in the dry riverbed. Samples from it, analyzed later, gave 70% metallic iron. I climbed the hills nearby, traversed the ravines, and dug under every fallen tree and upturned stump I saw. At one stump, I dug out a small, rough-edged chunk of magnetic iron ore, showing by its unworn edges that the solid ledge was most likely near at hand. Grub was nearly gone, but I slept 2 nights at the iron dam. If one had been nervous, I think he must have been lulled to sleep by the music of the falling waters as they broke over the magnetic dike abruptly, or sang from cascades or parted bubblingly around dornicks into vitreous pools. I needed no lullaby, and even did not awaken when a moose walked over my protruding limbs in front of our little shed tent. The nights were frosty, and some snow fell from time to time. There was enough snow the second morning to exhibit the tracks of a big bull moose that actually strode over us during the night. Nearby, the majestic animal horned several twining maples and must have cracked brush and made a lot of noise, but I slept on unconscious of it all. I had not learned very much more than that an attractive and hopeful iron formation existed here, and then the low grub supply forced me to fly. All the packs were lighter. The grub was nearly gone, so that the men could take a portion of my load. I took the lead. We struck out on a beeline for the CPR railroad track. Anxious about food and feeling the full force of chagrin on account of my own carelessness, I tried to go as rapidly as possible. Our short rations had begun to tell on us, and I think we were all nervous, which made it worse. We had no firearm or fishing tackle. That night we ate the last of our supplies. A greasy soup and thin really seemed to do us more harm than good. Next morning, I rigged a noose of fine string on a pole about 12 feet long and gave it to Dunk, the younger man, to carry. He was instructed to slyly pass the loop over the head of a spruce hen if we saw any of those beautiful and toothsome Canadian grouse. Unlike the ruffed grouse, they have dark plumage and dark meat and are stupidly unafraid of man, especially where they have not been hunted. About 10 o'clock, all of us saw one at about the same time. Chuck and I performed in front of it so as to engage its attention. It was perched on the limb of a Banksian pine about 9 feet from the ground and sat near the bowl. Dunk got the tree trunk between himself and the bird. Projecting the noose end of his pole very, very slowly and carefully up, he passed the loop over the bird's head, gave a yank, and we had our breakfast. One was not enough to satisfy us, but it helped out wonderfully. There were more, but all of them perched too high. During the day, Dunk gaffed 2 more, so that it looked as though we would not starve. Next day we saw a lot of spruce hens. Nearly always they were on the ground, and when they flushed would fly up too high to reach with our snaffle pole. The only way to get them was to throw a missile. Chuck killed 3 in 3 throws with a club, and then he started to boast. He said that when he was a boy he could beat any Indian throwing a tomahawk. Just about as he had satisfied his own ears with self-sung song of prowess, we came upon several spruce hens. Before, when Chuck had thrown so successfully, he had muttered after each victory, "God loves his own." It was not so much reverence as it might have been, for now he gave such an exhibition of bad throwing and profanity as would make one's hair curl. The tantalizing grouse just ran and dodged. He never did make it fly. Sometimes Chuck would get up to within 4 or 5 feet of it, and then he would throw over its head. Finally, I killed it with my hand pick as it ran by me within a couple of feet. This gave us 4, and we lived on them that day. The 3rd day after our grub was gone, we saw nothing to eat and ate nothing. By evening, we were a little weak, but I think if we had not been nervous, the experience would not have been disagreeable. I had been caught out once before without food, but in an inexcusable way. However, I remembered that I was so shaky that I missed a perfectly easy shot at a deer just because I wanted it so badly. Chuck and Dunk were becoming disagreeable, not so much to me as to each other. Just after dark, I was certain that I heard the sound of an axe. The men could not hear it. I lined it up carefully with my compass. Next morning, I started in the direction of the sound of the axe I had heard the evening before. At first, Chuck and Dunk would not follow me, but as I strode on without stopping a moment to coax or parley, they came along, now angry at my seeming indifference. A little after 8 o'clock, we came to an old lumber camp and found 2 men in it. At first, they objected to dividing their supplies with us. I told them our story and wound up by the calm but determined statement that we were hungry and desperate and 3 to 2, and would have food if we had to fight for it. This, with the promise I made to replace the grub we ate and took, made them assume a different attitude. We ate our fill and rested a day. The camp was one of the best I ever saw. It had been used very little, and why it was abandoned I did not know, because there was fine standing white pine in the vicinity and very little evidence of cutting. The cruisers told us that their principals expected this pine to be placed upon the market at public auction soon, and they were to be prepared to bid on it intelligently. There was not a nail or piece of iron in the entire camp. Even the hinges were birchen. Peeled pine logs, clean and beautiful, made the walls. A scoop roof made by adzing logs until they are hollow and then laying them like tile makes a better covering than the clapboard roof of the south or the cedar shake roof of the north. In the center of the camp was an oblong mound of earth, 10 by 16 feet in size. The dirt was held in place by side logs staked. Overhead, a hole in the roof, fitted with a hanging inside shake chimney, carried off the smoke. This arrangement is called a camboose, but why not a fourneau by the Canadian French, I do not know. In some parts it is called a caboose, but in this part of Canada it is a camboose, and a camp fitted with one is known as a camboose camp, and is popular because of ventilation and consequent healthfulness. Ordinary lumber camps are not much better than black holes of Calcutta, and the Canadian lumberjack was hard to wean away from the camboose. The cook prepared his meals by it as before an open fire, and baked the sweetest and best bread in baking kettles that he buried in the hot coals and ashes. I can taste it as I write. At night, the men would sleep in a circle on the hewn log floor, with their feet towards the warm camboose and their heads away, and their torrents of stinking breath passing up the hanging wooden chimney. With such a place to sleep and plenty of beans cooked in the ashes, and fat pork and thick black strap molasses, the Canadian lumberjack of yesterday was a master workman in the woods. As soon as I got to Sudbury, I engaged 2 reliable packers and sent with them back to the camp probably 10 times as much grub as the cruisers had supplied me, for grub and life are the same in the big woods. Chuck went with them. It was a kind of fool experience, the whole thing, but it did serve to establish for me a credit in the woods of that country that stood me in good service several times in the future. It was too late to do anything more that fall, so my wife and I went off to the South Seas, Samoa, Tahiti, Fiji, New Zealand, Tasmania, Australia, and up through Torres Straits to New Guinea, and on to the Dutch islands, the Philippines, China, and Japan. This took us until late in the following summer. Home again, I organized a party and inaugurated a thorough surface search and survey of the region north of the Sudbury Nickel Zone, from Wanapita Lake on the east to, and even beyond, the Anaping chain of lakes on the west and well over the height of land to the north. This work and the activities flowing from it consumed several seasons. As soon as I had made enough headway to be certain that it was warranted, I decided to have a careful magnetic survey made of the region. In order to have this done to the very best advantage, I went to Dr. Charles R. Van Hise, then at the head of the Department of Geology of the University of Wisconsin, and until his recent untimely death, president of that great institution of Catholic learning. So far as I knew then and believe now, Dr. Van Hise was in a class by himself as an economic geologist. In fact, he had done much to help to create that branch of geology in America. He advised me to engage Kenneth Leith, one of his assistants, and now Dr. Van Hise's successor in the Department of Geology at Wisconsin. Leith at once organized his crews, and I think while employed by me, he did the first dial compass surveying and mapping ever carried on in Canada. Not much, if any, had been done in America. So thorough was he and so competent were his young college assistants that the magnetic iron ore formation was mapped in a complete, highly satisfactory and practical manner. Dr. Van Hise was the consultant in this work. It did not extend the boundaries of the possible ore zone much differently from my own first rough work so far as staking claims went, but it proved up and made everything more certain. During a considerable period, my time was entirely taken up in securing title to the ore lands and in financing the enterprise. The most embarrassing condition was caused by the fact that a portion of the region adjacent to the Vermilion River had been run over by gold prospectors who had staked a lot of claims, some overlapping others, and making for a confusion that demanded care and unraveling. All of these were revived, so far as possible, with the idea that the claimants would get something out of them, and especially as against a Yankee contestant. My policy rather took the wind out of their sails. I could find only a few who had performed the requirements of law and had acquired a title, but whenever anybody claimed anything and was not disputed by other prospectors, I would purchase his alleged right. If I found a claim holder who really had any rights, my practice was such as to cause him to doubt my sanity. Having given the claims up long before because of insufficient gold values, the prospector would be conscious of no value so far as his knowledge was concerned. Consequently, he would be very apt to feel that if he could get $100, $500, or $1,000 for nothing, he would be just that much to the good. Imagine then his surprise when I would settle with him for from double to 20 times what he asked. My reasons for doing this were twofold: conscience and policy. I was willing to pay for values that I knew of, that the other party was ignorant of, because I thought it was right, and also because I expected that whoever developed the properties would have their way made easier and clearer than if the local woods people were squeezed to the lowest cent that would be likely to cause them to think they had been robbed. But I nearly ruined my reputation for sound judgment. It was necessary to have a good many of the lands cleared of all possible listbendens at Toronto. My legal work was well done by Hearst and Mackay, and by Hearst, Mackay, and Darling of Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario. Mr. Hearst became Premier of Ontario, and Mr. Mackay became an able and respected Canadian judge. It was apparently the policy of every Canadian law firm to have one member a conservative and the other a liberal. I had heard that nothing could be obtained at the governmental departments at Toronto without paying for it, that from top to bottom there had to be bribery. I saw nothing of the kind during years of experience, and I do not believe a word of it. The fees of Hearst and Mackay were reasonable, and they told me that they never thought of paying any grease money or permitting graft. In legislative circles, there was and is the same turpitude that discolored some American public characters and acts, and especially was this true there and here in matters involving land grants in the public domain. My business relations in Canada, covering a long period and comprehending considerable transactions, were always agreeable. Where I slept in the little open shed tent and was unawakened by the moose that nearly stepped on me, there is now a flourishing mining town reached by a branch of a transcontinental railroad. They did not develop there without much hard and enjoyable work. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Iron Hunter by Chase Salmon Osborn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Fatherly Attitude of John W. Gates and John J. Mitchell. At one time, I owned the entire Moose Mountain Iron Range with all of its immense values. Of course, I could do nothing with it without financial help. I did not have much trouble arranging for this. One of the first men I went to see was the late John W. Gates. My idea was to go to men who had made their wealth in iron, who knew the business and would understand all the risks involved. Mr. Gates knew enough about me readily to grant me an interview. I told him that I had discovered a new iron range in the wilds of Canada. We talked a while in the forenoon, and he asked me to return in the afternoon. When I went back, he told me that he had decided to become interested. I learned years afterwards that during the luncheon hour he had wired to the late Joseph Selwood of Duluth, asking if I knew what I was talking about when I talked iron ore. Mr. Selwood was one of the most successful of the early practical school of Lake Superior ironmen. His reply to Mr. Gates, with whom he had been associated for a long time, was, quote, "You can go sled length on Osborn," end quote. I did not realize then that I was so favorably regarded by those whose political trails I had not seriously crossed. I had heard a great deal about John W. Gates, and all of it was not favorable. My opinion is that he was much maligned, as men in big business were wont to be during a certain period of industrial and consequent political unrest. All of my memories of Mr. Gates possess a kindly tone. The picture I like best to recall is that of one I saw on a day when he arose in his office and started out to lunch. His son, the late Charles G. Gates, noticed that his father's shoelace was unfastened. "Wait a moment, father," requested the young man. As the father halted and stood, the son knelt at his feet and tied his shoe. Nothing much could have been wrong with a father and a son between whom there was such a tender tie, and both were fat. Another clearly open window to the character of John W. Gates is his action during the Iron Panic winter of 1903-4. The Illinois Steel Company shut down its plants at Chicago, and nearly 20,000 workers were thrown out of employment. Mr. Gates was a director. He opposed closing down. At the same time, he controlled the Consolidated Steel and Wire Works at Joliet. He kept these going and carried nearly 10,000 workmen through a critically hungry period. All this was creditable to him as an economic humanist. The way that he secured enough business so that he could pull through was an unusual tribute to his business perspicacity and perhaps nerve. He went to England and saw the late Joseph Chamberlain. When Mr. Gates explained that the object of his visit was to sell him steel products of the very kind that Mr. Chamberlain was manufacturing at Birmingham, the great colonial secretary of the empire was at first amused and then was insulted or pretended to be. Chicago insistence would not be thwarted. Mr. Gates declared that he could sell to Mr. Chamberlain better goods at a lower price than the latter's cost. This interested the Birmingham ironmaster. He went into details, and the result was a big order for the Joliet mills at a critical time. While at Birmingham, Mr. Chamberlain took Mr. Gates through his steel plants. When they finished, he asked Mr. Gates what he thought of them. Blunt enough, usually, and outspoken as an avalanche, Mr. Gates posed cautiously. Quote, "You really do not wish me to tell you honestly what I think, do you?" "Indeed, it will be a favor to me," replied the big Englishman. "Well, I junked the whole outfit and wrecked the buildings," was the explosive reply. Mr. Chamberlain was visibly shocked, but he smiled and asked, "What then?" "Then I would engage John W. Garrett of Joliet, Illinois, United States of America, to build you a real works with modern machinery and structural conveniences." End quote. Joseph Chamberlain took the advice. Mr. Garrett thoroughly rebuilt the Birmingham plant, and the undertaking was speedily justified by the increased earnings that resulted from the reduced cost of an increased and improved production. We organized the Moose Mountain Mining Company, Limited. Among those who took stock, in addition to the quarter interest that Mr. Gates signed for, was Mr. John J. Mitchell, president of the Illinois Trust and Savings Bank of Chicago, James C. Hutchins, attorney for Mr. Mitchell's bank, Mr. John Lambert, a business associate of Mr. Gates, Blair and Company, New York bankers, and Joseph W. Selwood. The agreement we had made obligated them to give me 1/4 of the stock of the company free of carrying charges of all kinds. On my part, I was to secure to the company at actual cost all of the Moose Mountain iron ore lands. There were conditions and requirements relating to financing and developing the properties. I was made president and treasurer of the company. Just as soon as I was given my quarter interest, I divided it with a Chicago promoter who had agreed to finance me at Moose Mountain, but had failed to live up to his agreement. As I looked at it, he had done his best, and so I treated him just as if he had been worthy. It turned out to be the most unwarranted business act of my life as I view it now, because this man sent word to me to go to hell when it was supposed I was dying. I had injured my spine by a fall in the woods. A dead tree trunk lying across a rocky ravine gave way as I walked over it. I fell nearly 20 feet and alighted upon the Cossacks on a sharp, jagged rock. This endangered my life. When it was supposed and commonly reported that I would not recover, a good many interesting things occurred that emphasized the folly of jumping on a man or consigning him to the eternal bow-wows just because he is going to die. At least wait until he is dead. A tailor at Sault Ste. Marie told a lawyer that he had informed me about Moose Mountain and later claimed he had introduced to me a man who had discovered the iron ore and showed it to me. This entitled him to a share or a commission according to his view, and it might have if there had been a vestige of truth in what he said. Eager to earn a fee and perhaps figuring that my family would settle the claim in order to save me from annoyance while ill, and that if I died it surely would be easy to make the false claim stick, a lawyer took the case. There is no law against champerty in Michigan. I was told about the case and insisted that it be held up until I was well enough to fight it. That it was a purely fabricated affair for purpose of robbery could easily be proven. Never thinking that the person with whom I had divided my interest without the cost to him of a penny would feel otherwise than a deep sense of pleasure at the opportunity to be of assistance, I directed my secretary to write him fully as to the details and ask him to look after matters until I recovered. This man also thought I was done for undoubtedly, because he sent me word that I could go to hell, that he was not taking on any lawsuits that he could duck, and so on. Of course, I was not told this until after some months when I had recovered my health sufficiently to resume work. Then the case was speedily taken into court. They sued for $50,000. Finally, they offered to settle for various sums down to $1,000. Judge Joseph H. Steer then presided as circuit judge where the case was brought. He was my intimate personal friend and business associate. Consequently, he asked that another judge should hear the case, and it came up before the late Judge Streeter of Houghton County. Evidently, the Taylor's lawyer had been fooled, for as soon as a portion of the testimony was in, he threw up his hands and the case was dismissed. Enough of it was heard to prove clearly that the story was a stupid lie. The claimant said that he had introduced a woodsman to me and that this woodsman had shown me the Moose Mountain properties. I proved that the woodsman they produced had never been to Moose Mountain, even at the time of the trial, and that he had been employed by me to do certain work 3 years before the Taylor claimed he had introduced him to me. It was also clearly proven and made of official record that I had made the discovery of the Moose Mountain Iron Range, the greatest iron ore district in Canada. After the case ended so flatly, the Taylor moved away from Sault Ste. Marie. Later, when I was a candidate for governor, the publisher of a paper at Escanaba, Michigan, used this case as a basis for printing libelous statements about me. I had him arrested for criminal libel, and he was convicted. When he published the libel, I really believe he thought that he was in the right, because I had known him well and was aware of his high character, his courage, and his desire to serve the public unflinchingly. Of course, such things travel far, so that a man's only fundamental protection is his own knowledge of himself, and within himself of what he really is, for, as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. I would not have had the publisher arrested and punished if I had not been convinced that it was a public duty. Public opinion and the libel laws are the only censors of a free press, and their invocation is the only agency of determining the course of the press between freedom and license. At various times, I was given chances to sell out my interest at Moose Mountain, and I was anxious to do so. There was no stock on the market. It has never been listed, and there was no certain way of measuring its value. Pittsburgh parties offered me as much money as I thought I ever wanted, although the sum was not large as rich men compare and understand amounts. I was eager to sell for a good many reasons. Chiefly, I did not enjoy being tied down. We were on the eve of active mining, and I did not and do not claim to be a practical mining man. It was my duty, as I looked upon it, to inform my associates of the offer, although there was no agreement that required such a proceeding. I went to Chicago and told Mr. Gates and Mr. Mitchell. These men were older than I and had the largest interest in Moose Mountain. More than kindly in their manner towards me, they assumed a fatherly attitude that I shall always remember with gratitude. It was in Mr. Gates' office. He and Mr. Mitchell each put a hand on my shoulders and said, "Don't sell now. It isn't enough. We will give you more than your offer. But if we did, you might not feel kindly toward us in the long future. You would believe that we had taken an advantage of you, and we now feel ourselves that we would be doing so if we bought your interest or permitted you to sell it for the amount of your offer. Also, we need you with us for a time." End quote. At that very moment, Mr. Gates and Mr. Mitchell and our New York partners were negotiating with Mackenzie and Mann of the Canadian Northern to take an interest in Moose Mountain and build a railroad into it. I did not know of this. They could just as well have made a few $100,000 out of my interest as not. But that was not the way of John W. Gates, and it is not the way of that prince of businessmen, John J. Mitchell, one of the first bankers of America. I had already seen President Shaughnessy of the Canadian Pacific Railway about building in from Sudbury, and he had ordered a survey made, and the branch line was actually printed upon their maps. But their freight rate on the ore was nearly double that of the Canadian Northern. Also, I had had a number of the best mining men of Lake Superior visit Moose Mountain with me, including Messrs. Helberg, Sutherland, Walter Fitch, and also Professor Seaman of the Michigan College of Mines Department of Geology. All of them were enthusiastic. Dr. Miller, Ontario Provincial Geologist, and Dr. Coleman of the Department of Geology of Toronto University were among the many distinguished Canadian mining men and geologists who visited my camp. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Iron Hunter by Chase Salmon Osborn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Eating moose meat from one year's end to another at the Moose Mountain Camp. All of us had moose meat throughout the year. The unwritten law of the unsurveyed country did not make a closed season. The only demand upon us was that nothing should be wasted and that nothing should be killed that was not used for food or fur. Black bears were a nuisance. As camp robbers, they became unbelievably bold, so we had traps out for them all the time. A French youth was our most expert bear trapper. He used pens, deadfalls, pits, steel traps, hooks on trees, and sharpened spikes so driven into the open end of a pork barrel that the bear could crawl in and lick the honey or maple sugar or burnt molasses bait on the bottom of the barrel, but could not crawl out. When the bear would start to back out, the spikes would run into him, and very soon Jock would have a frantic bear cavorting around with a barrel on the forward two-thirds of his body that held to him and muffled his growls and roars. It was not very humane, and I ordered them to kill a bear as soon as they caught him in a barrel. I am afraid that always they did not obey this. We also had in our crew an American boy named Harold, about the same age as Jock. They did not get along well together, and several times they clashed, only to a draw. Jock insisted on flying a Canadian-English beaver flag over the camp, and Harold would haul it down and run up the stars and stripes. Then there would be a fight and no flag at all for some time, when Harold would run up Old Glory and Jock would pull it down, and another drawn scrap would be pulled off. Finally, one day, Jock turned up missing. There was no one at the camp except the two boys. All hands had gone out to celebrate Dominion Day, July 1st, or for some other reason. Harold searched for Jock just as faithfully as though they were bosom friends. Finally, he heard cries for help and discovered Jock fast in a steel bear trap. The boy's hand was caught and his fingers crushed. He had stoically suffered and had hallooed for help, but now that Harold was there, he would not ask any favors. He afterwards said that he thought, as a matter of course, that Harold would release him at once. The Yankee boy had no such idea. He made the French youth promise to be good and allow the American flag to fly over the camp. When he had settled everything, he got a birch lever, and pressing down the huge springs that clamped the ponderous jaws of the bear trap together, he released his rival. There was great friendship between them forever afterwards, and the way Harold took care of Jock's maimed hand was good to see. The boys at camp, as boys in the woods always do for entertainment and relief, and by boys I mean all hands, young and old, played harmless, though sometimes disagreeable, tricks upon every visitor that they dared subject to their fun. A prominent Chicago doctor was a guest. He shot a young moose. It was late in August, and the 2-year-old bull was fat and juicy, and just the thing for camp. But it was too good a chance for the boys to have some fun for them to overlook. So they sent word to Sudbury and had the doctor arrested by fake constables, not only at Sudbury, but at several towns between there and the American border. Even after the August moose slayer had gotten out of Canada, they had a telegram for his arrest sent to the American Sioux. By this time, it had gotten on his nerves, as he had spent nearly $200 in fees, tips, bribes, eats and drinks, and had obtained the impression that the Canadians are the biggest lot of crooks in the world. To escape further persecution, he hid in a cellar and left town towards Chicago on a freight train. It was a long time before he discovered that he had not seen a bona fide Canadian constable, which did not prevent him from continuing the story he had been telling of how he had escaped from the Northwest Mounted Police when he had not been within 1,000 miles of where that fine body of men operate. Upon an afternoon in early November, Donald Mann's private car was sidetracked at Sudbury. He had not then given into the British Exchequer enough to have been made a knight, so he was just plain Dan Mann, a big, wholesome, industrious, brave, enjoyable person. I met him at the railroad and took him to Moose Mountain. By this time I had gouged a road into the wilderness and had taken in drills, boiler, and other machinery. The road was not a via appia by any means. It clambered over rocky kopjes and ascended a great norite dike that may form the northern rim of a huge volcanic crater that, according to the conjecture of some, includes the entire Sudbury Nickel Formation. This wall of rock gave us a wonderful view that strained the vision to the skyline. Not a soul lived or ever was where the sweep of eye ranged from hill to valley and lake. Pointed conifers looked like so many green serpent tongues or earth spearmen marching up to attack the hosts of Jove. Winding over plains and across muskeg marshes, where the corduroy floated like pontoons and the horses should have been shod with driving caulks, the blind worm trail drew us on. My companion speculated upon the agricultural and timber value of the region and has had his roseate prophecies already justified. We crossed several creeks and rivers and came to a long, flat stretch of gold-bearing sands carried down by the old ice and by the west branch of the Vermilion. Upon this peneplain grew Banksian pine and blueberries and trailing arbutus. At early springtime, the air is laden with the smell of heavy sugars of blossoms. I never pass a sandy stretch similar to this one that I do not especially marvel at the chemistry of nature and ask where does the floweret growing in the white sand obtain its sensuous breath of sweetest garden love, rare enough to make the wild rose marry the wood violet, if God's nature police would permit. I told Mr. Mann about a close call I had one early morning in this garden of epigea. I had left camp long before daylight. Just when the sun made the iridescent dewdrops clinging to the arbutus sepals look like fairy soap bubbles, I entered this dryadic stretch. I drank the morning fragrance in all its moist freshness. It seemed to me that I could taste it, and I believe I did. All at once my senses refused to function, or else everything took on such a dead average of delight that I could neither distinguish nor record it. Greedy for more of the nectar, I got down upon my hands and knees and crawled among the lush flowers, sniffing and sniffing deep rhinal draughts from the acres of pink and white emarginate clusters that carpeted the earth. Pine needles bore up the hairy vines and waxen leaves, and I did not make a sound. What is it tells us of the presence of the unseen? A subtle something registers mysteriously and is vaguely communicated to our senses, whereupon we unconsciously look up and around. This happened to me while, like Nebuchadnezzar, I was on all fours. Horror! An Indian stood with leveled rifle pointing at me. I gave a whoop, and he gave one too. Then he started to run away. I ordered him to stop, and he obeyed. He managed to make me understand that he had taken me for a bear, and that he would have shot before only I kept on moving, and he waited for a standing shot to make it sure. When he saw me as a man, he was greatly frightened because of the Indian superstition that a bear, and also some other animals, may turn into a man. The bear is nearly always an Indian avatar, nor was the Indian aware of the presence of a white man in that country. It was a close call indeed. I was glad. The Indian was glad. I gave him all of the tobacco I had, and we parted good friends. Some time later, I saw him on the Abitibi. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Iron Hunter by Chase Salmon Osborn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Sir Donald Mann proposes to use double-bitted axes as weapons in a duel with a Russian count. I enjoyed Dan Mann all the time. He was as open as a full moon and looked as honest. Our first night together in the big woods was spent like boys who had not seen each other for a long time. That was the way it was with us, for we had never seen each other before, except that all real men are always boys and very much alike. It is only when there is something the matter with men that they are queer and different. We talked nearly all night, He told me quite fully the remarkable story of his life, his interesting association with Mackenzie, their very modern financiering, and much of the business minutiae, the mastery of which is by some standards of judging supposed to make men great. Both Mackenzie and Mann had started as poor boys in Canada. Mann did not go to school. He had to work or starve. In the winter, he went to the woods as a lumberjack. One winter, he spent in Sheboygan County, Michigan, making ties. He became a fine axeman, an expert in swinging a broadaxe. From the woods and the ranks of a common section laborer, he developed in early middle life to be a wizard of industry and a transcontinental railroad builder. The Mackenzie and Mann policy, by which they constructed disconnected portions of railroads across the country and obtained many small land grants and bonuses without attracting the opposition of the powerful Canadian Pacific and Grand Trunk giants, is a story unexcelled of clever business and political strategy. When they got ready, they just connected a lot of blind termini and, lo, a transcontinental fabric. When it was too late, the enemy awakened. There is room for all of them. I think it was our second night together in the woods when I asked him about a duel he had in China, according to a story told me in Tin Sin by Captain Rich, then American railroad engineer for the Chinese government. It was such a fool thing, he said, and I was scared to death and could not see any humor in it then. A lot of us had gone to China to obtain railroad franchises. The railroad building world was represented. Americans, British, Germans, Belgians, French, Russians, and so forth in Shanghai. We were the only Canadians, and the foreigners never knew whether to class us with the British or the Americans. The Chinese government had decided to build railroads. They were determined thus to connect Peking with Canton via Hankow and the Yangtze. Captain Rich of Minneapolis had charge of things for Li Hung Chang, who was then at his zenith of power, the old rascal. There was much delay. We were making our headquarters at Shanghai. Some of us combined our interests, and finally there were several pools working, one against the other. In the evening we would gather at a place on Bubbling Well Road, which, as you know, runs back from the Bund to the country near the International Institute. Here we would play a stiff game of poker, drink Scotch whiskey, and josh each other. I had it in my head all the time that a Russian with a title who was always eager to sit in was crooked. I watched him. One night, near 12 o'clock, when several were woozy with booze and several were not who pretended to be, I caught Mr. Russian holding out cards. He wasn't as big as the Slav average, and when I slapped him for calling me a liar, he nearly went down. There was some commotion, which soon passed over, and I went to my room in the Astor House. Hotels all over the world were named in those days for the old Lower Broadway Astor House of the 40s. Next day I received a challenge to fight. It made me nervous enough. Not being what is called a natural-born gentleman, I was all the more anxious to conduct myself becomingly. I had never had a pistol or a sword in my hands, and I felt squeamish in my abdomen whenever I thought about it. Nothing to do but to go to a Shanghai friend. He asked me what weapons I knew how to use and told me it was my privilege to choose. I told him I had never had any practice with anything except a pick, shovel, and axe. My friend advised me to select double-bitted axes as weapons. I knew I could easily cut the Russian's head off with an axe, and I fancy he thought so too, because his agent said they would not even consider a fight with such weapons, that they were vulgar and did not come within the code duello. My friend told him that in Canada the axe was a weapon of chivalry, that it was classical to speak of burying or digging up the hatchet, meaning a small axe, and that it was the sword that was vulgar, citing that they used it to cut corn with and butcher hogs. There was much parleying. We stuck for the axe, and the duel was off. As the Russian backed off, I got very bloodthirsty, and pictured myself constantly as swinging at his neck just at the collar button with a 5-pound double-edged axe. Perhaps he had a wart on his neck. If so, I would split it clean through the center. Going over Moose Mountain lands seemed to be a more or less perfunctory work for Mr. Mann. He was large and heavy, and had been riding in a private car too much for the good of his wind. I showed him the biggest outcrop, a veritable mountain of ore it looked, and took him to several exposures I had stripped, and also showed him many diamond drill cores. "What's the use?" he puffed. "That first big showing is enough, and to spare if we can agree on a price, and all the rest is velvet." End quote. I did not know that a visitor from Paris that I had entertained at Moose Mountain for some days, and who seemed deeply interested, was really an expert for Mackenzie and Mann. They wanted the property for financing purposes. With it, they could make a strong showing of the wealth surely existent in the unknown domain. Cobalt was just beginning to make known its fabulous riches in silver. It would be easy to make an exhibit that would enable them to obtain all the money they desired. In this way, I sold my Moose Mountain interests for enough to ensure a modest independence and to permit me to live such life of study and readiness for public service as I might choose. Mackenzie and Mann built many miles of railroad by way of connecting their transcontinental links, and in doing so they opened this great mining region. A branch to Key Inlet on Georgian Bay gave them a harbor and place for ore docks and water shipment. Mr. Mann volunteered to name for me the town that would grow at Moose Mountain. Mr. Selwood desired the honor. I did not know this. To me it was a small matter indeed. When Mr. Selwood broached it to Mr. Mann, the latter remembered his promise to me. "That's nothing," said the former. "Let's play a game of 7-up. You represent Osborn. If I win, the town will be given my name. If you win, call it Osborn." Selwood won, and I am glad of it. He has a good many monuments and deserves them all. My first thought when I received the money from Moose Mountain was of my wife. She had stood by valiantly from $12 a week in wolves until now we had quite enough to enjoy life with. Not that life had not been enjoyable all the time, because it had been. I made and carried out plans to help all our relatives who needed help. This included the happy privilege of ensuring the comfort of my mother for the remainder of her wonderful life of suffering and service. I also made provision for continuing the care of 2 brothers who were entirely dependent upon me because of complete invalidism. There was neither disinclination to do these things nor self-praise for the performance. It seemed to me to be a clear and pleasing duty. I had been blessed with means and health, and they had not. Perhaps God had given me some for them and made me a trustee. I thought He had, and that I owed it to them. Then, too, I could not tell why I was not in their place and they in mine, so I was determined to treat them as I would have wished to have been treated if our conditions had been reversed. My youngest brother, William, possessing an alert and acute intellect, has been completely bedridden for years and has suffered severe pain. Throughout all of it, and the prospects no better for as long as he lives, he has been a cheerful Christian with the best personal philosophy I have ever known about. From time to time, I have given things to my hometown, Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, which has always shown me a sympathy and friendship and support that would be a sufficient reward for any man, no matter if his deserts were easily much greater than mine, and an inspiration as well. In return for its attitude, I loved the town and all its people, and nurtured always in my heart a desire to do things for it. I could not give it much, but I could do what lay within my power to show my appreciation. Early in my travels, I began to select curios for the fine Melville Museum in the high school. Once in Japan, I procured the first stone torii ever sent to America, and also several Shinto memorial lanterns. These artistic things are in the government park at the Sioux. In Bucharest, I saw a bronze Lupa di Roma, the she-wolf that gave mothering care to Romulus and Remus. It was given by the city of Rome to the city of Bucharest to commemorate the conquest of the Dacians by Trojan. I had a duplicate cast at Naples, which now occupies a place in the city hall grounds. It symbolizes the tender relation between animals and mankind and their interdependence. Italians at Sault Ste. Marie at once particularly sensed its classical bearing. A miniature replica of this wolf in gold was recently given to Mrs. Woodrow Wilson by the city of Rome. When Etienne Brulé came to Sault Ste. Marie in 1618, he found the majestic riverbank flanked by great elms indigenous here. Long ago, almost all of these paid tribute to the axemen, who might easily have spared these noble trees, but did not. To restore them, and also cure a treeless city, I gave 1,000 young elms. Several hundred are growing finely, and in a few years will change and improve the appearance of the town. As a tired boy in Milwaukee, I often slept on Sunday morning in a room near St. James Episcopal Church until the chimes of St. James would awaken me. Then I would lie and listen, and half awake I would dream things. My room was in a cheap tenement back on Clybourne Street. St. James is on stately Grand Avenue. It was then the church of Alexander Mitchell and other millionaires. Across from it was the Mitchell Mansion, and near to it on the east was the rich home of James Neeland, with well-kept grounds and swans and ducks with red mandibles floating in a miniature mirror lake. It was then all another world, and I felt awed by it. This did not curb my dreams. Someday I would give chimes to some town, and they would be heard by other poor boys whose hearts would be made glad and light by the songs of the bells. Better chimes than those, and better played, and more and larger bells, 11 in all, hang in St. James of Sault Ste. Marie. That is how I, a Presbyterian, came to give the bells to an Episcopal church. Not more grand would they peal forth for any name or creed. How are we moved about like checkers on the board of life? My dear friend, the rector of St. James of Sault Ste. Marie, when the bells were hung, is now, as I write, the rector of St. James of Milwaukee. But the pride and power of yesterday are gone for St. James of Milwaukee, and it is a better and more useful church. I love it for those chimes of long ago. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Iron Hunter by Chase Salmon Osborn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. World workers in iron in all ages. There is no way of telling much about the beginning of the age of iron. Kitchen middens and heaps of flint chips tell the story of the service of bones and stones all over the world, where primitive man has left his wild kindergarten marks. Copper implements were used at a very early time, and there were copper shops at many places about Lake Superior, where the native metal was beaten into knives, spoons, pans, pots, and other utensils. One of the largest single discoveries of prehistoric copper implements was made at Sault Ste. Marie, at a place once an island in St. Mary's River, but now an esker-like bridge of stream-washed gravel and boulders that marks the topography of the town from west to east. I have my modest home on this old ridge. Such finds as this one of well-made articles that seem to be harder than the native metal have given rise to the common but erroneous belief that the ancients knew how to temper copper, an art lost to this age. The outer surface of the beaten copper is somewhat harder from pounding and water and air hardening. But almost never is anything of iron found with the stones or the bones of the copper. This is not because iron was not wrought, but because it is more perishable when exposed to oxygen, either in the air or water, even than wood under some conditions. There is reason to believe that iron-making was the first work in metals done by mankind, because the art is advanced beyond any other among the wholly uncivilized tribes of Africa and in other parts of the world where primitive man exists today. From Somaliland to Zululand in Africa, I found iron hoes and iron assegai points common among the wild natives. The making of these gave employment to considerable numbers of persons. There was a distinct class of iron workers in every tribe of any size, except among such lowly ones as the pygmy Dokos or others of their undeveloped kind. The art was handed down from father to son, and while methods were similar, there was variety in them and also a difference in skill. They smelted ores, and do so yet, except where scraps of iron can be procured. Some workers used stones for hammers and bark-tied hardened wood for tongs. Others had iron hammers and tongs quite well fashioned. Stone anvils are used, and the smith usually sits at his work. Sometimes hollowed sticks of wood were used to hold the cold end of the piece of iron that was being wrought. Bellows are most often made of the hide of an ox or some other animal, often of goat skins. In one corner of the bag thus formed is a wooden pipe about a yard long and bound in air tight with rawhide thongs. The other end of the skin bag is fastened to pieces of flattened wood, forming a mouth that shuts quite tight when the bellows is being operated. This was done by hand, the smith's assistant holding on to rawhide handles above and below on the wooden jaws. A stone weight on the wooden pipe holds the bellows down quite firmly. 2 bellows are used. By working them alternately, a steady blast of air of considerable force is secured. A clay tunnel connects the wooden pipe outlet of the bellows with a charcoal fire built in a rude forge in the ground. For smelting iron ore, a larger number of bellows were employed. Very often I found abandoned ant houses utilized for a furnace, and the natives even drive out the ants and use their formidable formicaries not only for furnaces, but also for grain bins and even for human dwellings. Their native hoes contained good enough iron so that a gunmaker at Birmingham made an Enfield rifle out of some that Livingstone sent to England. Abbé Rochon of France, member of the Academies of Sciences of Paris and Petersburg, astronomer of the Marine, keeper of the King's Philosophical Cabinet, inspector of machines, money, etc., was in Madagascar in 1768. Referring to iron ore, he says, quote, "Iron mines of an excellent quality are dispersed in great profusion all over the island and very near to the surface of the earth. The Malagachis break and pound the ore and place it between 4 stones lined with potter's clay. They then employ a double wooden pump instead of a pair of bellows to give the fire more strength, blast, and in the space of an hour the mineral is in a state of fusion. The iron produced by this operation is soft and malleable. No better is known in the world." End quote. Abbé Rochon was a wide traveler as an official and scientific observer. In his opinion, the ancient Malagasy iron furnace was peculiar to that people. Incidentally, he also tells an interesting story about an adventurer in Madagascar who buncoed Benjamin Franklin. Poor Richard gave Benjowski letters of recommendation, which he used in America to organize an ill-fated expedition for the seizure of Madagascar. Benjowski was killed by French Marines. I was interested in seeing the spot where he came to grief. All African travelers report seeing iron ore and iron workers, so it is certain that it is distributed all over that continent. I found big outcroppings of iron ore near to both coal and limestone. Blue hematite specimens that I brought out and had analyzed turned out to be of fine Bessemer quality. There is no iron manufacturing in Africa except the rude native operations, but it is entirely possible and even probable that Africa will supply the world with steel, as it surely can do. Even now, there is a considerable shipment to America and Europe of chrome iron ore from the mines near Saluqui in southern Rhodesia. The only other large production of chrome iron ore is from the French mines in New Caledonia. In every one of the 18 provinces of China, as well as in Manchuria, there are deposits of iron ore. I have visited many of these. Some of them have been worked for centuries in a small and clumsy manner, not much better than the Africans did. Lack of pumping facilities kept them on the surface, but even if pumps had been available, they would not have been used on account of feng shui, their fear of offending the earth demons. Both men and women work as miners. The men are paid an equivalent of 4 to 5 cents in our money, and the women 2 to 6 cents for a day of 8 hours. In addition, some rice and a vegetable called miso are served. A little while before he died, Li Hung Chang established a steel plant near Hankou, the first one in China. It was a kind of junk affair at first, but has been improved. Ironworking in China is an ancient art and at some periods reached a high state of perfection. In Chinese collections, I saw fine coats of mail for man and horse made of delicate woven wire so as to be light, elastic, and effective. Also, lances, shields, chains, traps, and other things made before guns came into use. There are great iron ore deposits and coal measures in Shanxi, Qili, Shantung, and Yunnan. In fact, there is more or less iron ore in all of the Chinese provinces. The iron district in Shanxi and extending beyond is one of the largest in the world and will someday be a source of world supply. At the present time, very little is being done. I visited a number of surface workings in Shanxi where the methods are crude indeed, although they do produce an engraving steel of unexampled hardness. A great many persons were employed in iron ore mining and in iron making. Their condition of life is very miserable, and their pay is less than 2 cents a day in our values. Ignorance and superstition seem to be instruments of conservation in China, just as avarice is the cause of feverish destruction in our country. Someday the world will turn to China for iron and coal, and the vast, untouched quantities there of these twin necessities will be appreciated. During 1916, 1917, and 1918, Japan has made large loans to the northern Chinese government, taking as security vast mineral concessions comprehending all of China's known iron ore fields. It is even charged that Japan took advantage of the world's engrossment in war to exploit China. If the northern forces are victorious in the civil war in China, a final title may be obtained by Japan. But if the southern armies win, Japan will get nothing, nor is she likely to profit by a compromise that seems probable between Canton and Peking. Japan's attempt is a gamble in iron ore. I spent several months following the tracks of Abby Hook in China and the trails of Marco Polo not only in China but in other countries of Asia. Polo began his travels in 1260. In that age, his tours were a source of world wonder. He brought back to Europe information of incalculable value about the work of mankind in the Orient, where in every channel of activity there was higher development. Men in the Orient were thinking better and working with their hands better than the people of the West. Europe was just beginning to see the dawn of a new day after centuries of decadence and obliteration. A great many pronounced Polo an impostor and discredited his reports. Others believed in him, and through these Europe was to have the benefit of Polo's travels and learning. It is astonishing how many of the modern arts and their development in the Western world can be traced to a period coeval with the post-Polo era. Before that, the use of coal was scarcely known, if at all, in Europe. Iron-making was nearly as primitive as it is in the wilds of Africa today. In China, Persia, Arabia, Turkey, and India, Polo learned by hearsay or actual contact and observation of vast deposits of iron ore and of most wonderful handicraft in steel of the finest texture. Concerning these things in the kingdom of Kerman, then recently conquered by the Tartars, Polo reported, quote, "plenty of veins of steel in Undertake. The people are skillful in making steel harness of war, swords, bows, quivers, arms of every kind, bridle bits, spurs, needles, etc." End quote. The steel mines referred to are probably the Parpa iron mines on the road from Kerman to Shiraz, called even today Maden e Fulad steel mine. They are idle now. I saw old Kerman weapons, daggers, knives, stirrups, and other things made from steel, of exquisite workmanship and more than justifying all of Polo's praise. It is not quite certain what is meant by Polo's Undertake. Ramusio of Venice often asked Persian merchants who visited him about it. They agreed in stating that it was a kind of steel of such surpassing excellence and value that in the ancient days a man who possessed a mirror or a sword of Andonic or Undertake regarded it as he would a precious jewel. The sword blades of India had a great fame all over the East, and I heard them referred to as having been made by workmen now extinct, with whose passing also was lost in irrecoverable art. At Tehran, I learned that Indian blades and considerable fine Indian steel had been imported until quite recent times. Ctesias mentions 2 wonderful Indian swords that he got from the king of Persia and his mother. It is not unlikely that this fine Indian steel is the ferrum candidum, of which the Mali and Oxydraci sent 100 talents weight as a present to Alexander the Great. Indian iron and steel are mentioned in the Periplus as imports into the Abyssinian ports, and to this day may be seen fine steel spearheads and implements at Dir Dawa and Addis Ababa, perhaps relics of those ancient imports. Ferrum and decum appears among the Oriental products subject to duty in the Roman tariffs of Marcus Aurelius and Commodus. Salmasius notes that among the rare Greek chemical writings there is a metallurgical paper, quote, on the tempering of Indian steel, end quote. Idrisi mentions that excellent iron was produced in the Cold Mountains, northwest of Jeruft. In the Cihan Numa, or Great Turkish Geography, is the statement that the steel mines of Miraz on the borders of Kerman were famous. Texera substantiates this. Says Idrisi, quote, the Hindus excel in the manufacture of iron and in the preparation of those ingredients along with which it is fused to obtain that kind of soft iron which is usually styled Indian steel. They also have workshops wherein are forged the most famous sabers in the world. It is impossible to find anything to surpass the edge you get from Indian steel, end quote. Arabic literature contains many references to the fame of the sword blades of India. Even the ancient poets sing of them, as may be read about in Freytag's translation of Hamas's collection of old Arab verse. Timur used Indian blades and had for his own use a Hindu sword of matchless fineness. And the accounts of the Mohammedan conquest of India and on down through the reigns of Akbar, Shah Jahan, and other Mughals, the Hindu disbeliever's execution is referred to as being sent to Jahannam with a well-watered blade of the Hindu sword. The sword is consequently personified as a Hindu of good family, according to the idea that a dead Hindu recalcitrant was the only good Hindu, the origin, no doubt, of the American phrase as applied to the American aborigine, quote, a good Indian is a dead Indian, end quote. Throughout the Malay archipelago, I found primitive iron furnaces such as were used thousands of years ago in Arabia and India, suggesting that they were perhaps inducted by Arab traders. In Madagascar, I saw a different type of furnace that seemed to have been originated by the Malagasy. Indeed, work in iron has been a dignified art and distinctive industry all over the world for multiplied centuries. Chardin says of the steel of Persia, quote, they combine it with Indian steel, which is more tractable and held in greater estimation, end quote. Dupré, 100 years ago, writes that he had thought that the famous Persian sabers were made from ore from certain mines in Khorasan, but that he had discovered himself in error in that there are, quote, no mines of steel, end quote, in that province, and that he had learned of the use of steel discs imported from Lahore. Kenrick suggests that the bright iron mentioned by Ezekiel in chapter 27 as among the wares of Tyre must have been Indian steel, because mentioned in connection with calamus and cassia and other exports from India. Pottinger enumerates steel among the imports from India into Kerman. Elphinstone the Accurate, in his Kaubal, tells how much Indian steel is prized in Afghanistan, but that the best swords are made in Persia and in Syria. In his History of India, he calls attention to the fact that the ancients sought steel in India and that the oldest known Persian poem contains praise of it, that it continues to be the material used in the scintillating scimitars of Damascus and Khorasan. An old Indian officer in the British service found no common knowledge of steelmaking among the people. He tried to tell a native, who claimed that steel ore and iron ore were separate and distinct materials, how steel was manufactured. The Indian was disgusted and displayed his feelings plainly by exclaiming, Quote, "You would have me believe that if I put an ass in the furnace, it will come forth a horse." End quote. Paulus Jovius in the 16th century speaks of the high repute of Kerman's scimitars and lance points. The blades were eagerly sought by the Turks. Such was their unusual reputation for quality that it was a common boast that with one blow a Kerman's sword would cleave a European metal helmet without turning the edge. Undoubtedly, the art of fabricating fine steel and of generally utilizing iron ore was known at the very dawn of history and is even prehistoric. The world has shifted its skill to the Occident. Volumes are required to tell the story of iron ore and its manufacture in Europe, where the Germans, Swedes, and English have rivaled each other in methods and production. Now the great industry has crossed the Atlantic to find its highest development in both quality and volume. The United States leads the world in iron ore production and in its manufacture. It is an enviable position with many interclashing responsibilities. The largest business organization in the world is devoted to the iron industry. As one stands illumined by the furnace incandescence in some vast modern forge of Vulcan, with its wearing human machinery and its ponderous but delicately adjusted cranes, dippers, cars, and rolls, all moving as perfectly as watch wheels at the magic touch of subtle electric currents, he cannot escape the wish that man's relation to man might be as perfectly and happily arranged. End of chapter 26.